Chapter 1108. In fact, his thoughts weren't wrong. The status of the City Lord of Darkpeak was far more important than he expected. This was why this scene had attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. Several sweating guards were finally saved. The one walking over was Lord Cheng Hai, one of the City Lord's trusted subordinates. Since he had stepped forward, there was no room for them to continue participating. The guards quickly bowed. Cheng Hai revealed a bitter expression. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Sir Cloudbillow. Today's matter must have been a misunderstanding. Sir Lan Bo did not recognize Sir's status, and if he offended you before, I ask that Sir be magnanimous enough to forgive him." This was the correct way to handle things. It seemed that it really was just a coincidence. But Lan Bo actually didn't recognize Cloudbillow. It seemed that this second young master of the City Lord Mansion was as ridiculously fierce as the rumors said. In the past, a group of City Lord Mansion guards had been poisoned to death and Lan Bo had also been wounded. Afterwards, he had lived in seclusion to recuperate. Lan Hai had flown into a furious rage because of this and had even hunted down some people. It was said that the cause of this was a woman. Could it be that that woman was the one who was crying miserably on the ground? A femme fatale, truly a femme fatale. Lan Bo had already suffered a loss once and yet he still hadn't learned his lesson. With such a playboy temperament, sooner or later there would be a great deal of trouble. Lan Bo's complexion changed, but he still remained gloomy. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Cheng Hai, who is this person?" It seemed that he still didn't want to give up. This caused the crowd of demons to laugh inwardly and look down on him even more. With Cheng Hai's status and his current attitude, wasn't it enough to explain everything? For a woman, he was simply blinding himself with lust. Cheng Hai's face stiffened. He took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Second young master, Sir Cloudbillow is a descendant of the late king's bloodline and has an incomparably honored status. He would never do something that would harm his own life." Just what sort of heroic figure was the City Lord? How could he have such an idiot younger brother? If it were anyone else, he would have already reprimanded them. Lan Bo's complexion changed and fear appeared in his eyes. But when he looked at the ground and saw Lady 13 crying in grief, he couldn't help but blush red, a look of shame and indignation on his face. Now that he knew Yun Lan's identity, he was afraid, but he was also a little unwilling. His current performance fully revealed his identity as a hedonistic son of a rich family. Qin Yu wasn't like the surrounding demons. Because of Lan Bo's actions, he didn't find it laughable or disdainful. He subconsciously frowned, a strange light in his eyes. Although he didn't have much contact with Lan Bo, he was still quite clever and decisive at times. This was evident from the fact that Liao She had turned hostile and left the blood-eyed demon race's leader without any hesitation before revealing his identity. Hence, even though he knew Yun Lan's identity, he still acted like this. It was obvious that something was amiss. Besides, others might not know Spring Breeze 13th Lady's identity, but Qin Yu was very clear about it. Although she did not know how this woman got together with Lan Bo, they definitely did not have that kind of feelings for each other. Would Lan Bo do this for her? What a joke. If Qin Yu had some speculations before, then now he could confirm that Lan Bo was indeed coming for Cloudbillow. It seemed that Eventide City had made a choice. Although he didn't know which of the three giants it was, it definitely wasn't the old king's bloodline. In other words, Cloudbillow's current forbearance was meaningless. However, what was Lan Bo's reason for doing this? Was it really just to show his attitude, and perhaps he could give a small blow to Cloudbillow's reputation? Just as Qin Yu was thinking, his nose suddenly twitched. Where did this fragrance come from? It seemed to be Spring Breeze 13th Lady who had fallen to the ground. He didn't know what this smell was made of, but it smelled quite good. Qin Yu subconsciously took 2 more breaths. The heart of the abyss in his chest beat faster, and the demonic energy in his body was more lively than before. Something's wrong. Although the change wasn't great, Qin Yu instantly discovered the change in his body, and his expression changed. This fragrance seemed to be able to arouse the power in his body. After carefully sensing it, he didn't notice anything wrong. Could it be a coincidence? His gaze turned to Cloudbillow. Her expressionless face now revealed a hint of red, and there was a hint of unease in her eyes. That's enough. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to say anything more. I didn't take this matter to heart. Cloud Billow said. She glanced at Lan Bo and then at Spring Breeze 13th Lady on the ground. Convey my apologies to the City Lord. I have other matters to attend to today, so I will bid my farewells. She turned to leave. Cheng Hai's complexion changed. It was impossible for the old king's bloodline not to know how important today's banquet was. Yet, Cloud Billow wanted to leave early. It was only a minor matter, so why was she so angry? That shouldn't be the case. He had heard that Sir Cloud Billow of the old king's bloodline was a true dragon amongst men, so how could he not tolerate such a minor matter? The city lord still hadn't expressed his stance. Only when the three giants gathered together would they be able to obtain the greatest benefits. If Cloud Billow left early, it might affect the city lord's plans. Thinking of this, Cheng Hai became even more dissatisfied with Lan Bo. But if Cloud Billow wanted to leave, with his status, he couldn't stop him. He could only worry. At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded out. Every syllable was filled with a powerful aura. Lan Bo, you are far too insolent. Immediately apologize to Sir Cloud Billow. Lan Hai stepped forwards. There were some similarities between his appearance and Lan Bo's, but the powerful aura he exuded was far from what Lan Bo could compare with. Anyone who saw this would praise him as a dragon amongst men. Wherever he went, everyone in the hall would make way for him and salute. City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Lan Hai smiled and nodded. His expression was calm, as if he didn't care about the current situation at all. Cloud Billow paused. He cupped his hands together and said, City Lord Lan Hai. Sir Cloud Billow, my little brother has been spoiled since childhood, resulting in his arrogant temperament. Today, he has offended Sir Cloud Billow. This is a grave mistake. Yun Hai's tone was harsh. He glared at Lan Bo. You bastard, apologize. Lan Bo's neck shrank back and he revealed a wronged expression mixed with fear. He reluctantly bowed. I'm sorry, I was blind. I ask for Sir Cloud Billow's forgiveness. This scene surprised many people. Could it be that they had guessed incorrectly? Were the Lan brothers playing a trick of retreating in order to advance? They had clearly offended Cloud Billow, but in truth they wanted to use this matter to express their true stance. Had Erfeng City chosen the old king's bloodline? For a time, everyone in the hall stared with wide eyes. They were all shocked, some were excited, some were watching, some were cold. If Erfeng City really did stand behind the old king's bloodline, this would mean that they had gained another vote. The gap in strength between them and the ancient king's bloodline would shrink, and it would be even more difficult to predict who the new king would belong to. Cloud Billow hesitated for a moment. Originally, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Lan Hai's little brother was ignorant and incompetent. But just now, she smelled a faint fragrance. Although it wasn't strong, it was enough to arouse the demonic energy within her body. Faintly, there were even signs that things were about to go out of her control. Thus, she had decided to leave. At the same time, she felt a chill in her heart. After connecting the dots, she came to the conclusion that Erfeng City had made a choice. But now, could it be that she had been wrong? The battle for the new king was imminent. Even if the old king's bloodline couldn't succeed, if they could win over the recently rising city lord of Erfeng City, their influence would greatly increase. Even if the new king was crowned, they would have to worry about dealing with the old king's bloodline. It had to be known that City Lord Erfeng held a crucial vote in his hands. In this aspect, his status in the Nightmare tribe was even higher than that of the tribe elders. Yun Wuya had nearly torn apart all pretense of cordiality with the Council of Elders for the sake of the family's inheritance. A majestic king-level existence had already begun to act shamelessly. Taking a deep breath, Cloud Billow sensed the strength in her body. Although it was a little unstable, it was still under control. Nothing should happen in the time it took to say a few words. She still had to leave, but before that, she had to calm Lan Hai's emotions and avoid any unexpected losses. Making up her mind, Cloud Billow smiled and said, "It's fine. Sir Lan Bo has just come to Erfeng City and I have never met you before. Today, we meet again. Lan Hai laughed. I have long heard that Sir Cloudbillow is a magnanimous person. Now that I have seen you today, you are truly admirable. As he spoke, he turned and angrily shouted, Hurry up and thank the young master. Lan Bo obediently bowed. Thank you, Sir Cloudbillow. Cloudbillow nodded and said, I just received a message from the tribe elders. There is indeed an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with, so I will leave the banquet early. I hope that City Lord doesn't mind. After a slight pause, she smiled and said, In 2 days, if City Lord is free, you can come to the blue tile courtyard as a guest. The tribe elders greatly admire City Lord. Lan Hai wore a smile on his face as if he was extremely pleased that he had received Yun Wuya's praise. That's simple. Once I've taken care of the matters at hand, I'll definitely pay you a visit. I'm also filled with admiration for your reputation, family elder. Cloudbillow's eyes brightened and she was pleasantly surprised. She had expressed the goodwill of the old king's bloodline and Lan Hai had responded without hesitation. It had to be known that this was no longer a private meeting between the two sides. Before the matter was settled, they could fall out with each other at any time. In today's banquet hall, the old king, the ancient king, and the new faction had all gathered together. There were also a massive number of demon influences that had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the throne. Although the two sides hadn't spoken much, their attitudes had already been decided. One could sense this from the paled faces of the people in the hall. In other words, after Lan Hai expressed his stance, there was almost no possibility of him going back on his word. Otherwise, in the eyes of everyone present, he would become a villain that went back on his word. As the dignified city lord of Urgent Peak, he wouldn't do something that would be ridiculed by others. There was even a chance that he would lose his position as city lord of Urgent Peak. After all, Lan Hai had risen at an astonishing speed, but he hadn't had the time to manage it and his clan's foundation was shallow. How could someone that could suddenly rise and become the city lord of Urgent Peak not think of this? So at this moment, Cloudbillow truly believed that Lan Hai had chosen the old king's bloodline. She was pleasantly surprised by this. Qin Yu could see the subtle changes on her face. He curled his lips inwardly and thought to himself that this woman was truly an idiot. Are you really the symbol of the old king's bloodline these past few years? Haha, with this level of skill, it's really quite bad. Refined mountains and rivers. Chapter 1109. Blue Sea revealed a regretful expression. Sir Cloudbillow and I felt like old friends at first sight. I originally wanted to talk through the night, but Sir has important matters to attend to. He suddenly clapped his hands. I have a presumptuous proposal. If the matter of the patriarch isn't a secret, I wonder if we can invite him to the City Lord mansion? With so many people gathered here today, this is an excellent opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Of course it was Dark Peak City taking advantage of this to express their stance. Blue Sea's meaning was that he needed the old king's bloodline to show enough sincerity. Only if the patriarch and Cloudbillow were present would it be effective. Cloudbillow was pleasantly surprised. She faintly felt that things were proceeding so smoothly that it was inconceivable. The old king's bloodline didn't have much of a connection with this newly risen city lord. But in today's situation, as long as Blue Sea expressed his stance, it was impossible for him to go back on his word. This was clearly an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What should she do? Did she really have to invite the patriarch over? Her current condition could be considered stable. Although the strength within her was a bit restless, after she suppressed it, it gradually calmed down. Perhaps she really was overthinking things. Although she didn't know why the fragrance she smelled could cause the strength within her to become restless, it didn't seem to be harmful to her at all. As long as the patriarch came, her safety wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Cloudbillow subconsciously turned to look at Qin Yu who was hiding in the shadows. That fellow was still here. Although she hadn't had much contact with Qin Yu, she didn't know why, but whenever she was with him, she felt calm. Would he also protect her? Cloudbillow took a deep breath and suppressed the hesitation in her heart. The opportunity was right in front of her. For her family, even if there were some risks, she could bear it. Since the city lord is so sincere, as she spoke to hear, Her voice came to an abrupt stop. Cloudbillow's face flushed red and panic filled her eyes. At this moment, the strength within her was like a volcano that had awakened from a deep slumber. It crazily attacked her suppression and her aura violently fluctuated. A sharp light flashed in Blue Mark's eyes. He revealed a look of concern. "Sir Cloudbillow, what is it?" As he spoke, he moved forwards, seeming as if he wanted to help her up. His expression was perfect. Anyone who saw this would think that the City Lord was worried about Cloudbillow's condition and wanted to help her. "City Lord, please stop." The blue tile courtyard servants that had gathered and followed Cloudbillow to the banquet hurried in front. Although they did not know what had happened, it was clear that they could not allow anyone to get close to Yunlan. Yunlan gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "It's fine. It's just an old wound left after the 9 Netherworld Tower was attacked. I'll take my leave today." She turned around to leave. Lan Hai frowned. "Young Master Yunlan is my honored guest. If something happens to him during the banquet, it will be my responsibility. In my opinion, young Master Yunlan is not suffering from an old injury. Instead, he is suffering from an extremely terrifying devilish poison." As he spoke, his eyes revealed a cold light. He swept over the blue tile courtyard in front of him. "You bastards, if you don't leave and delay treatment, who will bear the responsibility?" As he spoke, he flicked his sleeves and forced the hesitating cultivators back. Then, he raised his hand to grab Zhongxian. Yunlan's lips moved, but before she could say anything, she was imprisoned by an invisible force. She watched as Blue Sea reached out to grab her, and despair filled her heart. Everything that happened today was a trap for her. Blue Sea's earlier performance had indeed bewitched her. In fact, everyone in the hall was convinced that after today, Blue Sea's stance would be confirmed, and that Erfeng City would stand behind the former king's bloodline. But in reality, what if something happened to the former king's bloodline? Or, to be more precise, once her identity was exposed, Blue Sea would effortlessly overturn everything he said before. After all, how could a woman have the qualifications to obtain the support of Erfeng City? They might even use this matter to fiercely strike at the former king's bloodline. Qin Yu is still by my side, he will protect me. Qin Yu, save me, save me. As if he could hear Yunlan's helpless pleas, Qin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly stepped forwards. Lan Hai had already noticed him. Standing in the shadows, Qin Yu frowned, but his attack didn't stop at all. Bang! In the next moment, a deep explosion erupted in the hall. Wild strength shot out in all directions, cutting through the blue stones on the floor, causing massive cracks to appear. Lan Hai took a step back, his feet sinking into the ground. He put his trembling hands behind his back and revealed a look of surprise. He coldly said, "Who are you? Could it be you who poisoned Yunlan's young master?" The ground beneath Qin Yu's feet also began to crack apart. He glanced at Lan Hai, not saying anything. He reached out and grabbed onto Yunlan. As he thought, the strength within this woman's body had already gone berserk. It was even fiercer than that day in the 9 Nether Pagoda. This stupid woman, she had actually been schemed against so easily. If he wasn't here today, haha, the former king's bloodline would be in for some fun. Disregarding the fact that Qin Yu's plan would require the full cooperation of the former king's bloodline, just the connection between the two of them was inexplicable. Qin Yu absolutely couldn't watch on helplessly as Yunlan was schemed against by others. It was simple to watch from the sidelines, but if he wasn't careful, there was a chance that he would also be drawn in. With a thought, his strength broke into Yunlan's body. The rampaging strength within her immediately eased a little. But the fragrance she inhaled was clearly deliberately targeted at Yunlan. Even with Qin Yu's help, he couldn't completely suppress it. But at the very least, Yunlan's situation was much better than before. She let out a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu. She said in a low voice, "City Lord Lan Hai, there is no need to worry. Sir Qin is a good friend of mine. Today, I invited him to participate in this honor meeting." She paused for a moment and then continued, "As for being poisoned, City Lord is worrying too much. This is just an old injury acting up." Qin Yu glanced at her. This woman was sometimes stupid, but now she seemed to be quite smart. As long as she didn't expose herself, then even if Lan Hai's words were fake, he would still have to consider them. Even if he wanted to go back on his words, he would still have to consider them carefully. Lan Hai nodded. So that's how it is. That's true. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu suddenly stepped forwards. With a loud bang, Spring Wind 13th Lady was sent flying backwards. She crashed into a wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused many people to widen their eyes. Who was this Xing? How could she be so insolent? Interrupting Lan Hai was one reason. She clearly knew that this woman was Lan Bo's exclusive property, yet she still dared to be so heavy-handed. Moreover, the key point was that this woman hadn't done anything at all and had suffered such a heavy kick. No matter how they looked at it, it was as if she was deliberately slapping her face. As for whose face was she slapping? Lan Bo had definitely been slapped, but what about Lan Hai, who was standing in front of them and about to speak? The slaps on the face were also very loud. Being slapped in the face in front of others was naturally something that made people very unhappy, let alone the noble city lord of Evil Peak. But now, Lan Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What he was afraid of now was that Yun Lan insisted on leaving. If that happened, the plan would completely fail and he would also be in no small trouble. As long as he tangled with her for a while longer, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Therefore, in his opinion, Qin Yu's kick was very good. Of course, good was good, but this matter definitely wouldn't be easily forgotten. Lan Hai glanced at Lan Bo from the corner of his eyes. At a time like this, it was naturally time for him to step forward. It would be best if there was another conflict with Qin Yu. At that time, he would have a reason to intervene. As long as there was a conflict, Yun Lan and the others could forget about leaving. As for Yun Wuya, he wasn't too worried. The plan had already begun. That old fellow would definitely be entangled and wouldn't be able to rush over so quickly. What was Xing Xing doing? Why did she lower her head? Hurry up and say something. But now, Lan Hai could only feel panic and fear from her body. His eyes darkened and he didn't bother to seek out the reason. He said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Qin Yu is quite impressive. You actually dare to injure someone in my city lord mansion." It was impossible for him to let them leave. If Lan Bo didn't step forward, he could only do it himself. Although this was a bit deliberate, he couldn't care about such things. Yun Lan pursed her lips. She knew that Qin Yu had already discovered that the fragrance that had caused her to be tricked had come from this woman. In other words, he really did know, and even before she helped her, he already knew. Thinking of this, even if she was wrong, Yun Lan's eyes still flashed with shame and panic. Could it be that when she mentioned marriage to him that day, Qin Yu already knew about it? In other words, he had been watching the play the entire time. Moreover, Qin Yu clearly knew that it was her who had rejected this hateful fellow. Qin Yu didn't know that Yun Lan, who had her head lowered beside him, was already roaring at him inwardly. He glanced at Lan Hai and lightly said, "This woman is called Spring Wind 13th Lady. She attacked me before. I kicked her and didn't kill her, which is already showing mercy. City Lord, if you don't believe me, you can ask her." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Spring Wind 13th Lady. There was a cold light in his eyes. The woman stiffened. She wiped the blood from her mouth and met Lan Hai's eyes with a quick nod. Although she knew that this wasn't the response that Lan Hai wanted to see, she was more afraid that Qin Yu would reveal her relationship with Blood Eye. At that time, she would really die a graveless death. Lan Hai's eyes darkened. He turned to Lan Bo and said, "Is there such a thing? I have never heard of you, Lan Bo. You and 13th Lady met on the road to Evil Peak City. In other words, you also know His Excellency Qin Yu?" "Yes, elder brother." Lan Bo spoke with difficulty. He glanced at Qin Yu and then subconsciously looked around. He didn't see Liao Shi and the others, but he still felt a bit relieved. These bastards, they had actually chased them all the way to Evil Peak City. Just what were they planning on doing? As for Liao Shi and Qin Yu's identities, he was sure that they came from one of the most ancient and powerful royal clans in the Abyss. Although the Nightmare race was said to be ranked in the top 10 royal clans of the Abyss, this was only a title that represented their numbers. True rankings didn't exist in the Abyss. There were some abyssal royal clans that had existed for a long time. Although their reputations weren't too resounding, they were existences that truly stood at the peak of the abyss. For instance, the royal clans that Liao Shi and Qin Yu came from were in no way weaker than the Nightmare race. In other words, if both sides were to shed all pretense of cordiality, then even if his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In fact, he might even provoke a great deal of trouble. Moreover, Lan Bo himself was someone that Qin Yu had grasped onto. He had made a deal with Blood Eye, and there was also the fact that after the Blood Eye leader learned of Lan Hai's existence, he was actually willing to let him leave. These were all landmines. Once they were detonated, the consequences would be inconceivable. Lan Bo's thoughts raced. His complexion paled and sweat streamed down his body. Qin Yu smiled. Sir Lan Bo is very hospitable and once traveled with me. We parted ways in a hurry, but I never thought we would meet again today. Lan Bo squeezed out a smile. To be able to meet the simple Sir Qin Yu is my honor. It doesn't matter if it's an honor or not. But, I kicked Sir Lan Bo's beloved woman today. Is there any problem with this? No, it was that slut who sought death herself. Sir Qin Yu only kicked her once. That is already a mercy beyond the law. Qin Yu nodded. If that's the case, then we will bid our farewells. Supporting Zhuolan, he turned and walked out. Several servants from the blue tile courtyard that had been sent flying hurriedly followed behind. In the grand hall, many guests widened their eyes. They were all wondering just who this Sir Qin Yu was. It seemed that he had a deep background. Otherwise, why would he be able to intimidate Lan Bo so much that he didn't dare to say anything else? Lan Hai took a deep breath. He glanced at Lan Bo. He had a deep understanding of this little brother of his. Just who was this Qin Yu? His plan had failed, so he was sure to be disappointed. But, for Lan Hai to have his current status, how could he not be shrewd? He took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. A smile reappeared on his face. For today's banquet, it was because I didn't make sufficient preparations and allowed everyone to see a joke. Sir Cloudbillow isn't feeling well, so I can only leave early. It is truly regretful. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and the banquet officially began. After staying in the hall for a while, a smiling Lan Bo walked out. His complexion immediately darkened and he said, "Just what happened?" Lan Bo had a sad expression. "Big brother, you can't provoke this Qin Yu." Chapter 11:10. Lan Bo wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't act according to his big brother's wishes today, so he didn't dare to continue hiding anything. He recounted everything that had happened, especially focusing on the 3 demon commander level guards that followed Liao Shi and Qin Yu. He didn't even hide the existence of Greasy Eye. "Big brother, that's how it is. Qin Yu and those people really cannot be provoked, otherwise we will be in deep trouble." Lan Hai's complexion darkened. He looked at him and slowly said, "You are saying that the leader of Greasy Eye was willing to let you go?" Lan Bo nodded vigorously. "What did he say? What expression did he have?" Lan Bo looked at his big brother, a bit puzzled. But facing this question, he could only try his best to recall. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "I felt that he was a bit surprised and also a bit cynical. In short, he didn't have much killing intent towards me." Lan Hai slowly nodded. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "Do not mention this matter to anyone. You may leave." "Yes." Lan Bo felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Behind him, Lan Hai's voice echoed out. "Don't randomly walk around during this period of time. I will order someone to bring you to a seclusion area to cultivate." Lan Bo quickly nodded. After his figure left, Lan Hai let out a breath. A complex expression crossed his face. He muttered, "So I died at your hands. What an unexpected harvest." As he spoke, his expression became tranquil. But, the slightly bulging blood vessels on his neck indicated that this wasn't the case in his heart. He had spent an incalculable amount of blood, sweat, and tears to cultivate his avatar. Although because of an accident, the avatar had become unreachable, as long as it was alive, the two were one. This wouldn't change. Being killed wasn't just an avatar, but it had completely disrupted all of Lan Hai's plans for the future. Although a mature and wise leader wouldn't only prepare a single path for themselves, Lan Hai did have a backup plan. But, without a doubt, the difficulty and degree of danger involved would be extremely high. If he wasn't careful, he feared he would be buried within. So, you will have to take responsibility for this matter. Lan Hai let out a breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But there were some things that couldn't be rushed. As Lan Bo said, these two people inevitably had formidable backgrounds. Before confirming his identity and before he had enough weight, he would try his best to avoid conflict with him. There were infinite possibilities in the future. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who wanted to tear Qin Yu to shreds. As the carriage drove out of the city lord's residence, without Yun Lan's orders, the blue tile courtyard's guards had already sent out a distress signal. More than a dozen guards surrounded the carriage, their expressions extremely solemn. The coachman's whip was almost like a phantom as it lashed out, not caring about the damage it would cause to the demon beasts pulling it, forcing them to erupt at their fastest speed. Along the way, rumbling sounds could be heard. Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He said in a low voice, "There's no problem for now, but you had best think of a way to thoroughly resolve the hidden dangers within your body. Otherwise, there will be major problems sooner or later." Yun Lan looked at him, her eyes bright. "You know." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. This wasn't doubt nor was it a question. Rather, he spoke in a plain and straightforward manner, as if he were speaking of some ordinary matter that everyone knew. As expected, big breasts were not completely brainless. She had already sensed it. In fact, before Qin Yu made his move in the city lord's residence, he had already guessed this possibility. After all, in the 9 Netherworld Tower, Qin Yu had helped Yun Lan suppress the demonic strength that had gone berserk within her. Even if she didn't know before, after this incident, she would discover that the demonic strength within their bodies was exactly the same. Looking at her, Qin Yu nodded. Since he couldn't avoid it, the best thing to do was to directly admit it. Otherwise, there was a high chance that both sides would develop unnecessary suspicions. "It was only when I helped you suppress the strength within your body that I discovered this." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Then, what should I call you?" She knew that Qin Yu already knew, but she didn't turn hostile. This was a good sign. When Qin Yu asked her name and switched from being passive to active, he also hoped that he could take a step further and ease the emotions in her heart. Right now, the two of them were in the same carriage and they were less than a foot apart. They could even hear each other's breathing and it seemed as if they were close. But Qin Yu knew that he was standing at the mouth of a volcano. If he couldn't appease Yun Lan and properly handle this matter, he would immediately welcome the wild attack of the old king's bloodline. That sly old fox Yun Wuya might hesitate to kill him, but he definitely wouldn't hesitate to kidnap him and lock him up so that he could become a breeding machine. With Qin Yu's understanding of Yun Wuya, there was a high chance that he would do this. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes jumped up. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Don't panic, things haven't reached the worst stage yet. Moreover, if this matter was handled well, it might even be able to push things along." But the premise was that he had to convince Yun Lan first. Only if she fully cooperated with him could he stop Shuo Wuya from having any thoughts he shouldn't have. Yun Lan. Yun Lan slowly said, "Mountains and winds, in the abyss, they represent nobility and freedom. My birth bestowed me with a noble status, but it also shackled me and caused me to lose my freedom. That is my name." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This reaction didn't seem right. He felt as if he was about to issue an ultimatum. "My name is Qin Yu, and that is my real name. So, it is only today that we truly know each other." Yun Lan nodded. "Since we know each other, I will get straight to the point. You have two choices. Either you marry me or you are killed by the clan elders." She paused for a moment and then looked straight into Qin Yu's eyes. "Qin Yu, marrying me is your best choice. As long as you and I can breed a perfect bloodline, no matter what you want, the clan elders and even the entire royal bloodline will do everything in their power to help you." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. As expected, she had laid her cards on the table. This time, she didn't try to hide anything at all and directly brought up the topic. A woman had tried to sell herself once, and then she had revealed everything and sold herself a second time. If she was rejected again, would she be angry? Wait online, bolded and enlarged. Although he didn't have an exact answer, Qin Yu felt that it was best not to take such risks. He coughed and said, I am curious. Why are you so sure that if you and I combine, we can give birth to a perfect bloodline? Is it because of that attraction between us? This description was quite appropriate. It wasn't as if two people wanted to crawl into a bed the moment they met. Yunlan's face was slightly red, but her expression was as calm as ever. At this time, she displayed her formidable mental fortitude. That's right. Previously, when I first invited you to attend the Blue Tile Courtyard's banquet to test the bloodline of the younger generation, you left a fingerprint. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Indeed, that old fox Yun Wuya had been plotting against him from the start. It was bitter, but it turned out that the other party had already verified it and didn't give him a chance to evade. If he said anything wrong, Yun Lan would probably fall out with him. Why don't I agree first and think of a way later? Qin Yu's mind raced. At this time, his complexion changed. He reached out a hand to grab Zhuolan and said in a low voice, This isn't over. It seemed like the other party was well prepared. Even though the plan in the City Lord Manor had failed, they still had follow-up plans. That's right, since I've already made my move, this is the best opportunity. Yun Wuya still hadn't arrived yet. He must have been delayed. TSK, this sly old fox had experienced an assassination attempt from the 9 Underworld Tower, yet he was still delayed. If his brain wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't know. In other words, the other party was well prepared. It seemed that wanting to escape unscathed today wouldn't be a simple matter. This left Qin Yu on guard, but also helpless. He still hadn't reached an agreement with the old king's bloodline yet, so he had to work himself to the bone first. Moreover, what was most important was that even if he worked himself to the bone, if he didn't handle things well, there was a chance he would be beaten to the ground. This was simply tragic to the extreme. Forget it, there was no point in thinking about these random things. He had to rush out first. When Qin Yu raised his hand and looked out the window, the guards surrounding the carriage also discovered that something was wrong. At some unknown time, a layer of fog had appeared in the air, causing the surrounding space to become blurry. The distance between them was instantly pulled apart, as if an invisible barrier had appeared, isolating them within. Alert! With a loud shout, several guards from the Blue Tile Courtyard raised their hands and punched outwards. Demonic energy wildly rushed out. The fog violently tumbled about, as if some taboo had been touched. It became incomparably thick. With the carriage in a radius of 1,000 feet, the fog had turned it into a cage. Domain. The guard controlling the carriage roared out loud, fear in his eyes. Hurry, attack with all your strength. Break through the domain. We've been sealed. The domain was something that only powerful abyssal guards could awaken. It was an ability similar to the talent of space. With formidable demonic energy as the foundation, they could distort space to form a piece of land that was sealed off from the outside world. Of course, this was only a general description. To be more accurate, it was a copy of space. Within the domain space, the one who used it could obtain an extremely potent increase in strength. The method to break out was to either kill the person who laid down the domain or forcefully break it apart. To be able to lay down a domain and easily pull them in, the strength of the person who did this was absolutely terrifying. They were at least at the demon commander level, and they were at the most tyrannical level. To kill such an existence in the other party's domain, it was best not to dream about it. Kill. Attack with everything you have. Break through the domain. With loud roars, the guards of the Blue Tile Courtyard attacked at the same time, erupting with their greatest strength. There was a cold snort that came from all directions. It was impossible to lock onto the location of the attack. All the guards that attacked the domain groaned as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They were sent flying away, swallowed up by the fog in the blink of an eye. The guard controlling the carriage's pupils shrank. He lifted a hand and slapped the ground beneath him. Countless runes lit up on the surface of the carriage, weaving together to form powerful defensive demonic runes. Young master, there is a powerful enemy attacking. Please remain in the carriage and wait for reinforcements from the clan." As the guard spoke, he soared into the skies and punched out. This punch stirred up vast demonic energy. Rumble, 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 like the roar of a raging river. Demon commander level. This unassuming guard controlling the carriage was actually a demon commander level powerhouse. It seemed that Yun Wuya hadn't been completely unprepared. He had arranged for such a powerhouse to secretly protect Yunlan. Within underground Peak City, if an accident occurred, he would be able to sense it at any time and arrive in a short period of time. In this situation, Yun Wuya had made ample preparations. Moreover, he had spent a great deal of effort to create this carriage. Even if Yunlan encountered an accident, he could guarantee he would be safe. Bang! The fog instantly exploded. Like a great mouth, it swallowed up the guard. Then, it rapidly contracted and expanded, emitting deep rumbling sounds like billowing thunder. It was clear that both sides had already begun fighting. Yunlan's complexion was ugly. He took a deep breath and said, "There is no need to worry." The carriage was carefully constructed by the Patriarch. No one below the Demon King level can break through it in a short period of time. As long as we can persist for a little longer, the Patriarch will definitely arrive. The demonic runes carved on the carriage had the aura of the Patriarch poured into them. Once they were activated, he would immediately sense them. No matter what arrangements the attacker had made, they would no longer be able to hide from Yun Wuya. He would rush here as fast as he could. Qin Yu didn't comment. He believed in Yunlan's words, but since this person had attacked, how could they not have a way to respond? This carriage that was like a turtle shell might not be able to guarantee their safety. As Qin Yu thought of this, his complexion changed. He turned his head and looked out the window. Half a body flew out from the fog. The guard's powerful life force allowed him to survive even after suffering a fatal injury. He looked at the carriage and howled, "Sir, don't come out, don't come out." Whoosh! A black shadow instantly pierced through the guard's body. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the guard was reduced to pieces of flesh and bones. He landed on the ground and looked up at the carriage that was wrapped in layers of defensive demonic runes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode forward. Chapter 11:11. Reality proved that Qin Yu's worries weren't unfounded. He approached the carriage to intercept the demon and punched out. His fist was wrapped in a layer of incomparably thick and pitch-black demonic power. With a loud bang, the entire carriage violently shook. The strength of the shaking caused the demonic power around his fist to disperse. A massive wound opened up on the surface of his fist, revealing scarlet flesh and pale white bone. At the sight of this, Yunlan's face turned even paler. This was because the defensive demonic runes covering the carriage were now stained with a bit of black. Like a wriggling worm, it constantly spread outwards. The wound on his fist rapidly healed without a single drop of blood flowing out. Without hesitation, the demon punched out a second time. Bang! A trembling fluctuation pierced through the carriage's defenses and crashed into it. Yunlan coughed, bitterness in her eyes. The defensive demonic runes that the Patriarch had personally laid down were incomparably powerful. Even if there was a superpowerhouse outside the carriage that could form a domain, it still wouldn't be so easy to break through its defenses. There was a problem. In this world, there was nothing that was absolutely perfect. Even the demonic runes laid down by the Patriarch had flaws. It was clear that the terrifying powerhouse outside the carriage knew the weakness of the demonic runes ahead of time. There wouldn't be a problem with the Patriarch, otherwise there wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble to kill her. Then, there was only one possibility: there was a traitor in the clan, and one with a very high status that even obtained the absolute trust of the Patriarch. Otherwise, today's events wouldn't have occurred. No matter who it was, they had succeeded. The originally impregnable carriage wouldn't be able to last much longer. This was only the second punch. Soon, it would collapse. At that time, Yunlan took a deep breath, suppressing her thoughts. Even though Qin Yu always thought she was a very stupid woman, he still didn't believe her. Although Qin Yu always thought she was a stupid woman, the truth was that if she could perfectly play the role of Yunlan and obtain the approval of the old king's bloodline, she definitely wasn't a brainless woman. She looked up at Qin Yu. Before the carriage is broken, if the patriarch doesn't arrive, then kill me. Black lines appeared on Qin Yu's face. Yun Lan thought he was worried. She lightly said, "Don't worry. Even if the patriarch learns of this, he will only thank you." Qin Yu coughed. "Can you do it yourself?" "No." Yun Lan was silent for a moment. "I cannot commit suicide. This involves a secret of the clan that I cannot tell you. Therefore, I can only ask for your help." Qin Yu relaxed a little. The reason he deliberately asked was to confirm this point. Otherwise, if Yun Lan were to become excited and kill himself, his plan would fail. Now, since it was like this, perhaps this ambush would be an excellent opportunity for him to move Yun Lan. Despicable? Maybe a little, but it's better than deceiving people's feelings, right? I had no other choice. After finding a reason for himself, Qin Yu immediately felt much calmer. Sure enough, comforting himself was very useful. Then next, he had to make it look more realistic. At most, he would suffer a bit. No, he had to suffer a bit. Otherwise, how could he fool Yun Wuya's eyes? That sly old bastard was not easy to deal with. With this thought in mind, he maintained his composure and revealed an awkward expression. "Cloud Mist, are you sure you want me to kill you?" Bang! The carriage shook violently. The defensive patterns on its surface flashed furiously, but they were unable to pierce through it. The spreading black gas actually stimulated it and caused it to spread even faster. Yun Lan's complexion paled. "Yes. Remember, you must kill me. It's best if you destroy my corpse as well." As she spoke to her, she pursed her lips, panic in her eyes. In this vast world, who didn't fear death? Moreover, she was a woman who had patiently endured for her family and lived to this day. In fact, she hadn't even lived a single day in the dark abyss with her own identity. If she were to die like this, of course she would be afraid and unwilling. Qin Yu hesitated. This woman Yun Lan was already pitiful enough. If he continued to lie to her like this, it would be a bit too much. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He had no other choice. At worst, he would just give her some compensation in the future. "All right, I agree." Hearing Qin Yu speak, Yun Lan let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she couldn't suppress her disappointment. "It seems that he really doesn't have any thoughts towards me. Otherwise, even if I were the one asking him to kill me on my own initiative, he would still struggle a little." What a ruthless man. This caused Yun Lan to feel as if she had been betrayed, even if she didn't want to admit it. But in truth, from the moment she was willing to speak to Qin Yu about the marriage, some subtle emotions had already begun to form in her heart. Qin Yu didn't notice the subtle changes in Yun Lan's expression. He looked at the demon outside the window and narrowed his eyes. Domain. He Tiangang had once said that he could also form one. At that time, although Old Fox hadn't said anything, his eyes had turned a bit red. In other words, only a peak demon commander that touched upon the threshold of the Demon King could form a domain. Other demon commanders wouldn't be able to do so. From this, one could roughly judge the strength of the demon outside. After Liao She left, Qin Yu hadn't truly fought yet. But after obtaining his half-dragon body, his strength had undoubtedly risen greatly. Against a Demon King-level demon, he likely wouldn't be able to do anything. But against a Demon Commander-level demon, there shouldn't be anything to fear. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't have other methods. The Nightmare bloodline had given him several times, and he had displayed an incomparably formidable might each time. Self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Then, what he needed to consider now was how to make this play more realistic. Bang! At the fifth punch, he continued to attack. Even though the demon was tyrannically strong, he still suffered a considerable backlash. At this time, the wounds on his palms began to heal at a much slower rate. Finally, blood dripped down. But the defensive demonic runes on the carriage in front of him had nearly been completely extinguished. There was less than 20% of what it was when it was in perfect condition. This was the last punch. If this punch fell, it would be enough to shatter the carriage and his mission would be complete. He had to be quick. There couldn't be any delays. That old bastard Yun Wuya was rushing over and could arrive at any moment. If he wanted to escape unscathed, he had to do it before that happened. So, even though he had been injured by the backlash, he still didn't hesitate to kill the demon. Bang, the sixth punch. Yun Lan closed his eyes and shouted out loud, "Qin Yu, kill me." The carriage couldn't stop him. The patriarch hadn't arrived yet, but perhaps he would arrive soon. But this short period of time was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Qin Yu, he was able to directly confront the city lord of Dark Peak. His strength was formidable, but to say he could resist the demon? Yun Lan didn't believe it. After all, an existence that could form such a formidable domain was only a step away from the king's step. Even if this sort of existence was inferior to the patriarch, the difference was similar. It was already good luck that Qin Yu was able to escape on his own. How could he protect her? Death was her only choice. No matter what plot this enemy had, it would all come to nothing. Banger, catcher. The final defensive mageweth was completely extinguished. The carriage instantly disintegrated. 6 consecutive punches had already shattered it. It was only because of the defensive runes that it remained intact. Yun Lan screamed out, "Qin Yu, hurry up and attack, otherwise it would be too late. I have no way of killing you, and right now, you might not be in a desperate situation." Qin Yu shouted out loud. His figure howled forwards, his fist crashing down. Yun Lan's eyes widened. This was a scene she never imagined would occur. Did Qin Yu not know how formidable the demon trying to kill him was? No, with his status and strength, he definitely knew that it was impossible for him to be their match. If he did, he would only be seeking his own death. He would rather risk his life than kill me. As soon as she thought of this, her heart began to wildly beat in her chest. Her eyes blurred and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Bang, in a battle between powerhouses, an instant was enough. Before Yun Lan could think any further, Qin Yu had already engaged the demon trying to kill him. Heaven-shaking explosions erupted one after another. Wild fluctuations of strength swept out in all directions like raging waves. The fog that condensed the domain began to violently tumble about. The ground constantly collapsed, forming pitch-black cracks. It had already been mentioned before. Strictly speaking, a domain was a small world that was replicated. It wasn't a true existence. Now, the cracks in the ground were caused by the damage that the domain had sustained. The demon trying to kill him's eyes brightened, a cold and gloomy light appearing in them. He never imagined that Qin Yu, who traveled with Yun Lan, would possess such formidable strength. Now, he seemed to be hoping to borrow the fluctuations from their battle to attack the stability of the domain. This was a correct idea. But unfortunately, Qin Yu seemed to have overestimated his own strength. Within the domain, he was the supreme king. Even a demon king-level existence might be able to fight him. Die. With a loud shout, the demon trying to kill him punched out. In the void above his head, there was a loud roar. The phantom of a terrifying beast appeared. Its body was blurry and there was only a pair of blood-red eyes. They were scarlet red, as if they had absorbed an endless amount of fresh blood. Bang-ear Qin Yu rapidly drew backwards. The clothes on his chest were torn to shreds, exposing his flesh and blood. A deep purple fist mark formed there. The surrounding flesh and blood split apart. Wounds spread out like a spiderweb, covering his entire chest. His flesh and blood wriggled as if it wanted to regenerate, but it was constantly torn apart by the residual strength in the fist mark. Puff-ear Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled. He glanced at Yun Lan from the corner of his eyes and saw that she was nervously staring at him. He had succeeded. This fist strike was worth it. Although it was a bit heavy, the truth was that a large part of Qin Yu's current pitiful appearance was an act. His half-dragon body was far more formidable than he had imagined. After suffering such a heavy blow, the blood in his chest tumbled for a moment before finally calming down. In fact, if Qin Yu wanted to, he could even restore these wounds to their original state with a single thought. If that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. He could act as pitifully as possible so that Yun Lan could see everything. In order to save you, I was struck countless times and nearly lost my life. Isn't this kindness too great? With such a great kindness, if I make a request, you won't feel ashamed to refuse. As long as you agree, then there is a possibility. As for Yun Wuya, as long as Yun Lan agreed, that old fox might not dare to completely tear apart all pretense of cordiality with Qin Yu. That's right, that was it. Qin Yu was overjoyed. As he looked at the demon trying to kill him, he felt much more pleasing to the eye. After all, if he hadn't come to him on his own initiative, how could he have so easily found a chance to break out of his predicament? He could feel the eyes of Qin Yu, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest and was now looking at him. The demon trying to kill him stiffened. A strange look appeared in his eyes. This kind of look. What did it mean? Did he still have a hidden card? He clearly knew how fierce he was, and yet he still dared to rush out and confront him. Unless there was something wrong with his head and he wanted to die, he definitely had a hidden card. That's right, that's right. I have to be careful and not fail miserably. After all, the bloodline of the old king wasn't someone to be provoked. Otherwise, why would the person behind him have any ideas about Yun Lan? They would have long since overturned the old king's bloodline. But being cautious was being cautious, he still had to act quickly. If he delayed any longer, that old thing Yun Wuya would really arrive. He took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. The demon trying to kill him lifted a hand and thrust it forwards. The terrifying phantom of a giant beast rumbled forwards. If he was worried about being tricked and he was also in a hurry, then he could only attack with everything he had. Bang! Qin Yu was sent flying backwards. As he flew through the air, there was a series of crackling sounds as countless wounds opened up on his body. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. The demon didn't bother with Qin Yu any longer. He sneered and rushed towards Yun Lan. Catching her was the key to today's mission. In midair, he furrowed his eyebrows. In the next moment, a phantom rushed over from the side, grabbing onto him and sending him flying away. Yun Lan covered her mouth. She could clearly see that at this time, Qin Yu's entire body was dyed red and his head was covered in blood. Even if this wasn't happening to her body, she could still feel the severe wounds he was withstanding. It must be excruciatingly painful. Even so, Qin Yu was still risking his life. As for why he was risking his life, it was so that she could continue living. Yun Lan had to admit that she couldn't understand Qin Yu's thoughts right now. When she mentioned the marriage, he had rejected her without hesitation. But now, in order to save her, he was willing to disregard his life and death. Qin Yu's character had become contradictory in her heart. But without a doubt, this character had left an incomparably deep impression in her heart. After all, in this world, there was no one who could ignore someone who was risking their life for them. In particular, a woman who appeared calm and strong on the surface but was actually afraid and weak on the inside. Moreover, she had already decided to welcome death. Out of my way! The demon shouted out loud and demonic energy wildly erupted from his body. But Qin Yu was like a plaster stuck to his body. No matter how much strength he released, he couldn't shake him away. Of course, even though he wasn't shaken away, Qin Yu's injuries became increasingly severe. His entire body was covered in wounds. Blood gushed out, soaking his entire body and dripping to the ground. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there wasn't a single part of Qin Yu's body that was intact. His entire person was like a broken drum that had been ruthlessly hammered. However, it was only his skin that was torn open. It wasn't too serious an injury. His bones would have to break as well, but although his bones were being hammered, after absorbing the dragon blood, they had become incomparably hard. If he wanted to break Qin Yu's bones now, it was still a bit off. Forget it, he would rely on himself. Breaking a few bones would be more realistic. That old fox Yun Wuya should be arriving soon. Catcher, catcher. After making his decision, the sound of bones breaking began to ring out from within Qin Yu's body. The demon felt as if he were about to go insane. Even a mountain should have been hammered to pieces by now, right? This fellow actually hadn't died yet. Moreover, he had only been hammering out flesh and blood just now, so how come his bones were suddenly breaking? And there was a considerable number of them. In this short period of time, there had to be at least several dozen of them. He didn't feel like he had used too much strength. Or could it be that this boy had exhausted all his strength and couldn't continue? No, That wasn't right. This boy looked incomparably miserable right now, and as time passed, he would become even more miserable. But the demon knew that Qin Yu's hands that were holding him didn't soften at all. Rather, they were as firm and powerful as before. Just what was going on? Damn it. He was a dignified existence below the Demon King, and yet he couldn't even kill a nameless nobody. If this were any other time or situation, the demon was confident that as long as he was patient, he could slowly grind Qin Yu to death. If 100 punches couldn't kill him, then what about 1,000? If that wasn't enough, then 10,000 punches should be enough. But right now, what he lacked was time. He couldn't delay any longer. Yun Wuya could arrive at any moment. At that time, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die. Yun Wuya, as he thought of that old thing's methods, the demon's pupils shrank. Then, endless cruelty surged in his eyes. Damn it. He originally didn't want to use his ultimate move, but now he had no other choice. He had to tear this boy to shreds in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. The demon clenched his teeth. The point between his eyebrows suddenly exploded. Blood gushed out and a rich blood light erupted from his body. The moment this blood light appeared, Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He cursed inwardly. This fellow was going all out. Although he didn't know what this bloodlight was, his intuition told him that it was best not to touch it. Otherwise, even if he had a half-dragon body, he would still be in deep trouble. Letting go, Qin Yu clutched his chest. With a dull thumping sound, he was sent flying backwards. The demon was stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to attack yet, so how could he have been sent flying backwards? Moreover, did he hit him just now? What the hell was that bang? But at this time, the demon wasn't in the mood to think too much about it. He glanced at Qin Yu, who was sent flying away, and then turned to rush towards Yun Lan. Although he wished that he could catch Qin Yu and tear him to pieces to vent his anger, he hadn't completely lost his reason. He knew what he should do. Only by catching Yun Lan would everything he did today have any meaning. Otherwise, even if he killed Qin Yu, he would still be in deep trouble. To dare to kill one of the Nightmare Bloodline's contenders for the throne, if he didn't give a satisfactory result, those people behind him would definitely be the first to jump out and kill him. Shua, a bloodlight flashed. The demon rushed towards Yun Lan. But the result this time was a repeat of last time. Just as he rushed out, he was sent flying backwards. Moreover, this collision was even more vicious. The demon's head buzzed and his vision darkened. He felt as if he had been attacked by an enraged bull. After tumbling around twice and shaking his head, a sweet smell filled his nose and mouth. It was only then that his vision became clear. Then, the demon that intercepted him saw Qin Yu desperately slapping his body, trying to extinguish the blood flames that stained him. It was that bastard again. The demon's eyes turned red. This brat wanted to harm him. If he continued to toss and turn like this, then when Yun Wuya arrived he would definitely die. You bastard, die for me. With a loud roar, the demon rushed forwards. He understood that if he didn't kill this bastard, he wouldn't be able to catch Yun Lan. Just because he couldn't be hammered to death didn't mean he couldn't be burned to death. The blood flames burning around him were his greatest trump card. This was originally a life-saving trump card in case Yun Wuya chased him down. If it weren't for this bastard, he wouldn't have been forced out. Now, he would thoroughly burn him down and let him understand what it meant to seek death. Qin Yu turned and ran. This was just a play. It was true that he pursued realistic effects, but he couldn't turn this play into reality just because of this. He couldn't provoke the blood flames. If he could delay for time and wait for the main character to catch up, then everything would be over. As soon as the demon saw Qin Yu run away, the demon diabolically grinned. He thought that it was already too late to be afraid. Run, I want to see just where you can run off to. In front of me, do you think you have any leeway to run? But reality proved that there really was leeway, and the range wasn't small at all. After chasing Qin Yu for a little while, the demon's complexion changed. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. This brat had been overtaken, but in the blink of an eye he had run away again. Once or twice was fine, but this was already the fourth time. He cheated. He had been played. The demon's entire body was wrapped in blood flames. He came to a sudden stop, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The blood flames around his body rose to a whole new level. Chapter 11:12. Bang! At this time, there was a loud explosion that caused the entire realm to fiercely shake. At this time, a part of the realm began to bulge outwards. Fog wildly surged, forming a dreadful palm. Someone from the outside had arrived and had already begun to attack, wanting to break through the realm. It was Yun Wuya, that old thing. The intercepting demon trembled. He glared at Qin Yu, the hatred and killing intent in his eyes enough to freeze the soul. It was all this bastard's fault. If it weren't for Qin Yu's previous battle with him, the impact on the realm would have caused a certain degree of strength to leak out. No matter how formidable Yun Wuya was, he would still need some time to lock onto the position of the realm. Of course, more importantly, if it weren't for Qin Yu, he would have already captured Yun Lan and wouldn't have waited until now. Yun Wuya had arrived and he had already used his trump cards. The chances of him surviving today were minuscule. He was a formidable existence that was just a step away from the Demon King step. His future possibilities were infinite, and once he smoothly broke through, he would enter a brand new world. But now, all of this had become a bubble. The intercepting demon had no confidence that he could escape from Yun Wuya's hands. In other words, from this moment on, his chances of survival were nearly severed. And all of this was caused by Qin Yu. If he could choose, he would eat the demon's flesh and sleep on his skin. But he was going to die. A dead demon would lose all value. But he still had bloodline descendants. If he wanted them to continue living, he had to complete today's mission. Bang! The intercepting demon's body blazed with blood flames. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a blood flame giant that grasped at Yun Lan. The space between the 5 fingers, which were wrapped in scarlet flames and burning endlessly, rapidly collapsed, and a black hole appeared. A formidable swallowing strength erupted from the black hole. It locked onto Yun Lan and pulled her over. At this time, he no longer wished to live. Instead, he placed himself in the path of death to erupt with an even more terrifying strength. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This fellow was going all out. The blood flames were burning his own flesh and blood. Within the blood flame giant, the intercepting demon that controlled everything withered away, becoming like a dried-up corpse. Only his eyes were brighter than before. "Patriarch, save me!" Yun Lan screamed. She could already feel Yun Wuya's aura outside the realm. Boom! An earth-shattering boom reverberated throughout Evil Peak City. The space before them shook violently as cracks appeared and rapidly spread in all directions. The phantom of an illusory world appeared in the shattered space. The edges of the world shook as if great waves were set off. One could vaguely see what was happening within. Yun Wuya's face was as dark as still water, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, his chest was burning. Good, very good. To think that there were actually people from their side in the Council of Elders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been held up today. To make a move on Yun Lan time and time again, attempting to push the entire lineage of the old king into a state of eternal damnation. Did they really think that he wouldn't fly into a rage? Swoosh swoosh, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard as a dozen figures whistled through the air, their eyes wide as they stared at the scene before them. Of course, these were only some of their emotions on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, no one knew. Yun Wuya, this is Eventide City, the ancestral land. If you attack without restraint, it will be a great crime if you cause any disturbance. One of the devils shouted in a low voice, his expression cold. Scram! Yun Wuya roared. He raised his hand and punched out. In that instant, a towering demonic figure appeared behind him and punched forward. The devil's pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock and anger. He clearly hadn't expected that Yun Wuya would attack without a word. Boom! With a loud explosion, the devil opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, smashing through countless buildings along the way. This scene caused the expressions of all the devils that had just arrived to change. Their hearts were shaken. Yun Wuya's strength was stronger than they had expected. Or perhaps this old thing had been hiding his strength all this time. Although his cultivation level was restricted by the agreement of the clan and his bloodline, and he couldn't break through to the king level, his true strength had probably far surpassed the limits of a devil general. At this moment, the blood flame giant suddenly appeared in the shattered space. In the next moment, Yun Lan's cry for help could be faintly heard. Yun Wuya roared, "Anyone who dares to stop me will die." As he roared, he raised his hand and punched out at the domain. Yun Wuya, how impressive of you. Erfeng City is my nightmare ancestral land, not a place where you can behave atrociously. With a cold laugh, a figure appeared. He raised his hand and pressed forward. With a heaven-shaking roar, Yun Wuya's punch was blocked. It was Elder Qi Shong of the ancient king bloodline. As their gazes fell on this person, more and more devils that had arrived subconsciously retreated. This was one of the strongest members of the nightmare race and was known to be invincible below the devil king level. The reason why he was called Qi Shong was because he had once fought against 7 experts of the same level with a single strike. In the end, he had defeated all 7 of them and forced them to flee with heavy injuries. 2 of them had even died from their injuries. After this battle, Elder Qi Shong's name had spread far and wide. Yun Wuya took a deep breath and then produced a command medallion. The medallion was completely black, and its surface was smooth and glossy. However, as soon as the devils saw it, their pupils constricted, and expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Black token. Order to decide life and death. Order of death. As they cried out, the people that had been retreating all turned and ran as if they had seen a ghost. What nonsense! The black token had already appeared. Why didn't they run as far away as they could? Were they just going to stay and wait for death? For any faction, once their strength reached a certain level, there would be different voices within them. This was normal and no one could avoid it. But while it was unavoidable, it couldn't lead to a large-scale internal strife that was beyond their control. Thus, the black token appeared within the nightmare race. Of course, this was just a simple name based on its appearance. In reality, it had another more detailed and resounding name, the Order of Death. Within the nightmare race, once one's strength and status reached a certain level, they were qualified to apply for a black token from the king. This token was used to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between powerful existences within the race. Once it was used, both sides would sign a life and death contract. In a great battle, only one person would survive. The loser's life would be the end of their hatred. Because of this, it was called the Order of Death. Once the order was issued, someone would die. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Yun Wuya was really going to fight with his life on the line. He should run as far away as he could. 7 Kill's expression changed and his eyes darkened. He didn't think that Yun Wuya would have something like the black token. He wasn't afraid of fighting with his life on the line, but this time, the ancient king's bloodline had the upper hand. The battle for the new king was already in the bag. Of course, the most important thing was that he wasn't absolutely confident that he could kill Yun Wuya. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. He would have directly activated the black token and hammered this bastard to pieces. But in this situation, if he backed down, it would be too humiliating. For a moment, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yun Wuya took a step forward and exerted some force in his fingers. The surface of the black token in his hand immediately began to emit a faint light. This is the last time. Get out of my way. 7 Kills was filled with hatred, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Yun Wuya, that old bastard, was really too much. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and agree, another figure barged in and said in a low voice, "All right, don't be rash." He looked at Yun Wuya. Elder 7 Kills is just worried that your actions will affect the ancestral land. He doesn't really want to stop you. This matter ends here. We won't stop you from doing whatever you want to do. He grabbed 7 Kills with one hand and pulled him to the side. Of course, 7 Kills had to put on an appropriate expression of indignation and reluctance, as if he would have hammered him to death if Yun Wuya hadn't stopped him. If he didn't do this, he would lose all face. Yun Wuya snorted coldly. He didn't have time to talk to them at all. His figure moved and he charged into the domain. Boom! With a punch, the entire domain shook violently. Wild demonic power swept out, and large swathes of demonic energy were destroyed and scattered. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the surface of the domain. Yun Wuya had attacked with his full strength, and the power that erupted from him shocked everyone. Elder Seven Kill's mouth twitched, and a dark look appeared in his eyes. Yun Wuya, that old bastard, really lived up to his title as the King of Shadows. He had hidden himself so deeply. If it weren't for the fact that Yun Lan was in danger today, Elder Seven Kills would have continued to hide. Who knew when he would have suffered at Yun Lan's hands? Blackling. Fortunately, he hadn't been rash just now. Otherwise, although he didn't want to admit it, he really might have been beaten to death. The person who had pulled Elder Seven Kills away just now was another powerful figure in the ancient king's bloodline, Marquis Qianjun. It wasn't a name, but a title that had been passed down from his ancestors. In the nightmare race, it was a famous and golden signboard. Although he had only obtained his current status because of his ancestors, in reality, no one in the nightmare race dared to underestimate Marquis Qianjun in the slightest. His current status wasn't something that could be determined simply by a title passed down from his ancestors. His methods and strength were both top-notch. Marquis Qianjun looked at Yun Wuya with a serious expression. As expected, Yun Wuya's strength was stronger than he had imagined. If not for this, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to deal with the previous king's bloodline. Hihi, the abyssal royal bloodline was born noble and had all kinds of resources. They were the descendants of the heavens that everyone envied. But in this world, where there were gains, there were losses. If Yun Wuya wasn't a descendant of the royal bloodline, even if he came from an ordinary background, with his potential and aptitude, his current achievements would probably be far greater than what he was today. There could only be one king in a race. This was a limit set by the will of the abyss, but it was also a thorn in the hearts of the members of the abyssal royal bloodline. Who didn't want to become a king? But there was only one throne. If you weren't willing, then you could only fight for it. Marquis Qianjuan's eyes flashed for a moment before he calmed down. It was too early to say all this. Once the new king's throne was settled, perhaps he could come into contact with Yun Wuya. Whoosh. Chapter 11:13. The three people inside the bounded domain did not know what was happening outside, but there was no doubt that the bounded domain was about to be broken. Roar the blood flame giant roared towards the sky. The space between its 5 fingers collapsed, and the devouring power of the black hole formed became even stronger. Yun Lan could no longer resist and was sent flying over. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. That old bastard Yun Wuya, he wasn't as strong as he appeared to be. It had been so long and he still hadn't come in. He didn't know what the black hole in the blood flames was, but he definitely couldn't just watch as Yun Lan was sucked into it. Otherwise, his previous act of joy and suffering so many blows would have been in vain. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. It wasn't to the extent of risking his life, but he was afraid that if he acted too much, he might give himself away. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and moved. He couldn't care about anything else right now. He spread his arms and pulled Yun Lan into his embrace. Ah! This doesn't feel right. Looking down, Qin Yu's heartbeat quickened and blood nearly sprayed out from his nose. Perhaps it was because he was unable to control the power in his body. Yun Lan's disguise had lost its effect, and he had reverted to the appearance of a woman. His robe had been torn apart by the devouring power of the black hole. When he was in his disguise, it was still fine. TSK, almost everything that shouldn't be exposed was exposed. The temptation was beyond imagination. Damn it. Qin Yu's body inevitably began to change. This wasn't because his willpower was so poor. This was because when Yun Lan returned to being a woman, the sinful attraction between them exploded once again. Not to mention, Qin Yu was holding her tightly in his arms and their skin was touching. Dong dong in his chest, the heart of the abyss seemed to be rebelling. It pounded madly, pushing the blood in his body to circulate at an astonishing speed. On the surface of his eyeballs, the fine blood vessels rapidly congealed, causing his eyes to turn scarlet. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his composure. He didn't dare to hug Yun Lan anymore, nor did he care that he might hurt her. He pushed her away from his chest. Wrapped in bloody flames, the killing devil had really gone crazy. Just as he was about to catch Yun Lan, this bastard rushed out again. A hero saving a damsel in distress? An unkillable cockroach, huh? Let's see if your flesh can withstand the burning of the nether blood flame. You must die today. Roar with a roar, the devouring power released by the black hole sword. At the same time, the blood flame giant's other hand reached out to grab Qin Yu. The demons hated him to the bone. They wanted to capture him with their own hands and burn him to ashes bit by bit with the netherworld blood flame. That won't do. I can't die. I have to live. Qin Yu glanced over. Even if they didn't need to do anything, they would still have to burn themselves to ashes in the end to kill the demons. You're already in such a state. It's not worth it to risk my life against you. I'll just use the old rules to stall for time. The cloud mist was pushed away, and the heart of the abyss gradually calmed down. The redness in its eyes dissipated, but before it could completely disappear, a black spot appeared and began to expand outwards. At this moment, his eyes had become pitch black, icy cold, and desolate. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in them, and they seemed like an endless night that could devour everything. The blood flame giant froze for a moment, and the slaughter devil in its center froze on the spot. In fact, more than half of the devouring power imprisoning Qin Yu dissipated. Swoosh, he turned around and left. In the next moment, the blood flame giant regained its freedom. But it didn't attack again. Instead, it stared at Qin Yu, its corpse-like face filled with horror. Abyssal gaze, it's the abyssal gaze. How is this possible? He has already awakened it. Could he be the reincarnation of the previous king? Shock, disbelief, all sorts of intense emotions wove together, but they soon dissipated, leaving behind nothing but endless heat. Royal bloodline, the true royal bloodline, and it had already awakened. If the nightmare race knew of this, then the struggle for the throne would become meaningless. Because as long as this boy entered the ancestral land, he would naturally become the new king, and without a doubt, this was a chance for survival that had suddenly appeared in his desperate situation. It could even be called the greatest lucky chance of his life. Kill Qin Yu, swallow his bloodline, and then forcefully open the ancestral land. Once he succeeded, not only would he be able to escape death, but he would also become one of the highest existences in the abyss. Die. With a loud shout, the slaughter devil ignited all of his strength without hesitation. At this time, it wasn't just his flesh and blood that was burning. His soul, bloodline, will, everything became fuel for the netherworld bloodfire. If he succeeded, he would obtain a new life and achieve great merits. If he failed, he would completely vanish, vanishing from this world forever. This was truly and thoroughly vanishing, without a single trace remaining. There would never be a day where he could transcend. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He could feel the terrifying aura erupting behind him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was a character that was about to become a demon king, so couldn't it be a little more broad-minded? Wouldn't it be better to just obediently die? I didn't dig up your family's ancestral grave, so why hold a grudge? Why must it drag him down with it? The current Qin Yu didn't know what the nightmare bloodline flowing through his body meant, but there was one thing he knew, and that was that risking his life wasn't worth it. If he had to run, he had to run. He turned his head, his eyes turning pitch black. He glanced at the blood flame giant. Taking advantage of the moment when it paused, Qin Yu dodged the grasping hand. Shua. In the blink of an eye, he opened up the distance once more. Originally, Qin Yu was worried that the blood flame giant would attack Yun Lan and force him to face it head-on, but reality proved that he was overthinking things. The blood flame giant seemed to hate him to the extreme. It vented all of its strength towards Qin Yu, erupting with a terrifying strength with every move it made. If it weren't for the might of the abyss gaze interrupting him every time, Qin Yu would have no other choice but to risk his life. Rumble, 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 the entire domain violently trembled. The fog that gathered around it began to collapse. It withstood the attacks from both inside and outside, accelerating the process of its destruction. Yun Lan paled. Although she couldn't clearly see Qin Yu's battle with the blood flame giant because of the fog, the wild strength that surged outwards undoubtedly indicated just what sort of perilous situation Qin Yu was in right now. Although he was able to avoid the bombardment by a hair's breadth, it was like he was walking on the edge of a blade. He could lose his life at any moment. And all of this wasn't something he needed to bear. Regardless of what Qin Yu was thinking, in the end, she still owed him a life. And the life she owed him today was different from the graciousness of saving her life in the past. She naturally couldn't help him from a safe distance. When death could arrive at any moment, she didn't hesitate to stand in front of him. Right now, Qin Yu was that mountain that stood in front of her. Before that mountain collapsed, she wouldn't be harmed. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The tottering domain finally couldn't withstand the brutal ravaging and began to completely disintegrate. No. The blood flame giant emitted a shrill scream. It looked at Qin Yu, who was rapidly retreating and hiding in the fog, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. The abyss gaze was an ability that only the King of Nightmares could control. But even the King of Nightmares couldn't continuously activate this heaven-defying ability. In this short period of time, how many times had Qin Yu activated it? The blood flame giant didn't count, but it had to be at least 10 times. Each time, it thought that Qin Yu had reached the end of his tether and that it was impossible for him to activate the strength of the abyss gaze once more. But even now, he was still alive and kicking, without any signs of exhaustion. Instead, it was the domain that couldn't be maintained any longer and was broken apart. The domain was forcefully shattered and the demon that tried to intercept him suffered a backlash. A mouthful of thick black blood spat out from his mouth. As he spat out this blood, it was like a balloon bursting. The aura of the demon that tried to intercept him began to rapidly fall. The raging blood flames around him rapidly extinguished and dissipated, revealing a withered corpse that had lost all luster. His death had arrived. Why was it like this? He was a dignified abyssal king, a tyrannical existence that stood at the highest peak, someone who had dominated for thousands of years without being defeated. Yet, he had died today in such an inexplicable manner. It shouldn't be like this. He had his own reasons for accepting the task of suppressing cloud mist. Otherwise, with his status, there was no need for him to involve himself in the muddy waters of the struggle for the throne of the new King of Nightmares. There was no need to elaborate on the specifics, but since he chose to intervene, he should have made ample preparations. He had condensed the domain to seal off the aura, he had learned of the flaws in the carriage's defensive demonic runes ahead of time, he had the netherworld blood flame in his hands, a great killing tool that could erupt with strength, and in addition to his own incomparably formidable strength. Everything had been perfectly prepared. There shouldn't have been a problem, but a problem had occurred, slowly dragging him into a hopeless situation. Qin Yu. It was this bastard, it was all because of him, otherwise Cloud Mist would have been captured by him long ago and he wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable state. The demon that tried to intercept him was withered and lifeless. His eyes were so dim that they nearly faded away, but at this moment, they erupted with a final burst of light. He knew that he wouldn't survive. Even if Yun Wuya hadn't done anything, the netherworld blood flame would have exhausted all of his vitality. But, he couldn't die like this. He had to drag Qin Yu down with him. It was highly likely that he was the reincarnation of the King of Nightmares. Once others learned of this, he would die without a doubt. Within the nightmare race, those that forced him to take action would absolutely not allow the previous king to be reborn, otherwise they would all be destroyed. Qin Yu is. The demon opened his mouth and roared out with the last of his strength. As long as his voice spread out, it would definitely be heard by others. At that time, Qin Yu would absolutely die. With just a few words, he would be able to place Qin Yu in a death trap. But just as the demon opened his mouth, not too far away, Qin Yu's figure appeared. His eyes turned pitch black and his icy cold gaze fell upon him. Again. Was this the abyssal gaze? Otherwise, how could a mere demon commander that hadn't even touched upon the threshold of Demon King be able to use it again and again? Even if he really was the reincarnation of the King of Nightmares, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish this. With a heart full of grievance, anger, and resentment, the demon took his last breath and fell to the ground. Qin Yu wiped away a cold sweat. Although he didn't know what this fellow was planning to say before he died, his intuition told him that if he didn't interrupt him, he would surely suffer. Luckily, his reaction was a step faster. This fellow had only spoken a single word, no one knew what was coming next. He pressed a hand against his chest and strength gushed out. With a loud bang, Qin Yu cried out miserably as he was sent flying backwards. He smashed through the fog and crashed into Yun Lan's side. Qin Yu, are you all right? Yun Lan rushed over and hugged him. Cough, cough. As he coughed and spat out blood, Qin Yu smiled. As long as you're all right. His head lolled to the side as he fainted. He had no choice but to faint. That old thing Yun Wuya had arrived. He wasn't as easily tricked as Yun Lan. If he didn't faint now and was questioned a bit more, it would be troublesome if he revealed a flaw. Once he woke up and Yun Wuya wanted to question him again, many of his traces would be gone and it would be much easier for him to deal with them. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air as Yun Wuya burst forth. His eyes swept around and his complexion changed. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Space suddenly twisted, wrapping around Yun Lan and Qin Yu. Then, without a word, he brought the two of them away. The 7 Kill clan elder's eyes flashed and his aura surged. He glanced at Marquis 15 Jun from the corner of his eyes. That person didn't move at all, as if he hadn't seen what was happening. The 7 Kill clan elder cursed inwardly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to attack. Yun Wuya didn't even glance at the already dead demon. The dead couldn't speak, so there was no need to waste any more time. Of course, things wouldn't end so easily. If this person dared to move against the old king's bloodline, no matter what their goal was, they would have to pay the appropriate price for their actions. Naturally, there would be people who would investigate everything that had happened today and deliver it to him. At that time, all of his bloodline and relatives would suffer the crazy eruption of the old king's bloodline and be turned to ashes in despair. Chapter 11:14. In the blue tile courtyard, Yun Lan's face was pale. She looked at Qin Yu who was lying on the bed, her eyes filled with worry. When Yun Wuya opened his eyes, she hurriedly asked, "Patriarch, how is he?" "He won't die," Yun Wuya lightly said, but he couldn't help but frown. This boy had nearly been hammered to death. Not only was his flesh torn, but there were also dozens of broken bones. To demons with tyrannical bodies, this kind of injury was extremely serious. But for some reason, he felt that this injury was a bit strange. Moreover, this boy Qin Yu's vitality was shockingly vigorous. It didn't match the weakness he had displayed. Could he have been faking it? That couldn't be right. Although this boy had some skills, his strength couldn't be faked. In front of a top demon commander that could form a domain, it was only natural that he would be hammered to death. To say that he could still easily fake his injuries in a battle of this degree. Yun Wuya really didn't believe it. Yun Lan let out a breath, a happy expression on her face. That's good, that's good. Yun Wuya's frown deepened. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Yun Lan, he knows?" Yun Lan was startled. Then she slowly nodded. "Yes, Patriarch." Although neither of them said it explicitly, they both knew what he was referring to. Seeing Yun Wuya's increasingly solemn expression, Yun Lan hurriedly said, "Patriarch, Qin Yu should already know. Today, in the city lord's mansion, he helped me." She immediately recounted what had happened. "So, I believe that Qin Yu has no intention of harming the former king's bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to save me so many times. He could just watch from the sidelines." Yun Wuya expressionlessly shook his head. "I admit that what you say is very reasonable. Perhaps Qin Yu has no intention of harming the former king's bloodline. But just because he doesn't now doesn't mean he won't in the future. The former king's bloodline is a matter of life and death. There can be no mistakes. So, even if he has saved you many times, I can only repay his kindness with enmity once." Bang! A trace of killing intent erupted from Qin Yu's body. The temperature in the air wildly dropped. A layer of white frost began to appear on Qin Yu's body. "Patriarch." Yun Lan's pale face was filled with anger. He stood in front of Qin Yu. "I will not let you kill him." Yun Wuya roared with rage. "Yun Lan, get out of the way. I know that my actions are despicable, but for the safety of the entire race, I have no other choice." Yun Lan shook his head. "If Clan Elder wants to kill him, then kill me first. I definitely won't step aside." "Yun Lan." Yun Wuya was flustered and exasperated, his body shaking with rage. Don't force me. Now that you know the secret of my race, Qin Yu cannot be allowed to live. Qin Yu was lying on the bed, his entire body covered in white frost. He was shrouded in a terrifying killing intent. He sighed inwardly. If he didn't know about it, then he really would have fallen for Cloud Mist's trick. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that you wholeheartedly wanted to push Cloud Mist to me, then I really would have fallen for your trick. The reason was simple. After marriage, a bloodline was born. How could Qin Yu not know who he was sleeping with? It was impossible to hide such a thing. Therefore, Qin Yu would find out sooner or later. In today's situation, before Qin Yu had even boarded the carriage, he had already grasped the weakness of the old king's bloodline. This matter was certainly serious. If it was grasped by someone with ulterior motives, then the entire bloodline of the old king might be finished. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't jumping around in the open. He was in an unconscious state within the blue tile courtyard. In front of Yun Wuya, why would he need to be nervous? With this sly old fox's personality, his first thought was to lock Qin Yu up and use him as a breeding machine. Killing someone, that was far too wasteful. Moreover, taking 10,000 steps back, even if Yun Wuya really wanted to kill Qin Yu, there was no need for him to act so solemnly and with such great fanfare. He would also act as if he had no other choice and was shouting at Yun Lan in front of him. In private, he had plenty of ways to quietly kill Qin Yu. Was there a need for him to fall out with Yun Lan? So, everything in front of Qin Yu was an act. This sly old fox might not have been able to determine whether or not Qin Yu's injuries were real, but he had definitely discovered that Qin Yu had woken up. His current actions were deliberately done for Qin Yu to see. He wanted Qin Yu to know that although he had saved Yun Lan's life, Yun Lan had also saved him. Everyone was even. Don't think about using this favor to do anything. You had best be obedient, otherwise I'll deal with you however I want. Humph humph, a sly old fox is a sly old fox, he won't suffer any losses at all. He's prepared for everything that he shouldn't have thought of. But, why was I able to accurately guess his thoughts? Moreover, it was so clear and complete. Could it be that I'm also such a person? No, I'm definitely not. At most, I can be considered quick-witted, but I definitely wouldn't do something so shameless. Qin Yu cursed Yun Wuya inwardly. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Yun Lan fiercely turned around, a look of concern on his face. You're awake. Yun Wuya was expressionless. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, and as he looked at Yun Lan's current expression, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Women were indeed women, they were a bit too emotional. They were normally fine, but once they encountered a man who barged into their hearts, their minds would become muddled. Humph humph. Luckily, I, the wise and wise Yun Wuya, am here. No matter how crafty that brat Qin Yu is, he can forget about causing any trouble. Sir Yun Lan, the patriarch is also here. It was I, Qin Yu, who was lacking in manners. As he spoke, he was about to bow, but his body trembled and his face paled even further. Yun Lan said, there is no need to be so polite. The patriarch will not care about such things. Yun Wuya put on a fake smile. He lightly said, that's right. I indeed don't care about such trivial customs, but when it comes to the life or death of my family, I have no choice but to care. Qin Yu, I will kill you today. Do you have any complaints in your heart? Qin Yu cursed this old fart inwardly. This was forcing him to express his stance. It wasn't too much to say that he was biting the hand that fed him. Just you wait. I will remember this debt first. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely let you know just how fierce I am, but right now, he was under the eaves of the patriarch, so he could only lower his head for now, cough. Qin Yu doesn't quite understand what the patriarch means. Yun Wuya rolled his eyes. What were you pretending to be so pure for? If you don't understand, you can wake up now. Since you've woken up, you should obediently acknowledge it. If you push me too far, I'll teach you a lesson. He faintly smiled and lightly said, you really don't know? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Yes, I inadvertently learned of Miss Yun Lan's identity, but that was truly unintentional. Moreover, I have no intention of harming the old king's bloodline. Yun Wuya coldly sneered. There is no need to say such meaningless words. This is something that I played with in the past. In this world, only the dead can keep secret. Patriarch. Yun Lan's face flushed red with anger. As she looked at Qin Yu's incomparably weak appearance, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. He actually dared to act like this. I absolutely will not allow you to harm Qin Yu. Don't make me say this a third time. Yun Wuya coldly snorted, not speaking. He simply looked at Qin Yu as if to say, "You brat, hurry up and get on with it. You sly old bastard, if it weren't for the fact that we needed to enter the nightmare ancestral land, I would have already flipped out with you. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Do you understand the 10,000-foot Titan true body? If you don't understand, is that demon dragon race elder enough?" Qin Yu clenched his teeth and coughed. A look of gratitude crossed his face. "Thank you, Miss Yun Lan, for protecting me. I am deeply grateful, and now, Miss has also saved my life." Humph. That might not be true. Yun Wuya was secretly pleased with himself. This brat was tactful enough to take the initiative to repay his kindness. Then, he felt a bit cold. This brat was actually able to guess his thoughts. His brain was also quite good, he couldn't be careless. Thinking of this, his eyes became increasingly cold. "Qin Yu, looking at the fact that Yun Lan risked her life to protect you, I can give you a way out. In this world, it is true that only the dead can keep secrets. But, it is also true that we can barely trust our own people. If you marry Yun Lan and become the son-in-law of my previous king's bloodline, then we will share weal and woe and benefit together. I will show you mercy and let this matter rest." Yun Lan wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Yun Wuya glared at him. Then, he viciously glared at Qin Yu. "Remember, this is my bottom line. If you dare to have any other thoughts, I guarantee I will tear you to shreds and then grind you into powder and toss you into the sores, erasing all evidence." As he spoke, he turned and left. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only Qin Yu and Yun Lan in the room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Although Yun Lan had brought up the matter of marriage before, he hadn't made it clear. There was still some degree of concealment between the two of them. But now, that shameless old man Yun Wuya had used this opportunity to make it clear. The two of them stood face to face, so close that they could hear each other's breathing. It was hard not to feel awkward. Yun Wuya walked out of the courtyard and ordered people to seal off the surroundings. Not even a single mosquito was allowed to leave. A smug look appeared on his face. When he discovered that Yun Lan's identity had been exposed, he had been shocked and enraged. His first thought was to silence him. But soon, someone as smart as I, old Yun, found a way to turn this crisis into an opportunity. "Didn't Qin Yu want to refuse? Hehe, in this sort of situation, why don't you try refusing me again? Do you really think my saber isn't sharp enough? But, in order to give this boy more pressure, I might as well do something else first. I'll let him know just how powerful I, old Yun, am." A cold light flashed in Yun Wuya's eyes. He had attacked Yun Lan again and again. If he didn't do something, then the old king's bloodline would become a joke. In truth, he had already begun to do something. It was just that the second interception had happened too quickly and he hadn't been able to completely prepare yet. This time, he would settle old and new grudges together. It was time for some blood to flow in this evil peak city. The new king had ascended to the throne. How could there not be red embellishments in celebration? Shua. Yun Wuya's figure flickered and disappeared from sight. As for the safety of the blue tile courtyard, this was the residence of the dignified king of nightmares. If something could happen to Yun Lan here, then the entire bloodline of the old king should just wash their necks clean and commit suicide. Outside the blue tile courtyard, beside a carriage, He Tiangong's complexion changed. His body tensed, like a drawn bow that could erupt with a heaven-shaking strike at any moment. Old Fox's reaction was far too slow. It was as if a giant stone had been placed on top of his head, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Luckily, the terrifying aura that enveloped the two only lasted for an extremely short period of time before fading away. "Who? Old Fox let out a long breath, his face pale. Is that Yun Wuya? He Tiangang slowly nodded. That's right. This is a warning he gave us. Within his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched together. He was also a peak demon commander who had touched upon the threshold of the King realm. But the difference in strength between the two was far greater than he had imagined. Just now, when Yun Wuya had left the blue tile courtyard, his aura had locked onto the two of them. This was just a warning, but it was enough to force him into a stance of resisting with all his strength. This was the difference in strength. Old Fox could see the unwillingness in He Tiangang's eyes. He bitterly smiled inwardly. The old black dog still had some desire to resist, but under the suppression of that aura just now, he could only tremble. Both of them were demon commanders. For the disparity in strength to be so great, it really hurt his pride. He took a deep breath and said, "What should we do?" He Tiangang was silent for a moment. He said, "Wait." Old Fox thought for a moment and then nodded. Qin Yu was in the blue tile courtyard, there was no doubt about this. For the time being, Yun Wuya didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards them. Of course, through the warning just now and the words Qin Yu had said before, he also knew that the relationship between the two sides wasn't as friendly as it seemed on the surface. But Qin Yu's strength absolutely wasn't limited to what he saw. As someone who carried a great destiny and shouldered the great cause of unifying the Dark Abyss, how could he be weak? Calmly waiting for the situation to change and waiting for an opportunity to strike was indeed the best choice for the two of them. Chapter 11:15. Qin Yu, who Old Fox and He Tiangang considered to be unfathomably deep and also had a powerful hidden card in his hand, was now staring with wide eyes, struggling with his emotions. Across from him, Yun Lan restored her female form on her own initiative. Her limpid eyes fell on his face. Qin Yu, perhaps it's because our bloodlines are connected, or perhaps it's because you've saved me so many times, but I can't deny that I have a favorable impression of you. If you are willing to marry me, then even if I never imagined this day would come, I will still do my best to be a qualified wife. The entire bloodline of the old king will stand behind you and help you accomplish everything within the scope of our abilities. He had been confessed to, and it was by a princess with a noble status and an unimaginably beautiful appearance. Moreover, there was a strong promise attached to it. He looked at Yun Lan in front of him. She was still dressed in men's clothes. Her back was loose and her hair hung down. But because of this, there was an indescribable attraction to her that caused Qin Yu's heart to beat faster and faster. A thought uncontrollably formed in his heart. If he agreed to her, all his problems would be easily solved. All he needed to pay was to unite with Yun Lan in front of him. In this matter, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who obtained the greatest advantage. Not only would he receive a free beauty, but he could also borrow the strength of the old king's bloodline to break through his current predicament. Qin Yu. Yun Lan whispered. Her face was flushed red and she gasped for breath, emitting a sweet fragrance. That's right, it was sweet. But in Qin Yu's eyes, this description wasn't enough. At this moment, Yun Lan's aura was like a drug that he couldn't refuse. Qin Yu slowly looked up. His eyes began to turn blood red once more. As he looked at Yun Lan's appearance, he pinched his thigh and barely managed to regain his sobriety. Yun Lan, restrain your aura. You and I are impossible. You will naturally understand this in the future. The air fell silent. Yun Lan stood up and drew back. She looked at Qin Yu, a dim light in her eyes. What do you want to say? Although he knew that his decision wasn't wrong, looking at her current appearance, Qin Yu still subconsciously felt a trace of guilt. With Yun Lan's status, for her to say those words just now must have summoned up all of her courage. It was inevitable that she would be sad after being rejected by Qin Yu. But if I agree to your request, I'll be harming you. If you don't acknowledge your debt, you won't even have a place to cry when the time comes. He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He thought to himself several times, I'm doing this for her good, I'm doing this for her good. He slowly said, Cloud Mist, I've already confirmed the patriarch's attitude. If I refuse the marriage, he absolutely won't let me off. So, I'm very grateful that you can think highly of me. If you really want to save me, then do as I suggest. Yun Lan furrowed his brows and shook his head. I've said it before, the clan elder will never agree. Moreover, even if I agree to help you, how can you participate in the battle for the new king? I know that you have the bloodline of the nightmare race, but not all members of the nightmare race are qualified to fight for the throne. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. As long as she didn't blindly refuse him, that meant there was hope. As for the qualification restriction, it was only natural. He had already expected it. No matter what this restriction was, it was ultimately related to the demon race bloodline flowing in his body. The strength of the abyssal demon race was built upon their bloodline, so Qin Yu had absolute confidence in this. And the reason he possessed such great strength after entering the abyss was because he had seized the Nightmare King's bloodline from the myriad soul Dao. How could such a person not have the qualifications to compete for the throne? Of course, there was still a possibility. After all, he came from the flesh and blood world and wasn't a pure abyssal creature. Even if he seized the Nightmare King's bloodline, that didn't mean everything would go smoothly. But if he didn't try, who knew what the result would be? Cloud Mist, I admit that what you said is correct. But, since my bloodline can attract you, it shouldn't be too bad. You won't object to this, right? So, I still have a chance. Qin Yu glanced at her and said in a low voice, moreover, I am willing to vow to the will of the abyss that if the old king's bloodline supports me in competing for the throne, once I complete my wish, I will pass the throne to the person of the old king's bloodline. Yun Lan's complexion changed. An oath to the will of the abyss had a tremendous binding force on all abyssal creatures. The stronger one was, the more clearly they could sense it. Once they violated it, they would have to withstand the punishment of the will of the abyss. No one dared to violate an oath to the will of the abyss. Since Qin Yu had such an attitude, he might be able to move the tribal elder. Yun Lan's eyes flashed and a thought appeared in her mind. She pursed her lips, not saying a word. Objection wasn't objection, agreement wasn't agreement. In Qin Yu's eyes, this silence clearly contained some other meaning. He furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Yun Lan not too far away and bitterly smiled inwardly. It seemed this woman really had taken a liking to him. No matter, he had to calm her down first. At worst, he would just have to eat his words. In any case, if things didn't go smoothly, there was a high chance he would fall out with the old king's bloodline. It didn't matter if he hated them a bit more or less. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He shook his head and said, "Fine, I will promise you one more thing. If it is finally proven that I have no way to participate in the struggle for the throne, then I will agree to tribal elders' requests." Yun Lan's eyes brightened. She looked up at Qin Yu. "Are you serious?" This straightforward and direct response left Qin Yu speechless. Indeed, his guess wasn't wrong. This woman had deliberately waited here for him to say these words. As the dignified nightmare princess, couldn't she be a bit more reserved? Although Qin Yu ridiculed her in his heart, he didn't want to complicate matters further. He nodded and said, "Of course." Yun Lan brightly smiled. Then it's settled. She looked at Qin Yu, her eyes soft and gentle, as if she were looking at a piece of meat that had been cooked in her own pot. She was brimming with confidence. This look left Qin Yu feeling uncomfortable. He thought to himself, could it be that the requirements to compete for the throne were really that high? Otherwise, Yun Lan wouldn't have revealed such an expression. But with things having come this far, even if he knew he had been tricked by Yun Lan, he could only brace himself and accept it. Moreover, Qin Yu felt that it was still unknown what the final result would be. He would have to let this woman be happy for a while. You should have thought about it. The competition for the new king has strict requirements towards bloodline. Blue Tile Courtyard has a method to appraise it, but it will take time to prepare. Yun Lan thought for a moment. The patriarch must have run off to settle accounts with someone right now. But he won't be too patient. At most he will give you 1 or 2 days to consider it. Tomorrow, I will do my best to prepare everything. Do you have any questions? Qin Yu waved his hand. Tomorrow. In fact, he didn't have any problems doing so right now. But, first, Yun Lan needed time to prepare, and second, he was currently in a severely wounded state. If he were to immediately climb up and jump around, Wouldn't that mean that Yun Lan's intelligence needed to be recharged? But what he feared was, Yun Lan didn't linger. Rest well, don't worry, I won't play any tricks in this matter. Moreover, it's impossible for me to do anything. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. After speaking, she glanced at Qin Yu and turned to leave. This glance left Qin Yu a bit embarrassed, because this was indeed what he was thinking just now. This woman, she wasn't too stupid after all. The door closed. Qin Yu swept out with his divine sense. After determining that there was no one watching him, he smiled. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. As long as he performed well enough, that sly old fox Yun Wuya shouldn't have any reason to refuse. After all, he had already agreed to pass the throne to the old king's bloodline. No matter how he looked at it, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Of course, all of this was built on a positive foundation. If Yun Wuya stubbornly insisted, humph, then he would have no choice but to fall out with him. Stick and carrot, one in each hand. Let's see how this old fellow chooses. Did he really think that he was a dish on the plate of the old king's bloodline that they could knead as they pleased? If it weren't for the fact that he had too many misgivings and didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus, would he really have summoned the demon dragon elder to understand him? Thinking of this, Qin Yu sighed. That woman Liao Shu, even though she had left, she still had a way to make him miss her. After all, if it weren't for her, the dignified demon dragon elder wouldn't have even looked at him. This was a debt of gratitude, and a debt of gratitude was often the hardest to repay. Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He would think about Liao Shu's favor later. Right now, the most important thing was to show strength that the old king's bloodline valued. So, he was prepared to do everything he could tomorrow. People began to die in underground Crest City. There were many of them and a wide range was involved. The City Lord Mansion, the Ancient King, the new faction. There were even some unremarkable people that died in this storm. Although all of this was done in secret, there were far too many people that died. Moreover, some of them weren't ordinary people. Thus, in underground Crest City, regardless of their status or cultivation, everyone soon learned of this matter. They also understood that the revenge of the old king's bloodline had finally arrived. No one dared to underestimate a powerful family that had once given birth to a nightmare king. But this time, the actions of the old king's bloodline had deeply grasped the essence of fast, accurate, and ruthless. The terrifying strength they revealed left everyone's hearts shaking. Everyone was silent. Those that were killed were naturally killed for a reason that deserved to die. The old king's bloodline hadn't broken through their bottom line, and they didn't want to jump out and become the target of the old king's bloodline. Thus, maintaining their silence was the best choice. Thus, the people of underground Crest City that was shrouded in a blood-red hue was in a state of silence. Yun Lan didn't interfere in these matters. But when Yun Wuya returned to the blue tile courtyard and she went to greet him, she could see a deep weariness on his face. Even someone as powerful as the patriarch found it difficult to deal with these matters. It could even be said that he was withstanding an unimaginable pressure. The slightest mistake could incite a war between giants. This caused Yun Lan to feel a bit guilty. At this time, she wasn't able to stand by the patriarch's side. Instead, she had to propose something that would make things difficult for him. Hesitation rose in her heart. Yun Lan couldn't bring herself to say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Yun Wuya drank some tea and leaned back in his chair. He let out a long breath and smiled. Our fearless Miss Yun Lan even dared to stop me from killing people. What's wrong with you now? What's the matter? Speak. Yun Lan felt increasingly guilty. But she had already promised Qin Yu. If she went back on her word, he would definitely be dissatisfied. She took a deep breath and bowed. Patriarch, there is indeed something I must tell you. It involves Qin Yu, and it is a bit presumptuous. Please listen to me first and don't be too angry. That's right, Yun Lan had to explain Qin Yu's proposal to Yun Wuya. In truth, she hadn't planned to hide anything from him from the very start. As the patriarch of the old king's bloodline, Yun Wuya had racked his brains for the entire family. He had the qualifications to know anything that involved the future of the family. Even if this was only an attempt with an extremely low probability of success, Yun Wuya frowned. What does this boy want to do? Tell him to stop playing tricks with me, otherwise I will slap him to death with a single palm. Yun Lan bitterly smiled. She hadn't even said anything and the patriarch seemed to be angry. Whatever, she would have to let the patriarch make the decision. She didn't delay any further. She repeated the proposal that Qin Yu had spoken to her at the City Lord Mansion's banquet, concealing nothing. As she thought, when Yun Wuya heard that Qin Yu hoped that the old king's bloodline would support him in his struggle for the throne, he laughed in anger. However, this sly old fox wasn't stupid. Although he was angry, he didn't lose his reasoning. Afterwards, although his complexion wasn't too good, he still managed to compose himself. He leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Yun Lan looked at his complexion and said, "Patriarch, the situation is like this. Although I don't know why Qin Yu insists on not marrying with me, I can sense that he is resolutely opposed to this. If you force him, there will definitely be a problem. A problem." Yun Wuya sneered again and again. "What problem can there be? Do you think this boy can escape from my grasp? If he dares to argue with me, I will immediately teach him why flowers are red." Yun Lan said, "Of course. Patriarch, if you personally take action, you can easily suppress Qin Yu. How could he dare to be insolent in front of you? That is why he told me this first. Humph. It is still my daughter who understands reason. Qin Yu does have some tricks up his sleeve, but in front of me, they aren't worth mentioning at all." Yun Wuya's complexion became much better. He wrapped a hand on the table and said, "I understand what you mean. You are afraid that this boy will act rashly and cause a ruckus beyond repair. Hey, doesn't he want to try? Then let him be tested. Once this boy gives up, he will naturally be obedient. Otherwise." He glanced at Yun Lan. "At that time, if this boy dares to go back on his word, you cannot stop me from doing anything." Yun Lan had a light expression and his tone was soft. "Of course. What I hate the most is others deceiving me. If Qin Yu still doesn't agree, then Patriarch can punish him however he wants. I will not interfere." Yun Wuya coldly sneered. "Then go and prepare. I also want to see just how much weight this boy has that he dares to make such a request." Yun Lan respectfully bowed and left. In his room, Qin Yu was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a trace of fear rose in his heart. He opened his eyes and muttered, "Who is talking about me again?" Chapter 11:16. Within the nightmare race, the ancient king's bloodline was the most powerful. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Therefore, when it was confirmed that the previous king had completely disappeared, the ancient king's bloodline rose in status and became the most favored faction. Under such circumstances, giving face to the ancient king's bloodline, and even secretly providing them with assistance, was a safe investment. They did not need to be able to obtain as many benefits as possible after the ancient king regained the throne. It was best if they could maintain their current status. After the new king ascended the throne, the nightmare race was bound to undergo a major reshuffle. Everyone knew this. Maintaining their status was already very rare. No one knew how many people within the nightmare race had provided convenience to the ancient king's bloodline. But there was no doubt that this would be a very powerful force, so powerful that even the former king's bloodline's strength, and that they were in Erfeng City, would still be repeatedly schemed against. That was why there had been the assassination in the 9 Underworld Tower, the incident at the City Lord's banquet, and the interception by a domain realm expert. That's right, attacking Yun Lan and trying to beat the former king's bloodline into a quagmire was the ancient king's doing. Strictly speaking, this was not a secret within the nightmare race. It was just that there was no evidence. Of course, this kind of thing did not need evidence. It was up to one's own judgment. Everyone knew who had acted, but the former king's bloodline was weak, and they did not have a weakness, so they could only endure. That's right, the former king's bloodline was enduring, even though Yun Wuya had flipped out at the clan elders' meeting and cursed them for being old and undying. Then, he had gone on a killing spree and killed many people. But compared to the ancient king's bloodline, the former king's bloodline's counterattack was not even worth mentioning. It had to be known that if anything happened to Yun Lan, the former king's bloodline would be completely destroyed. It was clear at a glance which was more important. But this did not mean that the ancient king's bloodline had the people's hearts in their hands and could do whatever they wanted. They could do it once, twice, or thrice, but they had failed to take down Yunlan and deal a heavy blow to the former king's bloodline 3 times in a row. This in itself was a significant blow to the ancient king's bloodline. People could not help but think that perhaps they had overestimated the ancient king's bloodline's strength. Or perhaps, the old king's bloodline was blessed with luck. That's right, he was just lucky. Apart from this, they couldn't figure out how Yunlan was able to avoid the killing blow 3 times in a row. But regardless of whether they could understand it or not, they had to be cautious. Wasn't it too risky to blindly bet on the bloodline of the ancient king? No one expressed their opinion, but the atmosphere in the silent Dark Hill city began to quietly change. The 7 Kill clan elder's face was livid. He slammed the back of his chair, causing it to instantly shatter. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard! Do these people dare to betray the bloodline of the ancient king?" His aura abruptly erupted, and a tyrannical aura swept out. The hearts of many demons in the hall shivered, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Marquis Chen-jun looked at him calmly and said, "Don't be angry, Elder Chishar. You and I have failed 3 times, so it is expected that their attitude will change." The 7 Kill clan elder coldly sneered. What a bunch of fence-sitters. They want to protect their own interests after the ancient king's bloodline gains power, but they are unwilling to contribute. How can there be such a good thing in this world? As he spoke, his eyes swept across the people in the hall. You are all trusted aides of the old king's bloodline, so you are different from those people. If I learn that any of you dare to betray me, I will not forgive you. Clan elder, don't worry, we would never dare. We swear our loyalty to the ancient king. Anyone who dares to betray us will be torn to pieces. The demons in the hall all stood up, their expressions filled with righteous indignation and loyalty. Marquis Chen-jun saw all of this and smiled inwardly. This was only on the surface, it didn't mean anything at all. Of course, it wasn't to say that they had any thoughts of betrayal, because the ancient king's bloodline still held the absolute advantage. But if the situation was reversed, the speed at which these people in the hall changed their attitudes would be faster and more resolute than they were now. This was because the deeper the entanglement of interests, the more one needed to take a clearer stance in order to protect themselves. This was a simple truth. You are all the most loyal subordinates of the ancient king's bloodline. The 7 Kill clan elder has no intention of doubting you, this is just a reminder. The nightmare beast hunt will begin soon. Go according to the original plan. As for the old king's bloodline, we will temporarily put this matter aside. It won't be too late to settle the score with them after we take the throne. The 7 Kill clan elder frowned but didn't say anything. The people in the hall respectfully bowed and left. Once these people left, the 7 Kill clan elder said in a low voice, "Marquis Chen-jun, are we really going to let this go? We have already obtained crucial information. If we can verify it, the old king's bloodline will collapse and the new king's throne will be in our hand." Marquis Chen-jun sighed. How can I accept this? But with the current situation, the ancient king's bloodline's actions have already caused dissatisfaction in the Council of Elders. Continuing to act is not a good choice. Seeing the 7 Kill clan elder's unwilling expression, he said, "Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Elder 7 Kill should know that stopping now doesn't mean we won't. After all, in the process of becoming king, all sorts of accidents can happen." Who? The 7 Kill clan elder let out a breath. Good, consider them lucky. When the battle for the throne begins, we will settle the score. That old bastard Yun Wuya had killed many people and several important people under him had died. But at this time, in order to appease the dissatisfaction of the Council of Elders, he couldn't act rashly. He was already furious. Once the ancient king's bloodline took back the throne, he would let this old thing know how stupid it was to be his enemy. Marquis Chen-jun stood up and left. Without any movement, his figure flickered and disappeared. Watching him leave, the 7 Kill clan elder's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Not only was Marquis Chen-jun a powerful person, but he also had an incomparably powerful force behind him. Although he had a close relationship with the ancient king's bloodline, He always gave the 7-kill clan elder a feeling of uncertainty and unpredictability. This person's thoughts might not be so simple. TMPH, I must keep a close eye on this person. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately report to the clan elder. Other than the azure tile courtyard in Erfeng City, the ancient king's bloodline also had their own temporary residence called East Willow. After Marquis Chen Jun left the East Flow courtyard and boarded the carriage, he looked back with a trace of mockery in his eyes. The 7-kill clan elder seemed rash, but he was actually quite smart. He actually suspected Marquis Chen Jun. But without evidence, so what if he was from the ancient king's bloodline? His position as Marquis Chen Jun was recognized by the Abyss. Even the King of Nightmares couldn't touch him. Let's go. The carriage quietly moved forward. Marquis Chen Jun slowly closed his eyes and his aura gradually calmed down. At this moment, the gems embedded in the walls of the carriage lit up one by one and shone down, enveloping his figure. Under the light, his aura was isolated and the outside world could no longer sense him. Swish. Marquis Chen Jun suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at his forehead. In the next moment, the figure stepped out of his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The city lord's residence. Blue Ocean's eyes flashed. He waved his hand to interrupt Cheng Hai's report. I have something to deal with. Go guard the study and don't let anyone disturb me. Cheng Hai respectfully complied, turned around, pushed open the door and left. When the study door closed, the space in front of Blue Ocean flickered and a phantom appeared. Marquis Chen Jun? He frowned, his face dark. Why have you come to the city lord's residence in this situation? If someone notices, both you and I will be in big trouble. Marquis Chen Juan's phantom smiled. Since this Marquis dared to come, I'm naturally not afraid of being discovered. Does the city lord think that this Marquis would act rashly? Humph. Blue Ocean coldly snorted. He didn't say anything more. What business do you have here? Marquis Chen Jun lightly said, I came to tell the city lord that the ancient king's bloodline won't be making any more moves and will instead focus on preparing for the nightmare beast hunt. After all, this concerns the new king's throne and is of utmost importance. Blue Ocean was expressionless. I'm not interested in this. Marquis Chen Jun said, perhaps this Marquis is being meddlesome, but does the city lord really not want to know who will be following His Highness Chenghuan into the nightmare beast domain? He lifted a hand and took out a jade slip. The list of names is inside. Unfortunately, the city lord's arrangements aren't included. After speaking, Marquis Chen Juan's phantom revealed a faint smile. He turned and vanished from sight. Looking at the jade slip on the table, Blue Ocean remained expressionless. But there were subtle changes in his expression, indicating that he didn't truly care. The struggle for the new Nightmare King. The old king, the ancient king, and the new faction's 3 big shots had all gathered at Dark Peak City. But this didn't mean that they were the only ones interested in the throne. In truth, there were many people who were interested. It was just that most of them didn't dare to reveal it, or perhaps, they were still hiding underwater, waiting for a suitable opportunity. Blue Ocean took the jade slip. When Yun Lan pushed open the door and entered, Qin Yu was already prepared. Of course, he didn't appear to be 100 times more energetic than before, his complexion was still a bit pale. But this recovery speed left Yun Lan surprised. She swept her eyes over him several times, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. It seemed that this woman also suspected that Qin Yu's realistic performance yesterday had been deliberately shown to her. Cough. Qin Yu didn't give her time to think. He stood up and said, in order to prepare for today's test, I used some secret techniques to rapidly recover from my injuries. As he thought, Yun Lan's attention was immediately diverted. Secret techniques. Are you all right? She naturally knew of methods that could accelerate the recovery of injuries in a short period of time. Among them, the more powerful ones could even allow a demon to directly restore themselves to their peak state or even stronger. But without a doubt, this sort of perfect state could only be maintained for a period of time and one had to pay an extremely heavy price to do so. Qin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that I'll be weak for a little longer. Let's not delay any further and leave now. Yun Lan thought that he was worried that the secret technique couldn't be maintained for too long. She nodded and didn't say anything more. Follow me. Chapter 11:17. Before they began to test Qin Yu's bloodline, there was a small interlude. A group of demons were escorted away, all of them looking as if they had lost their parents and their faces were filled with despair. Seeing this, Qin Yu's lips twitched. He looked up at Yun Lan and discovered a bit of unnaturalness on her face. As he thought, this was most likely that old thing Yun Wuya's methods. Was he trying to scare him? Otherwise, why would Blue Tile Courtyard clean up its internal affairs in front of him? This was a clear warning to him not to play any more tricks. Did you see that? These people are your fate. Qin Yu lightly coughed and asked, They are? Yun Lan composed herself. She revealed a complex expression. The carriage that the patriarch refined for me had its defensive runes broken. They are all people that were implicated. The life-saving item that Yun Wuya gave Yun Lan hadn't played its role. If they were implicated in this matter, their fates could be imagined. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. To discover the problem so quickly, that old thing Yun Wuya's control over Blue Tile Courtyard was truly astonishing. But, if he had a darker thought, who knew whether or not this old thing had already noticed the actions of these people and was just pretending not to know? Of course, these were just random thoughts. If Yun Wuya really wanted to harm Yun Lan, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. We're here, Yun Lan said. She pointed a finger at the main hall. Enter and release your bloodline aura with all your strength to begin the test. The main hall was nameless and it wasn't too large. It looked ordinary from the outside, but Qin Yu could feel a bit of pressure from it. This pressure faintly came from the abyssal bloodline he inherited. As he thought, the so-called test was related to his bloodline. Qin Yu nodded, not saying anything else. He walked to the front of the main hall. He pushed forward and the doors opened. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. The doors closed behind him and his surroundings fell into absolute darkness, as if all light was isolated. Not even divine sense could sense him. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to attack. The old king's bloodline shouldn't harm him. And as he thought, besides the darkness in front of him, he didn't sense anything wrong. The darkness was incomparably quiet. All Qin Yu could hear was his own breathing. And then, was that it? Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. Today's test was whether or not he had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the position of the Nightmare King. Couldn't it be a little more solemn and ceremonial? Just like that, he didn't even have time to react. Cough, forget it, it's like this anyway. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The ancient's heart in his chest began to beat faster. It contracted and expanded, releasing a formidable strength that accelerated the circulation of his blood. The pitch-black darkness was endless, without the least bit of light. After Qin Yu released his bloodline aura, it seemed to be activated, erupting with a formidable pressure. It came from all directions, wrapping around him. It was like a membrane that could be clearly sensed, wanting to cover him completely. A sense of crisis rose up in his heart. He didn't know what this pressure was, but he had a bad premonition. He absolutely could not allow this pressure to completely suppress him. Without needing an explanation, Qin Yu already knew the contents of today's bloodline test. The longer one resisted the pressure of the darkness, the higher the score would be. Once one's aura was completely suppressed, the test would end. Open for me, Qin Yu roared inwardly. The aura he released rose, directly smashing apart the pressure of the darkness. But good times didn't last long. Before Qin Yu could relax, the pressure of the darkness swept towards him once more, and this time it was even stronger than before. Humph! Qin Yu stuffily coughed. Blood vessels bulged out beneath his skin and he bitterly smiled. He felt that he had underestimated the requirements of the nightmare race for the qualifications to compete for the throne. With the current situation, he feared he wouldn't be able to last much longer. This was troublesome. If he couldn't pass the test, he had no other choice but to fall out with the old king's bloodline. But if he really reached this step, it wouldn't be difficult to retreat unscathed. But if he wanted to enter the nightmare ancestral land again, that would be infinitely more difficult. As Qin Yu bitterly smiled and his heart was filled with anxiety, Yun Wuya had already arrived outside the nameless temple. His eyes widened. He looked at the demonic runes that had appeared on the surface of the temple, his face full of shock. This is Qin Yu. Just as he finished speaking, he realized that this was nonsense. He immediately asked, "When did he go in?" Yun Lan's expression was even more shocked than his own. Her lips moved and she said with difficulty, "He just went in." Yun Wuya anxiously stomped his feet. "How long was it just now? I want the exact time." Yun Lan took a deep breath. At most 10 breaths of time, as soon as he went in, the runes engraved on the temple were activated. She looked in front of her. As the runes on the surface of the temple began to emit fluctuations, space began to shake. Ripples spread outwards, twisting and distorting until it was completely isolated from the outside world. Now, this ancestral temple was still within the blue tile courtyard. But a formidable barrier had appeared between it and the ancestral land. This was the self-stimulation of the ancestral land's strength. Only someone with a sufficiently powerful nightmare bloodline could trigger such a change. Or, to be more precise, the stimulation of the ancestral land's strength proved that Qin Yu did indeed have the qualifications to compete for the throne. But the time wasn't right. Yun Lan clearly remembered that when she secretly participated in the test in the past, it took almost an hour. When she couldn't hold on any longer, runes began to appear in the temple, galvanizing the strength of the ancestral land. Even like this, the clan elders were overjoyed. They called her a rare genius of the Nightmare clan. This was because according to the clan's records, anyone that could cause the strength of the ancestral land to shake within an hour had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the throne. An hour. This was already one of the best results in the Nightmare clan's records. But now, Qin Yu had only used several breaths of time. And this didn't include the time he was delayed when he suddenly fell into darkness. If one carefully calculated the time, it was definitely less than they had imagined. What did this mean? As Yun Lan's heart was shaking, beside her, Yun Wuya's face was cloudy and filled with disbelief. He stubbornly stared at the shining demonic runes in front of him. He whispered to himself, "Impossible. How is this possible?" But besides what he thought of, what other possibility could there be in such a short period of time? In such a short period of time, the strength of the ancestral land had been aroused. Yun Wuya took a deep breath and suppressed his shocked thoughts. As he looked at the temple, his eyes became incomparably bright. Whether or not Qin Yu was the one he thought he was, there was no doubt that he had displayed sufficient qualifications. If the old king's bloodline agreed to Qin Yu's previous proposal and fully supported him, at this moment, Yun Wuya couldn't help but gulp. His throat felt dry. "Steady. Steady. Don't panic. Take a closer look." This matter was far too important. There absolutely could not be any mistakes. At this time, the demonic runes on the surface of the temple began to shine even brighter, becoming a bit blinding. A suppressive aura was released from the temple. Yun Wuya and Yun Lan's complexions changed and they subconsciously drew back. "Catcher, catcher," a shattering sound rang out in their ears. Yun Wuya's eyes widened as he watched the runes on the surface of the temple begin to shatter. This is bad. His heart skipped a beat. He stepped forwards and pressed his hand down. Bang! A powerful strength instantly arrived, covering the entire temple and suppressing the incomparably powerful aura that erupted from it. The speed at which the runes were breaking slowed down, but it didn't truly stop. With more and more light cracking sounds, Yun Wuya's complexion became increasingly ugly. Bang! With a loud explosion, he was sent flying backwards. Without the suppression of his strength, the runes on the surface of the temple began to wildly shatter. In the blink of an eye, all of them vanished. The strength that erupted from within the temple could no longer be hidden. It erupted into the void like a volcano. The powerful barrier formed by the distortion of space violently shook. Pitch-black cracks began to appear. Yun Wuya spat out a mouthful of blood. He bitterly smiled and looked at Yun Lan. "I fear there will be trouble this time." His figure flickered. He passed through the space barrier and appeared above the blue tile courtyard. In the next moment, his body stiffened and the bitter smile on his face deepened. As he thought, The situation he worried about the most had occurred. A series of illusionary images appeared in the air, consisting of countless enormous palaces stacked on top of one another, emitting an ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for endless years and would continue to exist until the end of the world. The entire Evil Peak city fell deathly silent. All the demons couldn't help but widen their eyes as they looked at the phantom that appeared in the skies above the city. This is. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, such a grand and ancient aura, the powerful pressure it released, and it was within Evil Peak City. Then there was only one possibility, the Nightmare Ancestral Land. This was the Nightmare Ancestral Land that only existed in legend. The reason it was described as legends was because besides the Nightmare King, no one had ever entered. In fact, even powerful elders like Yun Wuya and Seven Kills had never taken a single step into the Nightmare Ancestral Land. It existed here but no one could see it. It represented endless mysteries and an inconceivably formidable strength. It was truly mysterious and also truly formidable. Looking at the endless abyss, the Nightmare Ancestral Land could absolutely be ranked amongst the highest. It was very simple. Any member of the Nightmare clan that obtained recognition, no matter how strong or weak they were before entering, would be able to transform into an incomparably powerful demon king after returning from the ancestral land. They would become a true Nightmare King. They would become a powerful existence that stood at the peak of the abyss in a single step. This sort of almost heaven-defying ability to change fate and create supreme experts could not be described with just the word inconceivable. Today, it was the first and only time it truly appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the shock in the hearts of the demons in Evil Peak City could be imagined. But when these turbulent waves of emotions began to subside and calm, they slowly recovered their wits. Why had the Nightmare Ancestral Land appeared? Countless eyes gathered below the phantom of the ancestral land. That position seemed to be the location of the blue tile courtyard. Could this matter be related to them? In the East Flow courtyard, the Seven Kills clan elder frowned, his eyes filled with shock. Although he had never seen the ancestral land with his own eyes, the invisible pressure that came from his bloodline level was clearly telling him that this was the projection of the Nightmare Ancestral Land. And the reason why the projection had descended was because a powerful enough force had appeared in the blue tile courtyard, one that could trigger the reaction of the ancestral land. What was this strength? The Seven Kills clan elder wasn't sure, but no matter what the truth was, this wasn't good news for the ancient king bloodline. How hateful. That old bastard Yun Wuya, just what tricks was he playing? The Seven Kills clan elder's eyes darkened. He stepped forwards, twisting space and appearing outside the blue tile courtyard. He had to confirm this. Bang! Just as the Seven Kills clan elder appeared, the space in front of him exploded. Pitch-black cracks appeared, emitting a powerful tearing strength. His complexion paled and he angrily roared, "Yun Wuya, do you want to attack me?" Across from him, Yun Wuya slowly drew back his fist. He glanced at the Seven Kills clan elder's incomparably angry face and lightly said, "I am only reminding you that this is the former king's palace. Recklessly intruding is the greatest disrespect to the former king. My former king bloodline will definitely pursue this matter to the end." The Seven Kills clan elder's face twitched with anger. "Do you think I don't know what you are saying? Can't you see that I am still some distance away from the blue tile courtyard? This old bastard was deliberately trying to find fault with me." Yun Wuya looked at him with contempt. "That's right, I am trying to find fault with you. What can you do about it?" He slowly swept his eyes around. Outside the blue tile courtyard, there were many people gathered in the shadows and in the light. They had all been attracted here by the phantom of the ancestral land. Only by choosing the fiercest location could he deter these people so that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yun Wuya was well aware that Qin Yu's existence absolutely could not be exposed. Otherwise, no one could save him, even if he really was the reincarnation of the former king. That's right, in Yun Wuya's eyes, Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the previous Nightmare King. This was the only possibility that could explain why he was able to easily galvanize the strength of the ancestral land and why the phantom of the ancestral land had appeared in the skies above Evil Peak City. Even if he hadn't confirmed this, Everything he knew was enough for Yun Wuya to protect him at all costs. What nonsense! If Qin Yu really was the reincarnation of the former king, then he would be the same as the ancestor of the former king's bloodline. How could he not save him? Take a step back. Even if he wasn't, with Qin Yu's bloodline, seizing the throne would be far too easy. This was a trump card. Once it was used well, the entire bloodline of the former king would rise once more. The 7-kill tribe elder nearly exploded with rage. But even if his heart ached, he still decided to endure it. He couldn't be led astray by this old thing Yun Wuya. He couldn't fight right now, so he had to first determine what the former king's bloodline had done. None of them were fools. Yun Wuya's current actions were definitely to hide something that he didn't want them to know about. At this time, the eyes of the demons lit up. As they looked at the blue tile courtyard, they were like hungry wolves that had seen food, their eyes shining with a bright green light. Humph! Yun Wuya coldly snorted. He icily said, "Everyone, I know that you are curious, but no matter how curious you are, I will not allow anyone to spy on the blue tile courtyard. To disrespect the former king is a great crime. Before you do anything, you had best think this through." Cough, Patriarch, you are overthinking things. We are only worried that the phantom of the ancestral land will appear and be used by those with evil intentions. How could we dare to recklessly investigate the courtyard? A demon coughed and smiled. But, as I said just now, the ancestral land is not only related to the former king's bloodline, but also the foundation of my nightmare race. Since something like this happened today, shouldn't Patriarch allow us to determine whether or not it will be detrimental to the ancestral land? Can't you sense whether or not it will be detrimental? This projection is only caused by the ancestral land's strength being released. It will soon disappear, Yun Wuya said without expression. Even so, if we can't determine what it is, our hearts will always be restless. My words are proof. Do you dare to not believe me? Yun Wuya's eyes flashed with an ominous light. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but that they dared to not believe him. That one extra word was more domineering than the last. The demon powerhouse that spoke was so angry that his nose nearly went crooked. He thought that Yun Wuya was a patriarch of the former king's bloodline and his status was indeed higher than his own, and he was also a bit stronger than him. But just this alone wasn't enough for him to be so rude to him. The smile on his face froze. He clenched his teeth and finally lowered his head. If he had to admit defeat, then he had to admit defeat. At this time, standing out like a bird wasn't a good choice. Everyone wanted to know. Everyone had cat claws in their hearts, so why should they be used as knives by others? Sure, Marquis Chenjuan's figure appeared. He glanced at the phantom of the nightmare ancestral land that floated in the skies above the blue tile courtyard, a dignified look in his eyes. Then, his eyes fell on Yun Wuya. This sly old fox sensed something and glared at him, a look that said, "If you dare to say anything else, I won't forgive you." Marquis Chenjun bitterly smiled. He cupped his hands together and took a step back, indicating that he had no ill intentions. He certainly wanted to know what was happening in the blue tile courtyard, but there was definitely someone who was even more anxious than he was. It was best to do as little as possible to offend others. That's right, he was talking about the 7-kill patriarchs. Or to be more precise, he was talking about the ancient king's bloodline. Although Evil Peak City was relatively calm, there was no doubt that the bloodline of the former king and the bloodline of the ancient king were only a step away from tearing apart all pretense of cordiality. The ancient king's bloodline that held the advantage couldn't possibly watch on helplessly as the suppressed bloodline of the former king obtained a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, their fates would be miserable. Although causing the projection of the ancestral land to descend didn't necessarily mean anything, even if there was only a 1% chance, it still couldn't be ignored. The 7-kill patriarch coldly glared at Marquis Chenjun. This fellow was very shrewd, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, the 7-kill patriarch cursed inwardly. Even though he knew he was being used, he could only brace himself. Taking a deep breath, his eyes fell on several people in the crowd. The demons that he had his eyes on all cursed inwardly. Why did they have to run so fast for no reason? Now this was going to be fun, but they couldn't refuse. The only reason they had their current status was because of the support of the ancient king's bloodline. If they didn't take the initiative today, they wouldn't need a cumbersome organ like the head in the future. Patriarch Yun Wuya, the ancestral land concerns the foundation of our race. No matter how noble your status is, you cannot suppress this matter for your own selfish desires. A demon said through clenched teeth, his tone sharp. We have the right to know what you have done. Someone fired the first shot, and the next few people charged forward one after another. That's right. Patriarch is strong, but don't think you can suppress us just because of this. We have the right to know. The blue tile courtyard must give us an explanation for triggering the ancestral land. Patriarch Yun Wuya, please step aside. The crowd was immediately riled up. Yun Wuya sneered and suddenly punched out. Terrifying demonic energy exploded in the air like a tsunami. Amidst a series of muffled sounds, the few demons who had spoken up for justice were sent flying with miserable screams. One by one, their bodies shattered in midair, and blood sprayed out like it was free. It was truly a miserable sight. The 7-kill patriarch was dumbfounded. He really didn't think that this old bastard Yun Wuya would dare to attack in this situation. He was crazy. Bastard, what are you doing? Yun Wuya glanced at him and chose to ignore him. He sneered, the right to know? What right do you have to know? This old man is being unreasonable. What can you do about it? As he spoke, he took another step forward and a violent aura swept out. Whoever wants to invade the blue tile courtyard, step forward. This old man will take you all on. On the surface he seemed incomparably domineering, but the truth was that Yun Wuya was bitterly smiling inwardly. The disturbance had been far too great. If he didn't give an explanation, something major was bound to happen today. That fellow Marquis Chen Jun also knew this, so he chose to watch from the sidelines for now. That bastard Qin Yu, hurry up and stop. If this continued, he really wouldn't be able to last much longer. Playing around and delaying for time wasn't a problem, but if he wanted to use this method to scare away these people, humph, that was simply the ravings of an idiot. But even if he knew that he would have to lower his head sooner or later, he could only stubbornly hold on for now. He had already explained the reason. Yun Wuya absolutely wouldn't watch helplessly as Qin Yu was exposed. Right now, he was the king of the old king's bloodline. The 7-kill patriarch stepped forwards, his aura undisguised as he directly collided with Yun Wuya. There was a loud explosion in the void and countless distortions appeared, constantly breaking apart. Yun Wuya, if being unreasonable was useful, then there was no need for us to come here. Either give me an explanation or take out the black token. Chapter 11:18. Good job, Elder 7 kills. At this moment, the demons gathered outside the blue tile courtyard were all praising him in their hearts. He had even mentioned the black token, so he was definitely serious. If Yun Wuya wanted to play dumb, he wouldn't be able to do so. Unless he really wanted to fight to the death with 7 kills. Putting aside today's situation, would he dare to fight to the death with the old king's bloodline? If 7 kills was killed, the ancient king's bloodline would lose one of their peak forces, but their foundation would still be there. But if Yun Wuya was the one who died, those trash of the old king's bloodline wouldn't even need anyone else to do anything. In reality, killing Yun Wuya was the most direct and effective way to destroy the old king's bloodline. However, this sly old man was powerful and extremely meticulous, so it was very difficult to scheme against him. Of course, there had been people who had tried over the years, but they hadn't been able to kill Yun Wuya and had instead suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they could only give up on this best option. Yun Wuya glanced at Elder 7 kills and made a mental note to settle the score when he had the chance in the future. However, in this situation, he would only be able to exchange a few more words. It wouldn't be able to delay for too long. This was really troublesome. It was at this moment that the projection of the ancestral land above the green tile courtyard began to tremble. Like water that had been disturbed, it suddenly became blurry. It was about to dissipate. Marquis Chenjuan's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, Elder Yun Wuya, please don't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to offend you today. He took a step forward and stood side by side with Elder Seven Kills. Their auras overlapped and pressed down on Yun Wuya. He was willing to watch the show, but he definitely wouldn't allow the old king's bloodline to conceal this matter. The battle for the new king's throne was imminent. Marquis Chen Jun had to ensure that everything was under control. Yun Wuya's face was ashen. He was confident in facing 7 kills, but even he couldn't quite grasp Marquis Chen Jun's strength. Furthermore, it was clear that the two of them were going to work together. If he continued to stand in their way, they would definitely take the opportunity to attack. In fact, the two of them had even considered using today's opportunity to heavily injure him. He didn't expect to be killed on the spot. As long as he was severely injured, the old king's bloodline wouldn't be able to compete for the throne. Clan Elder, since Marquis Chen Jun, Clan Elder Qi Shuo, and the others, want to be guests at my blue tile courtyard, let them in. However, my bloodline has just evolved, and I'm currently weak. I'm afraid I can't welcome all of you personally. Yun Lan's weak voice rang in everyone's ears. Yun Wuya's eyes lit up, and he laughed angrily. Good. Since you have completed your breakthrough, this old man is no longer afraid of someone secretly attacking you. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. Didn't everyone want to go in? Please. He turned around and took a step forward. His figure disappeared with a whoosh. Elder Qi Shuo's face was dark. Without any hesitation, he entered the blue tile courtyard. Marquis Chen Jun furrowed his brows in surprise and followed behind. The rest of the demons also moved out. Yun Lan sat cross-legged outside the nameless hall. Her face was slightly pale, and a trace of aura that hadn't dissipated yet surged around her. Following closely behind Yun Wuya was Elder Qi Shuo. When his eyes fell on her, his complexion changed. This aura, in terms of cultivation, although Yun Lan had also stepped into the demon commander level, there was still an astonishing disparity between them. But now, he felt a trace of oppression from her. This was a suppression from the level of bloodline. In other words, the bloodline flowing through Yun Lan's body was even stronger than his. No, to be more precise, it was of a higher grade. For the abyssal demons that used their bloodline as their foundation, a stronger bloodline meant greater potential. Elder Qi Shuo himself already stood at the peak of the demon commander level. Although he couldn't compare to Yun Wuya, the difference wasn't too great. Yun Lan's bloodline was stronger than his. In other words, she had the qualifications to attack the Demon King level. Thinking of this, Elder Qi Shuo's complexion became increasingly ugly. When he looked at Yun Lan, the gloominess in his eyes almost turned solid. Whoosh, Marquis Chen Jun's figure appeared. He glanced at Yun Lan, and after a moment of silence, he revealed a look of praise. He cupped his hands together and said, Elder Yun Wuya, congratulations. The ancient king bloodline had set up traps 3 times in a row, but none of them had been able to capture Yun Lan. Now, she had actually completed her bloodline transformation. Although in the end, it was because Yun Lan's bloodline foundation was good, who could be sure that the ancient king bloodline didn't play a part in this? After all, pressure was motivation. After escaping death 3 times in a row, it wasn't impossible for her to accumulate enough strength to take the next step. Looking at the gloomy Elder Qi Shuo, Marquis Chen Jun sneered inwardly. Yun Lan's bloodline transformation was enough to shatter all of his assumptions. A woman. Haha, he had actually believed it before, but now it seemed that it was ridiculous. It was absolutely impossible for a woman to arouse the strength of the ancestral land and cause a projection to descend. Such an important matter could even be mistaken, and because of this wrong information, he had wasted years of preparation. How laughable. More and more demons appeared outside the grand hall. Their eyes gathered on Yun Lan, their expressions dark and gloomy. Before the struggle for the throne, the old king bloodline's Yun Lan had actually taken another step in his bloodline. Without a doubt, this greatly increased his chances of seizing the throne. If he really succeeded, then the glorious and arrogant ancient king bloodline would likely suffer great misfortune. Although the ancient king bloodline had a deep foundation and it was nearly impossible to completely eradicate them, this was only true for the direct descendants of the ancient king bloodline. It was far too easy to destroy some side branches. At this time, in the crowd, the complexions of some demons changed. They couldn't help but reflect on whether or not they had been too close to the ancient king bloodline during this period of time. Obviously, they were the ones who could be categorized as a side branch. Yun Wuya saw all of this and felt refreshed. Then, he coldly sneered, "Everyone, you've come and seen. Do you have any other requests? Perhaps I can order some people to prepare some food and wine. Today, no one can leave and stay to eat and drink." Cough cough. Tribal elder must be joking. Our previous attitudes were a bit offensive, so how could we dare disturb you again? That's right, that's right. Sir Yun Lan has broken through today and is still a bit weak. Since it's time to rest, we will bid our farewells. I ask Sir Yun Lan to rest well. In a few days, I will prepare a gift and personally visit to congratulate you as well as apologize for today's incident. Farewell, farewell. Their thoughts raced and they didn't say much. After vaguely expressing their apologies and attitudes, they turned and left. Yun Lan's bloodline had broken through and the weak ancient king bloodline had the possibility of a counterattack, so they naturally had to change their attitudes. Otherwise, if they came to settle accounts in the future, everyone would be in trouble and no one would be able to think of a good outcome. They weren't from the ancient king bloodline and they weren't Marquis 15,000 who had been recognized by the will of the abyss. How could they dare to be insolent? Even several demon race powerhouses that were close to the ancient king bloodline lowered their heads and hurriedly left. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious from their dark expressions that they were cursing inwardly. Everyone had stood in line and watched as the situation turned out to be good. How did it turn out like this in the blink of an eye? Marquis 15,000's eyes were deep as he looked at Yun Lan. He smiled and cupped his hands. Tribal elder Yun Wuya, please forgive this offense. This Marquis will also take his leave. He glanced at Elder Seven Kill out of the corner of his eye and left without saying goodbye. This made the Seven Kill clan elder's already gloomy expression turn even uglier. Bastard. Although Marquis 15,000 had been wandering outside and hadn't truly united with the ancient king bloodline, he had basically guaranteed that he would advance and retreat with them. Today, he didn't even say a word and left just like that. It seemed inconspicuous, but the message this matter sent out was very bad. Snorting coldly, Elder Seven Kill turned and left. His figure flashed and he caught up to Marquis 15,000. Marquis 15,000, do you think that a junior from the old king's bloodline can defy the heavens and change fate? Marquis 15,000's expression was calm. This Marquis did not think so. He looked at Elder Seven Kill and could feel the surging anger in the latter's heart. He said indifferently, "But there is one thing I hope Elder Seven Kill can report back to the Patriarch. Some things are better investigated. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost so many times and fallen into such a passive state. This is all I have to say. Farewell." With that, Marquis 15,000's figure flickered and disappeared, ignoring Elder Seven Kill's ashen face. Leaving on his own accord was one way of showing his attitude. Waiting outside the blue tile courtyard was another. Now that he had said what needed to be said and expressed his attitude, there was no need to stay any longer. Damn it. Elder Seven Kill growled. Of course he knew what Marquis 15,000 meant. The fact that Yun Lan was a woman, this matter was complete nonsense. Thinking back to the time he had spent so much effort to obtain this secret, Elder Seven Kill's face burned even hotter as if he had been slapped in the face several times. Damn it. This must be a trap set up by that sly Yun Wuya. Elder Seven Kill's eyes flashed fiercely as he thought back to how the clan had spared no cost to attack Yun Lan 3 times after entering Erfeng City, but all of them had ended in failure. If not for Yun Wuya's preparations, Yun Lan would not have been able to escape again and again. In fact, she had deliberately lured them into attacking. For this matter, the ancient king's bloodline had used all of their chess pieces. Their years of effort had all been for naught. In particular, Yun Wuya had taken advantage of this and caused the ancient king's bloodline to fall into a passive position. They had reaped a great deal of benefits and sympathy. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Elder Seven Kill's face flushed red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. That scoundrel Yun Wuya truly lived up to his reputation as a sly old fox. He was still as sly and cunning as ever. Otherwise, The ancient king's bloodline would not have fallen for it. He turned to glare at the blue tile courtyard before taking a deep breath and leaving. Chapter 11:19. Outside the nameless temple, the pale Yun Lan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She met Yun Wuya's gaze and shook her head. Patriarch, rest assured. I only absorbed a portion of Qin Yu's aura and was shaken a little. There is no problem. Yun Wuya nodded. He swept his eyes around. Where is Qin Yu? Right now, in his mind, this kid's head was suddenly filled with the word King's Bomb, which was enlarged and bolder, shining with golden light. Moreover, there was a high chance that he was the reincarnation of an ancestor of the old king's bloodline. He couldn't help but be nervous. Yun Lan stood up. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion looked much better. I used a secret passage to send him to my residence. She hesitated. Her lips moved and she looked at Yun Wuya. Yun Wuya waved his hand. I know what you want to ask, but I am not sure right now. How did Qin Yu perform? Yun Lan was startled. She immediately understood what the patriarch was asking. She shook her head. When he walked out, he seemed a little disappointed. Because of the time, I didn't notice it. But, I think that Qin Yu didn't know of this possibility, otherwise he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to obtain my consent to carry out today's test. That makes sense. You are saying that when Qin Yu walked out, he seemed a little disappointed. Yun Wuya's eyes brightened, revealing a thoughtful look. His thoughts raced several times and then he said, Yun Lan, don't say anything else. Leave everything to me. Come, let's go see that brat now. Yun Wuya flicked his sleeves and brought Yun Lan away. Yun Lan's residence was the small courtyard where Qin Yu had come to visit her when she was recovering from her wounds. At the time, it had seemed ordinary. Besides being heavily guarded, there wasn't anything special about it. But now, he realized that he had underestimated the methods of the old king's bloodline. With Yun Lan's status and the matter of her disguise, the old king's bloodline would definitely protect her in all aspects. For instance, the chamber Qin Yu was in right now was beneath the small courtyard. Every inch of the chamber was covered with powerful demonic runes and boundless demonic strength surged within. Although it wasn't aroused, one could vaguely feel the terrifying might contained within. Just now, he had been sent here by Yun Lan through a secret passage. Thinking about it, there were several similar entrances in the blue tile courtyard. Once they entered, it would be extremely difficult for the outside world to break through. In fact, Yun Lan's judgment was correct. When Qin Yu first walked out of the nameless hall, he was indeed filled with depression. This was because he felt that he had overestimated the power of his bloodline. After falling into the darkness, although he tried his best, he still wasn't able to persist for more than a quarter hour. Then, he was completely suppressed by the wild pressure of the darkness, causing his bloodline test to end. However, what happened next caused Qin Yu's thoughts to stir once more. Yun Lan was anxious, and as he looked at Qin Yu's eyes, it wasn't easy to describe. But in any case, it definitely wasn't like he was looking at a joke that overestimated himself. Although the projection of the nightmare ancestral land had already vanished when Qin Yu came out, there were still remnants of its aura. He could only sense that Yun Lan was in a hurry, and his mind was in a mess, so he didn't think much before he was sent here. Now that he thought about it carefully, things didn't seem to be what he had imagined. Of course, all of this was only Qin Yu's judgment based on what he knew. As for the specifics, he still needed to verify them. He took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts. Then, he slowly exhaled. It was useless to think too much about it now. Everything would become clear in a moment. All that mattered now was whether or not Yun Wuya and Yun Lan would arrive quickly. The difference between fast and slow represented a completely different degree of importance. Thinking of this, Qin Yu subconsciously lifted his hand. His fingertips tapped the table in a rhythmic manner. Suddenly, there was a light cracking sound, interrupting Qin Yu's train of thought. He looked at the stone table in front of him and saw that a crack had appeared on its surface. What the hell? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out a hand and gently pushed outwards. The crack directly opened, revealing an exquisite and moving box. But then, Qin Yu's entire body froze. After the box was opened, He stared blankly at what appeared in front of him, his lips twitching. Women's clothes. There were large clothes and small clothes, but most of them were small clothes. In comparison to the same size, they weren't small at all. Yun Lan's figure was truly excellent. My previous judgment wasn't wrong, Pa. Qin Yu lifted a hand and slapped his forehead, a bitter smile on his face. He thought that he really was crazy, thinking about these things at a time like this. He had to hurry up and close it. If he was seen, then he really would be regarded as a perverted peeping Tom. Just as Qin Yu was shaking his head and about to close the box, his complexion suddenly changed. The demonic runes on the surface of the chamber suddenly dimmed. It was truly sudden, without any warning at all. It had been flashing just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye it had gone dark. Someone was coming. If Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, he didn't dare to say that he wouldn't pale, but at least he had a powerful will. But at this moment, he was truly panicking. He reached out a hand and pressed down. With a light cracking sound, the box in front of him closed and the stone table returned to its original appearance. Qin Yu's reaction was extremely fast, but the speed of the person who came wasn't slow at all. As the box closed, Yun Wuya and Yun Lan passed through the walls of the chamber. Qin Yu could clearly see that Yun Lan's body stiffened and her face flushed red. As she looked at him, there was a bit of anger and shame in her eyes. It was over, he had been discovered by this woman. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that he had closed the box first. If he had been caught on the spot, then he really wouldn't have been able to defend himself. But now, since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had to maintain his composure. He couldn't panic, he absolutely couldn't panic. Qin Yu lightly coughed and pretended not to see Yun Lan's current appearance. He took the initiative to ask, "Patriarch, what happened outside?" Yun Wuya waved his hand. "It's nothing." But if he didn't explain at all, that clearly wouldn't do. He thought for a moment and vaguely said, "Because I tested your bloodline without permission, some people discovered me." There was a bit of a commotion, but it has already been calmed down. Strictly speaking, there wasn't anything wrong with these words. Today was indeed because of Qin Yu's bloodline test, which was why there had been such a commotion. Yun Wuya was secretly pleased with himself. This was called the art of language. Even if Qin Yu learned the truth in the future, he still wouldn't be able to say anything. Qin Yu curled his lips inwardly. He thought to himself that he would be a fool to believe this old man. He was definitely trying to trick him. Although Yun Wuya's words were vague, Qin Yu still obtained some information. For instance, his bloodline test seemed to have caused a commotion. Mediocre people never had the qualifications to stir up trouble. These words were harsh, but this was the truth. If you were mediocre and didn't do anything, no one would spare you a glance. Stirring up a commotion was a good thing for Qin Yu. In addition, Yun Wuya and Yun Lan had arrived so quickly. This was also proof. Yun Wuya glanced at Qin Yu and suddenly smiled. "You little friend Qin is very smart. I don't think I can deceive you." "That's right, your bloodline test results are very good. To be more precise, you are far stronger than I imagined. No wonder you have the confidence to make such a ridiculous proposal as having the old king's bloodline support you and allow you to participate in the struggle for the throne." Qin Yu certainly wouldn't become complacent after a few words of praise. His eyes flashed and he grasped the crux of the matter. "Does Patriarch mean that you agree to my proposal?" Yun Wuya sat down. He lightly said, "I admit that my heart is indeed moved. But what the throne involves is my entire nightmare clan. I cannot be careless in this matter. Although I have investigated a bit about little friend Qin's origins, the fog cannot cover up the truth." The fog cannot cover up the truth. Qin Yu's heart settled. Although Yun Wuya was acting as if he were asking about something, as long as his heart was moved then he would have already succeeded. After a moment of silence, his thoughts raced. Then, Qin Yu sighed. "I don't want to hide this from Patriarch, but my identity is a secret. I cannot tell anyone about it." This was the truth. Qin Yu didn't feel any pressure saying this. What sort of mind was Yun Wuya? He could certainly feel the emotions that came from the depths of Qin Yu's heart. His complexion didn't change, but his thoughts raced. He was only asking about his background, So why couldn't Qin Yu say it? Or, perhaps this involved some secret, for instance, the reincarnation of the late king. Could it be that Qin Yu had already recovered some of his memories? Yun Wuya lightly coughed. Little friend Qin, let me ask you something else. Why did you choose the bloodline of the old king? He stared at Qin Yu, as if he wanted to see something from his reply. Qin Yu's heart chilled. What did this old thing mean? He felt as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. But here was the problem. He had to come back. He thought for a moment and said, perhaps it is a strange sense of familiarity. I feel that the bloodline of the old king has no ill intentions towards me. Of course, this is all a lie. The reason I chose the bloodline of the old king is because I ran into that woman, Yun Lan. Then, I was forced into marriage by you all. It was only when I had no other way out that I thought of this possibility. Across from him, Yun Wuya's eyes brightened. As Qin Yu's words fell into his ears, everything seemed to fit together. As he thought, everything was as he guessed. Qin Yu was absolutely the reincarnation of the late king. Although this seemed arbitrary, the bloodline aura that erupted out from Qin Yu just now was the best evidence. This question was only a confirmation. If Qin Yu wasn't the reincarnation of the late king, why would he feel close to the bloodline of the old king? There was no problem with this logic at all. It was no wonder that girl Yun Lan would be attracted to Qin Yu. It must be because the reincarnated body hadn't been able to control its own strength, leading to the attraction of the same bloodline. Yun Wuya suddenly thought of how Qin Yu had firmly refused to marry Yun Lan. That must have been his instinct. As Yun Lan's ancestor, even if he had lost his memories, his bloodline instincts wouldn't allow him to do something that went against all ethics. This was another piece of evidence. It matched, there was no way to escape. Although the king of the old king's bloodline has perished, he has completed his reincarnation and returned to the bloodline of the old king. Although losing his memories was no small regret, the fact that the late king was able to reincarnate was already a pleasant surprise. But how did the clan obtain information that the late king had completely vanished? This was something that Yun Wuya had personally verified. Although the bloodline of the old king was weaker than the bloodline of the ancient king, no one dared to conceal this matter from them. That's right, the late king must have deliberately laid down this fog in order to avoid being assassinated. Only then was he able to quietly and safely complete his reincarnation. After all, although the cultivation of the late king's reincarnated body wasn't weak, it hadn't reached a level where he could freely roam the abyss. Yun Wuya took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu, a warm smile on his face. Since you can't say it, then don't say it. I believe you. Qin Yu revealed a stunned expression. His eyes widened as he looked at Yun Wuya, who had a friendly expression on his face and didn't seem to be faking it. Could someone tell him just what was going on? I just made up a few words and didn't do anything else, so why do you believe me? Are you sure you aren't playing with me? But if this is true, then aren't you letting down your title as a sly old fox? Also, with this level of skill, how did the old king's bloodline survive to this day under your leadership? Qin Yu rubbed his temples. He really didn't understand. Chapter 1120. Like this, the cooperation with the previous king's bloodline had been achieved. Qin Yu watched as the beaming Yun Wuya left. He took a deep breath, feeling that this matter was a bit unrealistic. He glanced at Yun Lan. This woman definitely knew something. The way she looked at him revealed very complicated emotions. Surprise, sadness, embarrassment, anger. There were also a few other emotions. But Qin Yu was already confused. He thought that at most he had accidentally glanced at the clothes she had hidden away. Was there a need to look at him like that? Your Excellency Qin Yu, please follow me. Yun Lan bowed. She turned and led the way. This was her place of refuge, so she naturally couldn't allow Qin Yu to stay here for too long. The patriarch had asked her to arrange Qin Yu's living quarters. One reason was because he valued Qin Yu, but the other reason was that he hoped she could adjust her mentality as soon as possible and extinguish some thoughts that she shouldn't have. The reincarnation of the previous king. He really was the reincarnation of the previous king. Yun Lan bitterly smiled, bitterness in her eyes. In this life, The first man to break into her heart and make her fall in love with him was destined to be the one she would never be able to obtain. Even though Qin Yu had lost all his memories from before his reincarnation, the bloodline connection between them meant that it was impossible for them to be together. She took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in her heart. Since this was something that had already been decided, there was no need to think about it any further. Time would erase everything. Qin Yu's living quarters were arranged in the blue tile courtyard. This was the largest courtyard, and it had always been the king's residence. After the previous king was suppressed by the world of living beings, this courtyard had been sealed off. In these past years, it had only been opened a few times to receive truly honored guests. The courtyard was luxurious and grand, so there was no need to say much. Qin Yu inquired about it, and when he learned that this was the residence of the Nightmare King, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Yun Lan. When they were in the chamber, he could feel that this woman exuded a distant aura. It wasn't indifference. On the contrary, her attitude was far more intimate than before, as if she were deliberately putting distance between them. But not too long ago, Yun Lan had been thinking of every possible way to force Qin Yu to agree to marry her and become one with her. This contrast was far too great. Furthermore, the change in his attitude seemed to have occurred right after Yun Wuya expressed his trust in him. There had to be a relationship between them. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He felt as if he were about to grasp something, but he was always just a tiny bit off. It was at this moment that outside the courtyard, actually, calling it a courtyard wasn't appropriate, because the area in front of them was astonishingly a group of grand palaces. A demon from the Blue Tile Monastery came to visit and respectfully presented a command token lying quietly in a red velvet box. He said that it was the token of the highest authority in this palace complex. Qin Yu would move in and obtain the authority token. There was nothing wrong with this. Therefore, even though he knew that things were definitely not that simple, he still couldn't find a reason to avoid it. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he could sense that Yun Lan was looking at him. Although he tried his best to remain calm, there was still a trace of nervousness in his eyes. It was just a token of authority. Was there a need for him to act like this? There was an inside story. There was definitely an inside story, and it probably involved a lot of things. Qin Yu nodded and reached out to take the token. He poured his own demonic power into it according to the instructions. The token in his hand emitted a light hum. The runes on its surface lit up, emitting a faint halo of light. In the next moment, the quiet palace complex in front of him seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. The doors opened on their own, and countless lights lit up at the same time, releasing a dazzling light as if welcoming the return of their master. With a loud thud, the demon that came to deliver the token fell to his knees, his face filled with excitement. His body shivered and he couldn't speak a single word. He could only kowtow towards Qin Yu, causing deep thumping sounds to echo out. Yun Lan bit her lips, the last bit of hope in her heart dashed to nothing. From this moment on, there was no longer a need to doubt Qin Yu's identity. He was indeed the reincarnation of the late king, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to activate this token that the late king had personally refined. In the Blue Tile Monastery, on another high platform, Yun Wuya saw the palace gates open and the lights light up. At this time, he reared his head back and laughed, his voice billowing with endless joy and excitement. The king had returned. The king born from the old king's bloodline had returned once more. Without a doubt, in Yun Wuya's eyes, this struggle for the throne had ended ahead of time even though it hadn't begun. The old king's bloodline, no, they would be called the true royal bloodline. They would rise once more and wield the highest authority of the nightmare race. Soon, the only one left in the massive palace was Qin Yu. As he stood in the empty hall, the heart of the abyss in his chest began to beat faster and faster. This wasn't nonsense. In fact, at this moment, there really was a familiar feeling that surged in the depths of his heart. This place, he definitely hadn't been here before, so what was this familiar feeling? Perhaps there was only one possibility. That was the abyssal bloodline that flowed through his body. Suddenly, a spark exploded in his mind. Qin Yu connected everything that had happened since the bloodline test began. Finally, he caught on to a thought. And this thought could explain all the puzzlement and confusion in Qin Yu's heart. For example, why had Yun Wuya expressed absolute trust in him? Why had Yun Lan taken the initiative to distance himself from him? What about the command medallion and the reaction of the devils who had given him the command medallion? All of these things served to confirm what he was thinking. Sometimes intuition wasn't accurate, but the sense of familiarity in his heart couldn't be faked. The previous king's bloodline had probably connected him to the previous king of nightmares, who had completely disappeared. For instance, seizing his body, reincarnating, or becoming his successor. This misunderstanding was far too great. Qin Yu didn't doubt that if this was exposed in the future, the old king's bloodline would definitely skin him alive. But I didn't say anything about this at all. This was all thought up by you guys. Cough cough, it has nothing to do with me. He lifted a hand and knocked his forehead, calming himself down. Then, he looked at the token in his hand that had already been restored to its original appearance. This thing was clearly a verification method. It was most likely related to the already dead Nightmare King. The reason Qin Yu was able to activate it was because he had seized the Nightmare King's bloodline. In other words, as long as he didn't take the initiative to die and speak of this matter, it was basically impossible for others to see through him. Moreover, even if he took a step back, even if there was a chance that he would be exposed in the future, he absolutely couldn't retreat now. Could he give up this chance because of this uncertainty? Haha, of course not. Then there was nothing to worry about. Qin Yu's eyes hardened. He took a deep breath and muttered, I am the reincarnation of the Nightmare King. I am the reincarnation of the Nightmare King. That's right, I am. Old Fox and He Tiangang received a notice from the blue tile courtyard and were allowed to enter. The two old demons' first thought was, could this be the gates of hell? Entering was easy, but they feared they wouldn't be able to come out again. But soon, they glanced at each other and suppressed this thought. It was absolutely impossible for Qin Yu to be quietly dealt with. Since they hadn't sensed any movement at all, that meant there was a high chance they hadn't turned hostile yet. Then, they had to go in. On the surface, they were at an absolute disadvantage facing the blue tile courtyard. Just a single Yun Wuya was enough to suppress them. But they couldn't just look at the surface, right? Could their Qin Yu be treated as an ordinary person? Humph humph, if we didn't have this bit of confidence, we wouldn't have dared to stay outside the blue tile courtyard. If they really turned hostile, it was unknown who would laugh and cry in the end. After encouraging themselves, Old Fox and He Tiangang followed the demons from the blue tile courtyard and entered through a side door. Along the way, they encountered several waves of demons. Most of them were in a hurry, but they couldn't suppress the joy in their eyes. This caused Old Fox and He Tiangang's eyes to flash. It seemed that the rumors were true. The old king's bloodline, Cloud Billow, had made a breakthrough, greatly increasing his chances of fighting for the throne. In fact, they had already expected this. When they were standing guard outside, they had seen many demons come to visit the blue tile courtyard. Most of them were turned away, but those demons didn't seem dissatisfied at all. Their smiles were still incomparably bright, and they left behind their gifts no matter what. Without waiting for the blue tile courtyard to refuse, they ran away at an astonishing speed. However, this wasn't good news for them. The stronger the old king's bloodline was, the more dangerous it would be to turn hostile with them. Although they all believed that Qin Yu definitely had some hidden card, it would be best if they didn't turn hostile. The two old demons were filled with confidence one moment and worry the next. In truth, this was all because of Liao Shi's sudden departure. The reason why they chose to believe in Qin Yu and follow him could even be said to be because of Liao Shi. It was because of her strength that Qin Yu's status was highlighted. It was because of her trust that Old Fox and He Tiangang chose to believe in her. But with Liao Shi's sudden departure, even though these two old demons were still respectful towards Qin Yu, the truth was that there was a subtle change in their moods. And as time passed, this change became increasingly clear. This was an extremely dangerous signal. If Qin Yu couldn't find a way to continue strengthening himself, then sooner or later there would be a major problem with his position in their hearts. You too, Qin Yu is staying here. I can only send you up to here. Please go in. The blue tile courtyard's demon smiled. As he looked at the two, There was a trace of envy in his eyes. Old Fox and He Tiangang calmed down. A demon commander was powerful, but that also depended on where they were. They had personally experienced just how proud the demons of the blue tile courtyard were. In these past 2 days, there had been many demon commanders that had come to deliver gifts. Although they were courteous and attentive, it was rare to see such a welcoming smile. It seemed that not only was Qin Yu fine, but his relationship with the previous king's bloodline seemed to have improved. The 2 old demons were a bit dizzy. How come this was so bad that they were about to fall out with each other, and now they were so good that even the demons of the blue tile courtyard had to look up to them? He stepped into the range of the royal palace. Yes, it was the royal palace. It was only after Qin Yu moved in that he learned the name of this place. This palace complex had been specially built for the previous Nightmare King. Old Fox and He Tiangang glanced at each other, surprise on their faces. Qin Yu's current treatment had broken through the heavens. Could he have married into the blue tile courtyard? But even so, he shouldn't have his current status. Excuse me, are you Old Fox and He Tiangang? A demon smiled as he appeared in front of them. Demon commander. Moreover, he was strong. Although he couldn't compare with He Tiangang, he still made them feel threatened. When the 2 nodded, his smile became even brighter. Sir Qin Yu has been waiting for a long time. Please follow me. That's right, my clan's elder and young master Yun Lan are also in the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, the 2 old demons saw Qin Yu sitting in the main seat and their eyes widened. They recognized Yun Wuya, so it was fine if he sat in the lower seat. After all, this was Qin Yu's residence and he could be considered the master for the time being. But Yun Lan was pouring wine for Qin Yu. Were they seeing things? No, they definitely weren't seeing things, but with Yun Lan's current status, Qin Yu could actually sit there and let him pour wine for him. Crazy. He must be crazy. At this moment, even though Qin Yu hadn't done anything, his figure in the hearts of the 2 old demons began to wildly swell. This was because after Liao She left, the trace of instability that was formed disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sir is indeed sir. The person in front of us is the successor of the previous king's bloodline, an existence that could possibly seize the throne of the Nightmare King. Greetings, young master. Old Fox and He Tiangang quickly stepped forward and bowed. Qin Yu glanced at them. He felt that there was something wrong with the attitude of these 2 old fellows today. As if they were even more respectful than before. There was no time to delve into the thoughts of Old Fox and He Tiangang. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Rise." He turned to Yun Wuya. "Clan elder, these 2 are my trusted aides. They can absolutely be trusted." Chapter 11:21. Yun Wuya nodded. He didn't doubt Qin Yu's words. In reality, those who could enter the royal palace today were all trustworthy people. After all, even though the blue tile courtyard had undergone a cruel purge, there was no guarantee that no one had escaped. 2 demon commanders, especially this one. His strength is extremely tyrannical. If he can participate in the plan, we will have more confidence. Yun Wuya smiled and said, "Time is of the essence, and I still have other arrangements to make. I'll have to trouble young friend Qin to explain these 2. Qin Yu stood up. "Patriarch, take care." Yun Wuya waved a hand. "Please wait." He nodded at He Tiangang and left with Yun Lan. In the abyss, strength was everything. Only those who were strong enough would be respected. In comparison, even though Elder Fox was also a devil commander, in Yun Wuya's eyes, he was nothing special. Of course, the feeling of being looked down on by others was not a good one. However, if Old Fox could not even endure this, he would not have lived to this day. He bitterly smiled and said, "Young master, what is going on? I feel like you've been hiding a lot during this period of time." It wasn't that he didn't know what to do. Since Qin Yu had called them here today, he was definitely prepared to explain everything. Now that he had taken the initiative to ask and start a conversation, he was tactful. This was Old Fox's strong point. He didn't have enough power, but he had enough EQ. Qin Yu smiled. "Old Fox, you have a good attitude. Then, let's get down to business." His expression turned solemn. After thinking for a while, he realized that there was really nothing much to say. Although he had thought through the entire process, he still felt that it was inconceivable. So, he would simply say it. I have reached an agreement with the old king's bloodline. They will give me their full support to participate in the contest for the throne of the Nightmare King. Yes, that's all. Old Fox and He Tiangong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They had guessed that Qin Yu's relationship with the old king's bloodline must have progressed. But isn't this development a bit too terrifying? Just what did you do to make the previous king's bloodline agree to something so ridiculous? Moreover, why? Although the three magnates were fighting fiercely, this was ultimately an internal affair of the Nightmare Clan. You are an outsider, what right do you have to participate in the fight for the throne? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense anywhere. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. I know you must be surprised. In truth, the process of this matter has been quite tortuous. In short, this is what happened. You don't need to think about it any further. Gulp. The two old demons gulped down a mouthful of saliva. They looked at Qin Yu in front of them and thought, are you about to take off? It was much faster than they had imagined. The King of Nightmares was indeed a pretty good position. With a single leap, he had become an influential figure in the abyss. Perhaps this was what Miss Liao meant when she said, His Excellency Qin Yu inherited the destiny of the Dark Abyss and would accomplish the great cause of unifying the Dark Abyss. We are about to participate in the creation of history. Perhaps many years later, we will become a part of a glorious epic. For example, on a certain day, the Emperor suddenly summoned Hu and He and decided on a great plan in Yifeng City to launch an expedition to the abyss. Just thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotions. He felt as if his blood was on the verge of boiling. With Old Fox and He Tiangong's age, status, and experience, it was almost impossible for such a situation to occur. However, the two of them had thought too highly of this matter, raising it to the level of glory and mission. Exchanging glances, the two old demons simultaneously knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and said in a deep voice, the two of us pledge our loyalty to you. Qin Yu's face stiffened. He felt that Liao She must have secretly said something to these two old demons. Otherwise, why would they act like this? From the looks of it, even if they had to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of flames, these two old demons wouldn't hesitate. They had definitely been brainwashed. Just what did Liao She say to stimulate them so much? Could it be that he was trying to trick them into ruling the Dark Abyss? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Yu felt a chill crawl down his back. Disregarding Liao She's fearless personality, he really couldn't rule out this possibility. Get up, let's get down to business. Qin Yu hurriedly changed the topic. As a result, the two old demons in front of him looked at him with even brighter eyes. His Excellency is indeed His Excellency. Even though he had already completed such a crucial leap, he was still able to maintain his composure and didn't let victory get to his head at all. As expected, he was a dragon amongst enlightened masters. That's right, in the eyes of Old Fox and He Tiangang, since Qin Yu had reached an agreement with the bloodline of the old king and obtained their full support, the position of King of Nightmares was already in his bag. What ancient king? What new faction? They could all die. If anyone dared to compete with His Excellency Qin Yu, they would be tired of living. Yes, young master. The two respectfully stood to the side. Qin Yu felt that these two old demons were already beyond cure. Even if he explained that they were overthinking things, these two old demons wouldn't believe him. They would only think that he was deliberately keeping a low profile. Whatever, let them think what they wanted. In any case, he would have to leave the Dark Abyss sooner or later. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. Before you arrived, Yun Wuya and I were discussing the upcoming Nightmare Beast hunt. Qin Yu glanced at them. Old Fox respectfully said, we have heard of this matter. It is a test that the Nightmare race has set up to determine the new king. In the end, the top 10 will enter the Heaven's Choice platform based on the number of Nightmare Beasts hunted. The rest will be eliminated. He Tiangang added, during the Nightmare Beast hunt, you can bring subordinates with you. The number is limited to 7 and the strongest is limited to the Demon Commander realm. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Very good. It seems that you haven't been idle these past days. Since you know the general content, I won't repeat it. He paused for a moment and then continued, Yun Lan will disappear during this nightmare beast hunt, and I will take advantage of this opportunity to participate in the struggle for the throne. Old Fox's eyes brightened. It seems that the old king's bloodline has already made preparations. What a good plan, using Yun Lan, who was destined to be abandoned, in exchange for a massive amount of benefits. Hey, the family's successor has been killed. This is a great mental blow. Anyone involved in this will not be able to escape easily. He stroked his beard and continued to say, if I'm not wrong, the old king's bloodline will definitely drag some people into the water in a public setting and make it a fait accompli that Yun Lan was killed. At that time, when the yellow mud falls on their pants, it will be the same as well. TSK, clever, too clever. I have long heard that the old king's bloodline's elder Yun Wuya is quick-witted and extremely shrewd. When it comes to playing with the hearts of others, he is a first-class master. Now that I've seen him, he truly lives up to his reputation. His reputation as a sly old fox is well-deserved. Praising Yun Wuya came from his heart, but in your heart, you don't seem to like this old fellow too much. Mocking him a little is the best choice. I, old fox, am also an expert in manipulating the hearts of others. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Qin Yu's face stiffened. If Yun Wuya was a sly old fox, then what was he? After all, this plan had been drawn up by the two of them together. He Tiangong's lips twitched. It was true that he wasn't good with words, but he wasn't stupid. Those that had the talent to touch upon the threshold of the Demon King were peak existences in every aspect. Of course, he could sense that Qin Yu's current expression was a bit unnatural. Hey, this old fox had likely flattered the wrong horse this time. Old Fox groaned inwardly. He didn't know either. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not to be blamed. I'm sure you can understand, right? Damned old black dog, what kind of expression is that? Are you trying to provoke your anger? If I suffer, then don't think you'll have a good time either. He Tiangang coughed. Sir, old who didn't sleep well last night, so he doesn't think before speaking. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Qin Yu angrily waved his hand. That's enough. That's how it is. You should all be prepared in advance and cooperate well when the time comes. Old Fox wanted to make up for his mistake. He hurriedly said, Sir, there are 3 of us, and the other 3 are from the old king's bloodline. Can we trust them? Qin Yu said, Don't worry, there's no problem in this aspect. They won't dare to mess around. Now that he understood what Yun Wuya was thinking, Qin Yu felt much more at ease with the old king's bloodline. Of course, even though Qin Yu knew, he still had to act as if he didn't know anything. Otherwise, how would he deal with him? His relationship with the old king's bloodline would be a difficult problem. When Yun Wuya faced him, it would be very awkward. To put it bluntly, how he addressed him was a problem. Although Qin Yu was happy to see Yun Wuya embarrassed, hiding himself was undoubtedly the best choice. At the very least, he would be able to gain an advantageous position in his cooperation with the old king's bloodline. Thus, he wouldn't tell Old Fox or He Tiangang about this matter for now, lest he expose himself. Although he didn't know where Qin Yu's confidence came from, since he said there was no problem, it was clear he had some degree of confidence. Old Fox and He Tiangang nodded, not speaking any further. After a moment, they spoke a few more words. Then, Qin Yu sent the 2 away to make preparations. The nightmare ancestral land, just what was it? After he went in, could he really be promoted to the king step? If he really became the Nightmare King, then with Yun Wuya's current mentality, he might not allow him to give up the throne. This was something that could be seen from the fact that he hadn't even mentioned Qin Yu's previous promise. In other words, Qin Yu had a chance to sit firmly on the throne. This was a great temptation. After all, the abyss was the mortal enemy of the world of the living. If Qin Yu could control the nightmare race, then at a critical moment, they would absolutely be a great killing tool, a trump card that could reverse the situation. Whatever, thinking about this was useless. He would just take it one step at a time, let alone anything else. He would first seize the Nightmare King's throne. The Nightmare Beast Hunt was the first step. 5 days later, the Council of Nightmare Elders finally extricated themselves from Yun Wuya's entanglement. Then, They impatiently announced that the nightmare beast hunt would begin at noon the next day. In truth, this had already been delayed from the original plan. It was only because of Yun Wuya's endless pestering that they had been delayed until now. This bastard, he had seized on the matter of Yun Lan being assassinated 3 times and had relentlessly demanded a great deal of benefits from him. Moreover, he had forced the Council of Elders to guarantee that if Yun Lan was harmed again, they would have to give the old king's bloodline a satisfactory answer. If it weren't for the fact that this bastard was strong enough, he would have already been beaten to a pulp. How could he have been allowed to jump around until now? Did he really think that old farts could be casually scolded? As Yun Wuya left the Council of Elders station in Evil Peak City, he could roughly guess what those old farts were muttering to themselves. But he didn't care. He had offended enough people in these past years, so a few more didn't matter. More importantly, he had one precious time for the old king's bloodline. Cooperating with Qin Yu was unexpected, and allowing Yun Lan to be killed was an even more unexpected surprise. An unprepared plan might not necessarily fail, but there were far too many variables and it was easy for things to spiral out of control. Yun Wuya certainly couldn't allow his good cards to be ruined. Thus, he stubbornly pestered the Council of Elders and even displayed a face that didn't know when to advance or retreat. Losing points was certain. He feared that there were several old fellows in the Council of Elders who had good relations with the old king's bloodline that would grumble in their hearts. But all of this was worth it. In particular, he had obtained a guarantee from the Council of Elders. Once Yun Lan died in the Nightmare Beast trial, that would be fun. Yun Wuya licked his lips, excitement in his eyes. This time he was going to play big. He had to swindle some compensation from the Council of Elders, but more importantly, someone had to take responsibility for Yun Lan's death. If he didn't teach these people a profound lesson, they would think that he was made of clay. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. At noon, with a deep rumbling sound, the channel leading to the Nightmare Beast territory was opened. The hunt had officially begun. 2. Chapter 1122. Yun Wuya glanced at Qin Yu. Their gazes met in midair and they nodded. There was no need for words. Let's go. Yun Lan was still the leader of the team on the surface. He waved his hand and stepped into the channel. Although it was called a channel, the truth was that it was a giant black hole formed after the ground collapsed. It was pitch black without end. As Yun Lan entered, he was like a stone falling into deep water. There wasn't even the slightest ripple before he vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu leapt up. In the next moment, his entire body quivered, as if he had fallen into icy water. A bone-chilling cold invaded his body. The heart of the abyss in his chest began to beat, pushing his blood energy to the limit. The wildly invading cold immediately eased. Although it was still bone-chilling cold, it was only limited to the surface of his body. Qin Yu suddenly realized something. The Nightmare Beast territory was a hunting space unique to the Nightmare race. Any outsider that intruded would be erased by the power of ice. Although he hadn't truly resisted it, from the brief contact just now, it was clear just how terrifying the power of ice was. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang didn't possess the Nightmare bloodline, so how were they able to resist the invading power of ice? Thinking about it, Yun Wuya had already made arrangements. It seemed that the Nightmare race had done a great deal of research into the Nightmare Beast territory. Before Qin Yu could think further, the icy cold around him instantly dissipated. In the next moment, the darkness shattered and light sprinkled down once more. His feet landed on the ground. His eyes swept around like lightning. When he didn't sense any danger, his tense body relaxed a little. Yun Wuya had already given him incomparably detailed information regarding the Nightmare Beast territory. To be more precise, the place they were in right now could also be seen as a layer of the abyss. It was just that in the process of nurturing it, some accidents had occurred, causing space to become extremely unstable. The entire world was in a kind of state, still in the process of transformation. It was also because of this special environment that the Nightmare Beast was born, a creature that existed between reality and illusion. The reason it was called illusory was because it didn't have a physical body. It was more like a life form of energy. But the Nightmare Beast had a heart within its body. Of course, it didn't move blood, but constantly swallowed and spat out abyssal demonic power to strengthen itself. The Nightmare Beast clan viewed the Yong's territory as a whetstone, a test for the new king. But in reality, to the Yong, the Nightmare Beast clan members who had intruded into their territory were also their hunting targets. The Nightmare Beast hunted, they hunted the Nightmare Beast, and at the same time, the Nightmare Beast hunted them. Shua, behind Qin Yu, Old Fox, Heitian Gang, and the others all appeared. As his heart relaxed, it was only now that he was able to clearly see what was happening. The space in front of him had suddenly split open, as if it were opening its mouth and spitting them out. This method of entry. It was really quite strange. A mana crystal appeared in Yun Lan's hand. After injecting mana into it, it lit up and projected a detailed map in the air. Then, he took out another cone-shaped stone and held it in his hand, injecting mana into it as well. The surface of the stone began to glow with a red light. After several breaths of time, a red dot slowly appeared on the map that was projected from the void. Seeing the location of the red dot, Yun Lan's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Fortunately, our luck is not bad. The entrance this time is not in the danger zone." As she finished speaking, she glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Although I obtained the information, my understanding of the Nightmare Beast territory is limited. You can decide what to do on your own." The three demon commanders of the old king's bloodline were respectively named Cloud Mountain, Cloud River, and Cloud Void. They all had calm expressions. It was clear that before they entered the Nightmare Beast territory, they had already received instructions from Yun Wuya. It was hard to say exactly how much they knew, but it was clear that Qin Yu was the most crucial core of their group. Yun Lan didn't beat around the bush. He directly said, "When we kill the Nightmare Beasts, the hearts they leave behind will produce a strength that can nourish the soul. To us abyssals, this is a rare and precious treasure. So, even though the various clans have no hope for the throne, they will still send people into the Nightmare Beast territory in order to collect the Nightmare Beast's heart. So, according to the estimates of the tribal elder, there will be at least 100 squads that have entered the Nightmare Beast territory. Regardless of whether or not the plan can proceed smoothly, we must ensure that we can kill a sufficient number of Nightmare Beasts and obtain a spot in the top 10. That is the most important matter." She took a deep breath and swept her eyes over everyone. "If there are no problems, then let's immediately set out to hunt the Nightmare Beast." After she finished speaking, she identified a direction and hurried towards a place marked on the map where the Nightmare Beasts were gathered. In fact, before they even arrived at their destination, a sudden battle had already occurred. The one that attacked them was a Nightmare Beast that looked similar to a demon wolf. The only difference was that its eyes were translucent and there was a hazy mist rising up from within, making it hard to see clearly. Unfortunately, the Nightmare Beast's target of attack was Old Fox. This caused the old fellow's complexion to turn ugly. Yun Wuya was strong enough and his status was also honored. Even if Old Fox felt humiliated, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. But now, a tiny Nightmare Beast actually dared to bully him. This was simply disgraceful to the extreme. The group of 7 hadn't chosen anyone but had attacked him. Wasn't this the same as saying that he was the weakest persimmon? Old Fox hatefully attacked. In just a few moves, the Nightmare Beast was smashed to pieces, displaying the strength of a demon commander. Thus, Qin Yu saw with his own eyes the process of the Nightmare Beast's heart condensing. After it died, its body disintegrated without a single drop of blood flowing out. Instead, it turned into pure energy. Then, this energy collapsed inward. In the blink of an eye, a Nightmare Beast's heart the size of a knuckle condensed. Of course, although it was called a Nightmare Beast's heart, the truth was that it looked more like a pure energy crystal. It was pale blue and faintly transparent. Old Fox took the Nightmare Beast's heart. Although he was also curious about this thing, he didn't hesitate and offered it to Qin Yu with both hands. Qin Yu smiled and didn't refuse. He took it. Yun Lan said, "You only need to pour in a bit of demonic power and the Nightmare Beast's heart will be stimulated." Qin Yu nodded. Demonic power surged from his hands and the Nightmare Beast's heart lit up. With a light sound, the Nightmare Beast's heart shattered into powder. Then, A cool strength fused into Qin Yu's body. His spirits rose and his eyes brightened. Qin Yu carefully sensed it, and a happy expression lit up his face. The strength of the nightmare beast's heart was also useful to his soul. Although the increase wasn't too great, in terms of the intensity of Qin Yu's soul, even if it was just a tiny increase, it was still amazing enough. And, most importantly, he confirmed that he could also use the nightmare beast's heart. It seemed that this thing was only limited to the soul and not just abyssal life forms. At this time, a thought suddenly popped up in Qin Yu's mind. The abyss and the world of the living were diametrically opposed to each other. Both sides were naturally hostile to each other, so why didn't there seem to be much difference in their souls? Seeing Qin Yu's happy expression, Yunlan waited for several breaths of time before asking, "What is it?" Qin Yu shook his head. "It's nothing. The nightmare beast's heart really can enhance the intensity of the soul." As he spoke, he suppressed this thought. Yunlan said, "My abyssal demon race is born with a formidable bloodline. As long as we absorb holy energy and stimulate our bloodline, we can obtain formidable strength. But in terms of the soul, that is a shortcoming of all abyssals. My race's souls are formidable, and we even have all sorts of inheritances that target the level of the soul. But the truth is that this strength is passed down through our bloodline." She swept her eyes over everyone. "So, entering the nightmare beast's territory is also a lucky chance for all of you. Following this, all of the nightmare beast's hearts that you obtain, unless it is absolutely necessary, will temporarily be given to me. But once the results are calculated, I will return them to you." Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong revealed looks of pleasant surprise. They bowed, "Thank you, sir." When they entered the nightmare beast's territory before, although they had obtained the nightmare beast's hearts, they had only obtained an extremely small portion. Now, looking at Yun Lan's intentions, she actually wanted to return all of the nightmare hearts they obtained. Just this alone would increase the profits of this line of work by more than several times. Qin Yu glanced at the three people whose faces were flushed red. He was sure that in the following hunt, they would go all out. From Yunlan's actions, it seemed that she was a bit cautious and uncertain about this nightmare beast hunt. With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to reach the top 10. As if sensing the puzzlement in Qin Yu's eyes, Yunlan thought for a moment. Then, her voice suddenly sounded out in Qin Yu's ears. "I always feel that this nightmare beast hunt won't go smoothly. You can think of this as my intuition. But believe me, my experiences over the years have proven that my intuition is extremely accurate." Qin Yu nodded in understanding. But he couldn't help but curl his lips inwardly. If you really had such a powerful intuition, how come you didn't discover that someone was trying to harm you before? Isn't this all thanks to me saving you time and time again? Otherwise, wouldn't you know what sort of situation you would be in right now? Let's continue. The old king's bloodline's map was extremely accurate. Soon, led by Yunlan, they found a place where the nightmare beasts gathered. In front of them was a mountain valley. Inside lived a herd of nightmare beasts that looked like wild horses. But between their lips, there were fangs that were several feet long, and their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales. They could barely be called similar. We call these nightmare beasts fierce horses. The reason is because they are incomparably cruel and violent, and they have an extremely strong sense of territory. Once they sense that an outsider has intruded, they will immediately riot and wildly attack the outsider. Of course, this is also the advantage. Their relationship with other nightmare beasts is extremely poor. We can boldly attack without worrying about attracting other nightmare beasts and being surrounded like dumplings. Yunlan gave a simple explanation. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. This sort of ill-tempered and ill-liked nightmare beast was quite good. He coughed and said, "Then, shall we attack?" Yunlan glanced at him. "Wait a moment." He turned to look at Cloud Mountain, Cloud River, and Cloud Void. The three demon commanders of the old king's bloodline cupped their hands together and then each chose a direction to leave in. Soon, Qin Yu could feel some changes in the air. Chapter 11:23. A barrier gradually appeared, wrapping around the entire mountain valley. Although it couldn't completely prevent the aura from leaking out, it could weaken it by a great deal so that it wouldn't spread too far. Cloud Mist said, We aren't afraid of attracting the nightmare beasts, but we aren't the only ones here. Although it's rare for accidents to occur in the nightmare beast territory, it's always better to be cautious. Chinyu rubbed his nose. This woman was quite smart. How come he hadn't sensed it before? When Cloud Mountain, Cloud River, and Cloud Sky returned, Cloud Mist took a deep breath and said, "Attack." Bang! Wild fluctuations of strength erupted. A fierce nightmare beast near the entrance was smashed to pieces and condensed into a nightmare beast heart. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Within the mountain valley, all the fierce nightmare beasts roared out in anger and wildly rushed forwards. Rumble, rumble, the sound of hooves was like raging waves, causing the entire mountain valley to tremble. Before, it was said that the nightmare beast hunt was two-faced. It was the nightmare race that hunted the nightmare beasts, but it was also the nightmare beasts that hunted them. Now that the nightmare race had made their move, how could the nightmare beast tribes that had lived in this world for generations not act? Within the giant cave, there were clear signs of excavation. Although it was incomparably rough, once the scope reached a certain degree, it actually seemed grand and majestic. Powerful nightmare beasts gathered in the cave. Their bodies were incomparably large and each one emitted a terrifying aura. The nightmare race has intruded into our territory once more. According to our agreement, when they begin hunting, we can also attack and hunt down their descendant. In the center of the cave, a giant crocodile-like nightmare beast slowly spoke up. Its deep voice echoed throughout the cave. Another giant ant beast roared, "Our nightmare beast race is not some slave raised by the nightmare race that they can kill as they please. Why can they incite a slaughter every time and then leave with the strength of our children? We should attack and kill them all." "That's right," the 1,000-foot large ant beast angrily roared. Its giant legs constantly moved back and forth, smashing the ground. Cracks appeared and wildly spread outwards. Within the cave, the other giant beasts became restless because of the ant beast's actions. The atmosphere heated up. The giant crocodile suddenly flicked its tail. Its huge tail struck out like lightning and sent the giant ant flying. It crashed heavily into the cave and rolled to the ground. "Shut up." The giant ant beast was attacked, and its eyes turned blood red. It screeched and crawled up. Its huge limbs moved quickly, pushing its body towards the giant crocodile. But very quickly, it fiercely slammed into the stone wall again. A long wound was torn open on its hard carapace, and wisps of smoke-like energy were constantly dispersing. The giant crocodile rose from the ground and stared coldly at it. "Ant King, if you dare offend me again, I will kill you." The giant ant beast roared angrily, but it did not dare to move forward. The difference in strength between it and the giant crocodile king was even more shocking than it had imagined. Inside the stone cave, the kings of the other races saw this and extinguished some of the thoughts in their hearts. The giant crocodile king snorted coldly and continued scanning the great hall. "Our Nightmare Beast clan is not strong enough to contend against the Nightmare Beast clan. Therefore, we can only be passive. It's not easy for us to maintain the current situation. I have already determined that the Nightmare Beast clan will soon choose a new Nightmare King. If you dare to attack and provoke an Abyss King, you can imagine what fate awaits my clan." It let out a deep breath. Its voice became even louder, filled with cruelty and killing intent. "So, all of you better behave yourselves. Do not recklessly interfere and break the rules, otherwise I will absolutely kill him." Within the stone cave, the giant beasts all lowered their heads. Yes, Giant Crocodile King. The nightmare beasts did not have a true king. These so-called kings were the most formidable existences in their respective races. Strictly speaking, they could only be considered pseudo-kings. Their strength had barely reached the threshold of the king's step. And the giant crocodile king was the most formidable of them all. Although on the surface it seemed to have equal status with the other kings of the other races, but in reality, it had already surpassed the kings and had become the true ruler of the Nightmare Beast clan. Perhaps the giant crocodile king was not far from becoming a true king, and it was because of this that it did everything it could to maintain a balanced situation and avoid direct conflict with the Nightmare Beast clan. It needed time. The Stone Cave Conference ended and the kings of the various races left. The giant ant beast returned to its lair in Black Gold Mountain. It immediately killed 2 of its subordinate ant commanders and chewed them up before eating them. The terrifying wounds on its body immediately began to rapidly heal. The other giant ant beasts in the hall all fell to the ground in panic, fearing that their king would eat them up in the next moment. "Scram, all of you scram!" the giant ant beast angrily roared. Its giant body paced back and forth, causing the entire underground cave to tremble. After eating 2 ant commanders that had always coveted its throne, although the ant king's injuries were recovering at an accelerated rate, the anger in its heart did not diminish. The giant crocodile king had actually humiliated it in front of everyone during the throne conference. This had completely swept away its prestige and made it a joke in the eyes of all the kings. How hateful! How hateful! That damned giant crocodile king. But even though it was angry, it couldn't help but admit that the giant crocodile king possessed a strength that far surpassed what it could resist. Even though it was humiliated, it could only silently endure it. This undoubtedly intensified the burning anger in the ant king's heart. Bang, the ground couldn't withstand it. As the ant king's anger burned, it vented its strength. With a loud rumble, cracks began to appear. At this time, the ant king's complexion changed. It fiercely looked up and locked onto the space in front of it. In the violent shaking, a giant crack appeared. A deep voice sounded out from within. "Ant King, I have come on the orders of the giant crocodile king to explain something to you." As it spoke, a giant black wolf beast drilled out from the spatial crack. Its body was over 1,000 feet long and its aura was tyrannical. "Black Wolf King, what are you doing in my territory? The giant crocodile king injured me and made me lose face, so why did he send you to mock me?" The ant king angrily roared. Although the Black Wolf King was a king of a race, he was still willing to submit to the giant crocodile king and had always been looked down upon by other kings. Thus, facing him, the ant king didn't fear him at all. The Black Wolf King shook his head. "Ant King, there is no need to be angry. I came here on orders to explain something to you. In today's throne conference, the giant crocodile king had no choice but to attack you. He had his own difficulties. This involves a secret of the giant crocodile king. After Ant King learns of this, you absolutely cannot tell anyone else." "Secret?" The ant king shook its giant head, its 2 antennae trembling. "Tell me, what secret is it?" The Black Wolf King took several steps forwards and lowered its voice. "The secret is, the giant crocodile king wants me to kill you, you giant hindering ant." It opened its mouth and spat out a breath that mixed with the power of wind and ice. The ant king was caught off guard and was sent flying backwards. Countless wounds appeared on its body and then it was frozen solid by the ice-cold strength. "Black Wolf King, you dare to attack me? I will kill you." The ant king was enraged. It never thought that the Black Wolf King, who was weaker than it, would dare to attack it. But soon, the ant king's roars were replaced with fear. "Black Wolf King, you hid your strength. You deserve to die." Rumble, rumble, the entire underground cave violently shook as the 2 giant beasts crazily slaughtered each other. The ant army guarding outside didn't rush forwards. Some turned and left, but some didn't even have time to react before their necks were bitten off by sharp teeth from behind. On a hill that wasn't too high, there was a team hidden. As they looked at the tyrannical aura coming from the Black Gold Mountain, they were pleasantly surprised. They had quietly come here because they had chosen the Ant King. After killing it, they would take its Kingstep nightmare beast heart. But they never imagined that before they could do anything, a fierce battle would erupt on the Black Gold Mountain. Although they couldn't clearly feel it, if it could fight with the Ant King, then it must be another incomparably powerful Kingstep nightmare beast. Perhaps they could be the fishermen that reap the benefits. At the very least, they would be able to kill a severely injured Ant King. The difficulty would be much lower than they imagined. "Everyone, restrain your auras. Without orders, you are not allowed to attack." A demon shouted out, a sharp light surging in his eyes. The Ant King felt fear. The Black Wolf King was far too strong. Although it couldn't compare to the giant crocodile king, it was far more terrifying. Its injuries hadn't healed to begin with and it had been ambushed by the Black Wolf King. Now, it found it increasingly difficult to support itself and it felt as if it would collapse at any moment. Although it didn't know why its subordinates outside hadn't come in yet, it also didn't know why the Black Wolf King dared to kill it. But none of this was the key point. The key point was that if it didn't run away now, it really might die. As the master of the Black Gold Mountain, the Ant King never imagined that it would be chased down in its own territory. Bang! In order to force back the Black Wolf King with injuries, the Ant King crazily dug a hole in the mountain. The incomparably hard black gold stone was as fragile as tofu in front of its legs. Run! It had to escape. Then, it had to gather the kings of the other tribes and publicize the evil deeds of the giant crocodile king. If anyone dared to attack it today, then tomorrow it would be their turn. The kings of the Nightmare Beastland had to unite and overthrow the giant crocodile king's rule. Since they wanted to kill it, they would have to pay a heavy price. The Ant King gnashed its teeth in hatred. It dug even faster. In several breaths of time, it had dug a channel through the Black Gold Mountain. With a loud whoosh, it soared into the skies and flew into the distance without hesitation. Why didn't the Black Wolf King follow? Its speed wasn't much slower. A restless feeling rose in the Ant King's heart. Its giant compound eyes swept around and its two long antennae constantly flickered in the air. This was a unique investigative method of the Nightmare Beast race. But before it could determine the situation, there was a loud shout. Attack! Banger in the skies, a mass of demonic light exploded. Then, it turned into a giant net that covered the wounded Ant King. Zlolo, there was a terrifying corrosive sound. As the net touched the Ant King's body, its incomparably hard carapace was easily corroded. The net drilled into its flesh and blood. Nightmare Demon Race! Damn it! Damn it! The Ant King angrily roared. Giant Crocodile King, you actually joined forces with the Nightmare Demon Race. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Chapter 11:24. It finally understood why the Black Wolf King did not attack again. It was because the Giant Crocodile King clearly wanted to use the Nightmare Demon Race to kill it. That way, the Giant Crocodile King would not be in trouble. Although it did not know what the net was, the instant it was locked down, the Ant King knew it could not escape. However, the Giant Crocodile King could not hide this matter. Even if it died, it would announce today's events to the entire Nightmare Beast territory. Not good. Retreat. The surrounding devils' faces fell, and they turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. In the next moment, the Ant King, whose flesh and blood had been drilled into by the net, suddenly exploded. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The net was torn apart, and several devils were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths and noses. Then, the image of an enormous Ant King appeared in the air. It howled, "The Giant Crocodile King and the Nightmare Demon Race are working together to kill me. The Giant Crocodile King and the Nightmare Demon Race are working together to kill me. The Giant Crocodile King and the Nightmare Demon Race are working together to kill me." The Ant King repeated it 3 times. His voice spread in all directions and landed in the ears of countless nightmare beasts. They flapped their ears in shock and disbelief. Then, they turned to flee without hesitation. Pa! What's wrong with this Ant King? Why did it self-destruct? And it said we were working together with the Giant Crocodile King? What the hell? A devil coughed up blood and wiped his mouth with a dark expression. Originally, they had made ample preparations. As long as they paid a small price, they could slowly grind the Ant King to death. But who would have thought that this Ant King would not act according to common sense? Before they could do anything, it self-destructed. The Nightmare Beast King cherished its life. Otherwise, it would not have been so cowardly for so many years. How strange. The only good news was that they only wanted to kill the Ant King. Then, the Nightmare Beast's heart would automatically condense. Self-destruction did not affect this. Soon, a palm-sized Nightmare Beast's heart appeared where the Ant King self-destructed. It was completely purple and had no impurities. Pa! A devil flew into the air and grabbed it. He shouted, "Let's go." The Ant King's self-destruction caused too much of a commotion. It would definitely attract the attention of the other Nightmare Beast Kings. They had to leave quickly. Quick. He had to get the Heart of Nightmare to Chi Jun before the other Beast Kings arrived. Roar! With a loud roar, The demon actually ignited the demonic energy within his body, causing his flying speed to soar. A moment later, he staggered to the ground and raised the Yong's beast heart in his hand. Young master, this lowly one was fortunate enough to not fail the mission. Soon, someone took away the Yong's heart and sent it into the cave. Inside the cave, a table was placed on the ground, and behind it sat a young man. His manner was calm and dignified. There were several people sitting or standing on both sides of the table. If someone was here, they would immediately recognize that the person on the left side of the table was the trusted aide of the city lord of Erfeng, the demon commander expert named Cheng Hai. He opened his eyes and looked at the King's Step nightmarish beast heart in the devil's hand. His eyes flashed with a bright light. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Congratulations, young Master Qi Zhen. Now that you've obtained the King's Step nightmare beast's heart, you'll definitely be able to thoroughly awaken your bloodline. The other powerhouses from the ancient king's bloodline bowed, joy on their faces. Who could have imagined that one of the ancient king's descendants would awaken their ancestral bloodline? Moreover, they would be able to completely inherit the bloodline of the previous king. Although it was impossible for this awakening to come with the memories of their previous lives, they could still inherit the strength of the previous king's powerful bloodline. Now, with just a bit more, young Master Qi Zhen's bloodline would thoroughly awaken, and this King's Step nightmare beast's heart was the key to making up for this final flaw. Once he succeeded, there would be no suspense in the struggle for the throne. The previous king's bloodline, Cloud Billow? Humph humph, it was just a bloodline breakthrough that caused the projection of the ancestral land to descend. He simply couldn't compare with young Master Qi Zhen. After all, as long as he completely awakened his bloodline, he would have all the conditions to become the King of Nightmare. Behind the table, Qi Zhen laid down his teacup. He lifted a hand and grasped the Yong's beast heart. Within the cave, the powerhouses that belonged to the ancient king's bloodline erupted with their auras, brazenly locking onto Cheng Hai and the others. Although everyone here could be trusted, they couldn't allow any accidents to occur at this critical moment. Cheng Hai and the others had calm expressions, without the slightest change in attitude. They completely released their auras, allowing others to lock onto them. Qi Zhen faintly smiled. Without hesitation, demonic energy erupted from his palm, wrapping around the King's Step nightmare beast heart. Catcher, there was the sound of shattering. A crack appeared on the surface of the Yong's beast heart and a massive amount of energy gushed out, fusing into Qi Zhen's body. His entire body shook and he subconsciously looked up. On the surface of his face, complex demonic runes began to appear, weaving together and covering his entire face. Although it was strange, it also gave off an incomparably dignified and formidable feeling. The many demons in the cave all gasped for breath. They could feel a formidable suppressive aura coming from Qi Zhen's body. This was a suppression that came from the level of bloodline. King bloodline, this was indeed the true king bloodline. Catcher, catcher, cracking sounds rang out one after another. The number of cracks on the Yong's beast heart rapidly increased as more strength gushed out. Qi Zhen's body floated upwards. His aura became increasingly strong. The runes that covered his face began to spread out to other parts of his body. The Abyss King had obtained the approval of the Abyss Will and was bestowed with undying demon marks, and now, Qi Zhen's undying demon marks were in the process of awakening. Ah! A loud roar came from Qi Zhen's mouth. His eyes flashed open, a faint golden light flowing deep within them. As his eyes swept over them, the many demon powerhouses in the cave felt their hearts shake. The King's Step nightmare beast heart shattered into pieces, all of its strength had been absorbed. Without any hesitation, everyone fell to their knees. Congratulations to Sir Qi Zhen for awakening his king bloodline. A struggle flashed in Qi Zhen's eyes. But in this situation, no one noticed it and he soon calmed down. He lowered his head and glanced at the crowd. The corner of his lips curled up and he revealed a faint smile. He then said, "Rise." His voice was calm, but for some unknown reason, as everyone heard Qi Zhen's voice, their hearts chilled and they couldn't help but feel fear. Was this the fully awakened strength of the king bloodline? It was truly terrifying. The demon commanders of the ancient king's bloodline were ecstatic. Their young master had successfully awakened his bloodline. Even if this provoked the Nightmare Beast Kings, It was completely worth it. As long as Sir Qi became the new king, he could naturally suppress everything. No matter how unwilling the Nightmare Beast Kings were, they could only endure it. But that was a matter for the future. Right now, it was best to leave as soon as possible. After all, in the face of a group of enraged Nightmare Beast Kings, things could easily spiral out of control. Sir, there was an accident when we were hunting the Ant King. Nightmare Beast Kings will soon arrive. We should leave immediately. The Nightmare Beast hunt had just begun, but to the Ancient King's bloodline, they had already completed their mission. As for their rankings, even if they left now, they would still be in the top 10. The Ancient King's bloodline had already made arrangements for this. Qi eyes flashed. He lightly said, "We cannot leave now. After I awakened my bloodline, I sensed something interesting. There is something I need in the Nightmare Beast territory. I can only leave after I obtain it." The complexions of the demon commanders in the cave changed. This was outside of their plans, but looking at Qi calm expression, no one dared to question his decision. "Don't worry. Unless the false kings of the Nightmare Beast territory want to provoke a war with my nightmare race, they can only lower their heads. At most we will give them some compensation." Qi slowly said, as if everything was under his control. "The Qi family's direct descendant demon commanders can stay behind. Everyone else can withdraw for now." Cheng Hai and the others stood up and left. After leaving the cave, they all had worried expressions. Although Qi wasn't wrong, the rebellion of the Nightmare Beast territory's false kings was absolutely difficult to deal with. If they weren't careful, many of them might perish here. But Qi had already spoken. Unless they defied his will, they could only stay behind. As for Qi, seizing the throne was only a matter of time. Perhaps they wouldn't fear the successor of the Ancient King's bloodline, but they had no choice but to respect the future Nightmare King. Within the cave, Qi flicked his sleeves. The air suddenly thickened, isolating them from the outside world. "Young master, do you have any orders?" A demon commander bowed. Qi gently tapped the table. After several moments of thought, he revealed a cold smile. "I can sense someone. He must die. Take this demon crystal and you will be able to sense his position. Remember, no matter who he is, I want him dead. Do you understand?" Several demon commanders from the Ancient King's bloodline felt their hearts turn cold. But without hesitation, they bowed. "Yes." Qi waved his hand. "Go." One of the demon commanders picked up the demon crystal. After respectfully bowing, he turned and left the cave. Without pausing, he soared into the skies and vanished without a trace. Cheng Hai and the others watched as these people left. They all whispered in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. Soon, Qi walked out of the cave. He smiled and said, "We will wait here. After all, the aura of a king-step nightmare beast's heart isn't something that can dissipate in a short period of time." The demon commanders respectfully bowed. They bitterly smiled inwardly. "If you send out the Ancient King's bloodline descendants, then we will likely suffer a calamity." But in the current situation, they could only brace themselves and agree. In the mountain valley, the last fierce nightmare beast was blown to pieces with a despairing roar. Then, the chaotic buzzing in everyone's ears finally quieted down. Qi looked at the nightmare beast's heart in his hand. He wanted to try absorbing it again, but he glanced at Yunlan and suppressed this thought. Right now, she was the leader of this group on the surface. He had already given the order not to embarrass her. Even if Qi really absorbed it, no one would say anything. As everyone was busily cleaning up the battlefield and calculating their harvests, Qi's complexion suddenly changed. He turned and looked into the distance. At this moment, his eyes turned pitch black, becoming incomparably deep. It was like he had crossed through the barriers of space and was looking into the distance. Within his chest, the heart of the abyss fiercely beat. Then, he sensed an ancient and powerful aura. Although he didn't know who it was, his instinctive awe and hostility was enough to determine that this person wasn't a good person. Faintly, Qi became aware of something. It seemed that this change had occurred because of the bloodline within his body. Had the nightmare race given birth to another powerful descendant that was strong enough to form a resonance with him? Soon, the aura in the distance vanished. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He looked at Yun Lan not too far away and whispered, "I fear there will be trouble." Could it be that this woman's intuition was about to come true? It really was true. When it should have been accurate, it wasn't accurate, and when it shouldn't have been, it was damn accurate. Chapter 11:25. The giant crocodile king was furious. The ant king had died at the hands of the nightmare demon race. In reality, the giant crocodile king didn't care about this bastard's death at all. However, no one knew why the ant king had gone crazy. Before it died, it actually said that it had worked with the nightmare demon race to kill it. What made the giant crocodile king even more furious was that the other kings of the nightmare demon race clearly believed this. They were looking at him with cold and distrustful eyes. Yes, the giant crocodile king didn't like the arrogant ant king. But the ant king didn't want to kill him and destroy the current stable situation. Even if he really wanted to kill the ant king, with the giant crocodile king's power and methods, would he give the ant king the chance to speak the truth? What a joke! The giant crocodile king roared angrily. This king said that this matter has nothing to do with me, nor did I work with the nightmare demon race. His eyes flashed viciously as he looked at the many beasts in the cave. It was very likely that he had been tricked, and the person qualified to do so was definitely in the cave. Don't let me find you, or else this king will tear you to pieces. Giant crocodile king, we are also willing to believe you. But the ant king personally testified against you before he died. We have to be suspicious, a king of the nightmare demon race said. Right now, the aura of the ant king's crystal core is still in the nightmare demon race's territory. Since giant crocodile king has a clear conscience, then come with us to confront the nightmare demon race. The one who spoke was the golden condor king. He was an extremely powerful king. Before the giant crocodile king rose, he was the strongest person to rule this territory. Although the giant crocodile king had successfully become the strongest king, he was still wary of the golden condor king. Hearing that, the giant crocodile king took a deep breath and looked coldly at the golden condor king. Fine, this king will go with you. I also want to know who is slandering this king. A group of nightmare demon race kings charged into the sky and swept up vast amounts of demonic energy. They were like a surging tide that went straight for the ancient king's bloodline. Not long after the nightmare demon race kings left, a black cloud condensed in the sky and covered the giant crocodile king's territory. A barrier suddenly descended between heaven and earth, isolating the auras inside and outside. In the next moment, several demons rushed out of the black clouds, each one of them surging with a horrifying murderous aura. Kill! With a roar, these devils rushed into the cave and killed the crocodiles one by one. Nightmare devil race! Damn it, you actually dared to attack the giant crocodile king's lair. The king will definitely not let you off, a giant crocodile roared angrily before it died. King, save us. Let's fight it out with the nightmare king. Inside the giant crocodile king's lair lived its bloodline descendants and many experts of the giant crocodile race. However, the devils that were attacking were all pseudo-king level experts. Even if some of the giant crocodiles could resist, they would be quickly killed. After an hour, the sounds of fighting in the cave had already disappeared. The air was filled with the smell of blood that had almost solidified. The corpses of countless giant crocodiles littered every corner of the battlefield. Almost all of the giant crocodile king's bloodline descendants had been killed. A few slaughter demons gathered together and exchanged glances. One of them shouted, "Burn!" Flames rapidly spread, swallowing up the entire cave. Tongues of flame shot into the sky. Roiling black smoke condensed into pillars that pierced the sky. Without hesitation, these demons turned and left. The black clouds floating in the sky quickly dissipated. On a nearby mountain, the Black Wolf King looked at the cave swallowed by flames, his eyes calm. To the side, a giant blue eagle sneered, "Black Wolf King, you are ruthless enough. You watched many of these giant crocodiles grow up." The Black Wolf King lightly said, "So what? There can only be one true beast monarch. I am not willing to be eliminated, so I can only act." Then, he glanced at the blue eagle, "If you didn't have the same thoughts as me, why would you cooperate with me?" The blue eagle snorted, "There isn't much time left. Let's begin." Rumble, 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 the two nightmare beast monarchs madly fought, their battle shaking the heavens and earth. Soon, they were covered in wounds. Stop. That's enough. If we continue fighting, we will really be seriously wounded. The Blue Eagle King rapidly drew back. He looked at the Black Wolf King, whose flesh was torn and whose energy was constantly leaking out. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. This fellow was a madman. He almost thought that the Black Wolf King really wanted to kill him. Now, we will act according to the plan. After throwing down these words, the Blue Eagle King turned and soared into the skies. The Black Wolf King watched as the Blue Eagle King's figure rapidly shrank into a black dot. A cold sneer appeared in his eyes. If the Blue Eagle King couldn't even be ruthless to himself, then how could he become a true king? He lifted his claws and ruthlessly stabbed them into the wounds on his body. After twisting them several times, his body staggered and he nearly fell to the ground. This was more like it. If he wasn't miserable enough, how could the giant crocodile king believe him? The Black Wolf King bit down on several feathers left behind by the Blue Eagle King and soared into the skies. Although Qin Yu expected that there would be trouble, he didn't think it would come so quickly. Strictly speaking, the Nightmare Beast territory was an immature and flawed abyss. It covered an extremely large area. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many false kings to be born, each of them dominating a region. But no matter how large the area was, it couldn't stop others from using detection demon crystals to directly lock onto Qin Yu and chase after him. At the start, Qin Yu hadn't sensed them. But once the two sides reached a certain distance, he sensed them. After Yun Lan was reminded of this, his complexion was incomparably dignified. He looked at Qin Yu, hesitating to speak. How much longer until they arrive? Qin Yu shook his head. It's just a rough feeling. I can't be sure. Yun Lan took a deep breath. No matter who they are, don't hold back. Thoroughly cut them down here. Someone had sensed Qin Yu's existence, and it was because of the pull of their bloodline. Could it be that someone else had awakened their ancestral bloodline? If this was true, then things would become troublesome. Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong immediately scattered and disappeared, rapidly setting up their preparations. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang had dignified expressions. They stood beside Qin Yu, a bloodthirsty light leaping in the depths of their icy eyes. In the eyes of these two old demons, Qin Yu was their future hope. Anyone who tried to harm him would be destroying their future. They absolutely could not allow this. In truth, from the moment both sides met, Qin Yu's group had occupied the absolute advantage. As Yun Lan watched the demon race brazenly attack Qin Yu, his complexion became increasingly ugly. The bloodline of the ancient king, as a formidable family that had once given birth to several nightmare kings, the bloodline of the ancient king stood amongst the strongest. If there was another person who had awakened their ancestral bloodline, even if Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the previous king, there would still be great trouble. At this moment, Yun Lan couldn't suppress the cruel killing intent in his heart. No matter what, he had to kill that person from the ancient king's bloodline. Only like this could he ensure that Qin Yu seized the throne. Kill. The demon commanders of the ancient king's bloodline immediately understood that they had been discovered ahead of time and had likely fallen into the enemy's trap. But from the time they received the order to attack, less than a day had passed. Even if the enemy had discovered them ahead of time, it was impossible for them to have made too many preparations. What they were competing in now was the strength of both sides. The person that Sir Qizhan had mentioned had to be killed. With a roar, two demon commanders rushed towards Qin Yu. Without hesitation, they ignited their demon bodies. The two demon commanders erupted with fluctuations of strength. As their demonic power was ignited, it began to wildly rise at an astonishing speed. Protect Qin Yu! Yun Lan shouted out. Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong roared out together. The three of them took a step forwards and demonic power erupted from their bodies, fusing together and forming a giant beast that punched out and sent one of the demon commanders flying away. There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The three of them paled, anger and alarm in their eyes. The demon commander of the ancient king's bloodline had gone crazy. He completely ignited his demonic power. In order to obtain formidable strength in a short period of time, what he burned was his boundary. In other words, it was impossible to restore the demonic power that had been burned. If he lost too much demonic power, it might even lead to his own death. Above He Tiangong's head, the phantom of a three-headed hellhound appeared. On one of the heads, a black light shot out from its eyes. The demon commander of the ancient king's bloodline that was struck stiffened. In the next moment, he was sent flying away, blood spurting out from his nose and mouth. Old Fox did his best but was only barely able to hold back one of the demon commanders. He grimaced in pain as he was struck. He roared out inwardly, "I must become stronger, I must." Yunlan's opponent was the leader of the demon commanders of the ancient king's bloodline. He was extremely strong and was at least a first-level He Tiangang powerhouse. With every movement he made, a terrifying demonic power erupted. Explosions rang out in the void, causing it to distort and then collapse. There was a massive disparity between Yunlan's strength and his. If it weren't for her having many hidden cards, she would have already been knocked down. But in the end, hidden cards were not her own strength. Beneath his attacks, she could only barely persist. There were 6 demon commanders of the ancient king's bloodline. Besides the 5 above, the last one had an icy cold gaze that locked onto Qin Yu. Although he didn't know what Sir Qizhen had sensed, he had already thoroughly awakened his bloodline and automatically held the highest authority of the ancient king's bloodline. Sir Qizhen's will could not be doubted. Die! With a loud roar, the demon commander crazily attacked. He lifted a hand and thrust forwards. Space trembled and wild demonic power gathered, turning into a giant hand that came crashing down. With just a single strike, Qin Yu knew that this common-looking demon commander had been hiding his strength. In fact, he was the strongest person of the ancient king's bloodline. It seemed that these people had also made preparations. They had hidden their strongest powerhouse in order to kill Qin Yu. But this sort of concealment could only display its greatest effect when he was caught off guard. So, this strike wasn't as simple as it seemed. With a loud roar, countless wounds instantly opened up on the demon commander's body. Blood gushed out and then the blood was shaken and shattered, turning into a massive fog of blood that fused into the demonic hand. The color of the hand instantly turned crimson. Its originally wild aura suddenly rose by more than 10 times. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear a crazed howl in their ears. It crossed through space and time, carrying with it the aura of endless years, as if it wanted to destroy all. Yunlan's complexion changed and he screamed, "Qin Yu, be careful. This is a secret technique of the ancient king's bloodline. Quickly dodge. Dodge. If you are locked onto by the hand of nightmares, your soul will scatter. You can't escape." The demon commander, whose body was like a rag and aura was extremely weak, laughed, "Go die." The blood-red hand came crashing down. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. In fact, there was no need for Yunlan to speak. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in this blood-red hand. Unless he summoned the true body of the Titan giant, it wasn't impossible for him to take it head-on with his current cultivation. With the tyrannical half-dragon body, he wouldn't die, but he would inevitably shed a few layers of skin. So, after hesitating for a second, Qin Yu decided to dodge. As for what the demon commander said, there was no way to escape. Haha, that was just a joke. Qin Yu's eyes instantly turned black. The demon commander, who was crazily laughing and boiling with killing intent, suddenly froze and his pupils dilated. The aura locked onto the hand of nightmares that had already been sent into chaos. Qin Yu instantly broke free and his figure flickered. Abyss gaze. The demon commander of the ancient king's bloodline came back to his senses and immediately roared in anger. His face was filled with endless shock. At this moment, he finally understood why young Master Qizhen had immediately sent them to kill Qin Yu after his bloodline had completely awakened. The old king's bloodline had actually been hiding a royal bloodline that had already been awakened. Qin Yu was the trump card of the old king's bloodline. Bastard. Everyone had been deceived. Yun Wuya, this old sly bastard, was too sinister. No, he had to kill Qin Yu. He couldn't be allowed to live and threaten young Master Qizhen's position. The throne could only belong to the ancient king's bloodline. Kill. With a roar, the surface of his body cracked again and blood continued to gush out. But this time, the amount of blood was much less. The attack just now had used up most of his strength. A large cloud of blood mist rose up and was absorbed by the nightmare's hand. Its color became even redder and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The unstable aura instantly stabilized and continued to lock onto Qin Yu. Die, die, die. He had to be killed. And at this time, Yun Lan and the other three from the ancient king's bloodline were completely shocked. Even though Yun Lan knew that Qin Yu was the reincarnation of the previous king, she never imagined that Qin Yu had already awakened the might of a king. Abyssal gaze could freeze all souls. This was an ability that the Nightmare King could only control after obtaining the recognition of the abyss. Qin Yu, hurry and run. Yun Lan didn't hesitate. She exploded a demonic treasure in an attempt to force back the demon commander of the ancient king's bloodline. But the other party was clearly prepared. Even though he was covered in blood from the explosion, he didn't retreat at all. Instead, he stubbornly entangled her. A demon from the old king's bloodline that had awakened the might of a king had to die. Even if all of them died here today, they didn't care. He was locked onto again. Qin Yu turned his head to look at the demon commander, who had a ferocious expression on his face, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He couldn't help but feel a trace of confusion in his heart. Did he think that he could kill him just like that? I already used abyssal gaze once just now and he said it himself. Could he have turned around and forgotten? But the name abyssal gaze was really domineering. If the demon commander controlling the nightmare's hand knew what was going on in Qin Yu's mind, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. Between life and death, can't you be a little more serious? Chapter 11:26. But in reality, he really could not. Because in Qin Yu's view, he was not dangerous at all. At most, he could use the abyssal gaze once more. It was very simple. With such a simple thought, Qin Yu simply did it. His eyes turned pitch black once more as he looked at the demon commander that was chasing after him. Thus, he froze once more. His eyes glazed over, and the lock from the nightmare hand dissipated. Shua. Qin Yu broke free of the lock and howled away. The demon commander controlling the nightmare hand was going crazy. He stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. He had only awakened the royal bloodline and had not truly become the king of nightmares. To be able to use the abyssal gaze for a moment was already an amazing display of his bloodline. But what did he see now? Not only did Qin Yu successfully activate the second abyssal gaze, but he also did not seem to have suffered any serious damage. The only explanation was that the royal bloodline in his body was incomparably strong, even stronger than young Master Qi Zhan's. Ah! The demon commander howled and slammed his hand against his forehead. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. To be more precise, the flesh and blood covering his body exploded, leaving behind only a pale white bone armor and a layer of flesh covering his organs. When he looked down, he could clearly see his wriggling internal organs under this layer of flesh membrane. The exploded flesh and blood turned into a bloody mist that poured into the nightmare hand. At this moment, it really began to drip blood. Viscous scarlet beads of blood gradually gathered along the palm lines of the nightmare hand and then dripped down from the palm. That's right, palm lines appeared on the nightmare hand. They were incomparably clear, as if it was a real hand bathed in blood, or perhaps, it had just been pulled back from a fresh chest, and the entire palm was soaked in blood. The demon commander of the ancient king bloodline that only had a head left stared at Qin Yu. The light in his eyes was incomparably dim, but it was filled with an unrelenting obsession. Kill him, he had to be killed. Qin Yu looked at the nightmare hand above his head. He could not help but twitch his lips. He wondered how great the hatred was that it was willing to play itself to death to drag him down to hell with it. After gathering all the power of a demon commander, including his life, the power of the Hand of Nightmare had risen to an inconceivable level. It was no longer possible for him to easily avoid it. He could clearly sense that it had completely locked onto his aura. However, this did not mean that he had to face this attack head-on. He could not dodge it, but what if the Hand of Nightmares dissipated on its own? He had risked his life, but in the end, he did not even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Presumably, This demon general of the ancient king's bloodline would be very sullen, right? Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to worry too much about him. If he didn't want to kill him, then he wouldn't have fallen into such a pitiful situation. In short, there was no need to say anything else. This was the path he had chosen. His eyes instantly turned pitch black as he locked onto the demon commander. As the demon commander froze, Qin Yu's figure instantly moved. He was so fast that he was like a phantom as he punched forwards. The fist rapidly enlarged in front of its eyes, and the demon general controlling the nightmare hand revealed a look of despair. For the third time, it actually released the power of abyssal gaze 3 times in a row. In fact, he had already felt the despair and unwillingness in his heart in advance when he killed the demons in the world abyss. Moreover, he had felt it far more deeply than he had. 3 times, it was just a trifling 3 times. A top powerhouse that could condense the world abyss had finally been tortured to death. Bang! With a dull sound, the demon general's head exploded. He no longer needed to be shrouded in the resentment and despair in his heart. As this person was killed, the hand of nightmares that had lost control rapidly collapsed and dissipated. With a loud explosion, space was torn apart, forming countless terrifying cracks that recklessly extended outwards. Across from Yunlan, the ancient king's bloodline demon general's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He angrily roared and punched her away. Ignoring the impact of Yunlan detonating another demonic artifact behind him, he crazily rushed towards Qin Yu, the aura within his body instantly boiling up. Self-detonation. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He quickly glanced at the demon general. Under the abyssal gaze, the demon general froze in place. Yunlan, hurry and attack. He's about to explode. Yunlan thrust out a palm, sending the demon general flying towards the ancient king's bloodline demon general that was fiercely fighting with He Tiangang. Ha! He Tiangang shouted out loud. Behind him, the 3-headed hellhound phantom spat out a breath of air. The demon general was imprisoned in place and then he retreated without hesitation. In the next moment, 2 figures collided. No! Desperate screams rang out. Then, they were interrupted by a heaven-shaking explosion. The self-detonation of a top demon general was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the entire space around them completely twisted. The world around them suddenly turned illusory, like a violently shaking surface of water. The 2 demon generals at the center of the explosion were instantly torn to pieces. Run! Hurry and run! Tell the young master what happened. The 2 demon generals that were burning their demonic energy to fiercely fight Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong all emitted shrill roars. 3 formidable demon generals had perished in such a short period of time. It was impossible to kill Qin Yu today, so they had to bring back information about him. To continuously activate the power of the abyssal gaze, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. They had to let the young master know. They had to gather the strength of the ancient king's bloodline and do everything possible to kill Qin Yu in the nightmare beast territory. They could not allow him to live. The demon general across from Old Fox sent him flying away with a punch. Then, he turned and fled without hesitation, the demonic energy within his body burning. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, he instantly fled far away. Yunlan screamed, "Stop him!" He lifted a hand and crushed a demon crystal. Demonic light howled out, instantly catching up to the fleeing demon general and piercing through his body. With a miserable scream, the demon general's body exploded. In the next moment, dozens of blood shadows scattered in different directions, their speed even faster than before. Yunlan bit her lips, an unwilling look on her face. Before these people attacked, they had clearly been prepared. The demon general who was fighting with Old Fox was the one with the strongest life-saving methods in the group. In the process of fighting, he did not use any methods like burning his magic power. This was so that if something unexpected happened, he would be able to escape and send a message. Those who were chosen by the bloodline of the ancient king to enter the Nightmare Beast's territory were indeed true elite. Kill! Kill! With a loud roar, the last 2 demon generals of the ancient king's bloodline crazily rushed towards Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong, their auras erupting. Knowing that they couldn't escape, the 2 of them didn't hesitate to self-destruct, wanting to drag the three people in front of them down with them. Yun Shan, Yun He, and Yun Kong, who were controlling the giant beast phantoms, were frightened. The bastards of the ancient king's bloodline would die without a doubt, but they hadn't lived long enough. But the two sides were too close and they didn't care about anything else, as if they wanted to die together. It was too late to dodge. At this moment, the two demon commanders that were madly charging over suddenly froze. He Tiangang shouted out loud. He lifted a hand and sent the two of them flying away. In the next moment, two terrifying explosions rang out, causing the shaking space to distort even more. It was over. The 6 demon generals of the ancient king's bloodline were all tyrannical in strength. The leader and the demon commander that controlled the nightmare hand had reached the threshold of the king level. When these 6 people joined forces, they were an incomparably powerful force within the nightmare beast territory. But now, besides a single person using a secret blood explosion technique to escape, the other 5 had died on the spot. Even though the ancient king's bloodline was formidable and had an incomparably deep background, to lose 5 powerful demon generals in a single day was still a grievous wound. This could even be said to be an unprecedented and dazzling accomplishment in the many years of conflict between the old king's bloodline and the ancient king's bloodline. But at this moment, Yun Lan didn't have the least bit of joy on his face. Instead, there was only a dignified and worried expression. This was because someone from the ancient king's bloodline had finally managed to escape. Then, information regarding Qin Yu would surely be leaked out. At that time, Qin Yu would have to face the entire ancient king's bloodline, and they would spare no cost to hunt him down. In today's battle, the reason he was able to easily kill off the 5 demon commanders of the ancient king's bloodline in his perfect condition was all because of Qin Yu's abyssal gaze. But Yun Lan would rather that Qin Yu didn't reveal his strength. His bloodline was far stronger than the patriarch imagined. To continuously use abyssal gaze several times without being affected, this was something that not even the previous king was able to accomplish. After all, every time the abyssal gaze was used, its heaven-defying ability to freeze one's soul and consciousness would also result in an astonishing amount of consumption. Yun Lan didn't want to investigate how Qin Yu had done this, but without a doubt, the ancient king's bloodline would feel as if they had a fishbone stuck in their throat. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly opened his hand. A mass of blood-red light appeared in his palm, constantly struggling to escape. Yun Lan's complexion changed. "This is," Qin Yu said, "the blood vitality of that demon commander that escaped. I caught it just now. With him leading the way, we will soon be able to find the person who wants to kill me." A cold intent circulated in the depths of his eyes. "If someone wanted your life, what would you do?" The best solution was to kill them. That way, you would be safe. Yun Lan's eyes widened. "You deliberately let him go?" Seeing Qin Yu nod, she raised her voice. "Qin Yu, are you insane? Do you know that if anything about you is leaked out, the ancient king's bloodline will spare no cost to kill you?" Qin Yu smiled. He lifted a hand and pressed downwards. "Steady, steady. Even if I didn't let him go, do you think the ancient king's bloodline would let me go?" As Yun Lan was startled, he continued to say, "In fact, from the moment that the ancient king's bloodline arrived, it was destined that they would never let me go. Since that's the case, I naturally have to seize the initiative and act first. Kill those who want to kill you and the world will become a better place. Isn't this logic, right?" Yun Lan was left speechless. But she couldn't help but admit that Qin Yu's words were reasonable. The ancient king's bloodline would never let him go, but this was the bloodline of the ancient king. In these past years, even someone as strong as the patriarch could only patiently endure their aggressiveness. Could Qin Yu really resist them? Seeing a complex look appear on her face, Qin Yu was disinclined to guess what she was thinking. He pointed a finger forward. "Let's go. The one leading the way has already run far away. We should hurry and leave." Outside the cave, the air was nearly completely frozen. The 13 terrifying nightmare beast kings nearly covered the skies with their massive bodies. The giant crocodile king's complexion paled. As it looked at Qi Zhen, it couldn't help but reveal a burning heat. It could feel a familiar and incomparably powerful aura from this young man's body. This was the strength of the Nightmare King. Many, many years ago, when it was just an ordinary giant crocodile, It had witnessed the previous Nightmare King step into the Nightmare Beast territory. Although the Nightmare King had the appearance of an ordinary demon, the powerful aura that surged around its body was like a great sun, recklessly burning and crushing everything around it. In fact, as long as it wanted to, it could easily burn the entire Nightmare Beast territory to ashes. If it could seize this strength, then perhaps it could break through its current shackles and truly transform into a King-step beast. Then, it could lead the entire Nightmare Beast race to escape the control of the Nightmare Demon race and become the true supreme ruler of this level of the abyss. This was a great temptation, but the giant Crocodile King knew that this young man who possessed the power of the Nightmare Demon race would definitely have an extremely high status in the Nightmare Beast race. If it attacked him, the Nightmare Demon race would immediately break the contract, and countless experts would charge into the young beast's territory. It didn't dare to take the risk because if it failed, what awaited it and the young beast's world would be a calamity. The Nightmare Beast race and the Nightmare Beast race's contract states that the king of the Nightmare Beast race is not allowed to attack the Nightmare Beast race, but you are also not allowed to kill the king beast. But not long ago, you killed the Ant King and stole its crystal core. You must account for this matter, one of the Nightmare Beast kings roared angrily, its terrifying voice reverberating in the air. Hand over the murderer. The demon who killed the king beast must die. Only their blood can extinguish the rage of the Nightmare Beast race. The Nightmare Beast kings roared angrily, their violent auras tearing through the sky and earth. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed like the flames of war would be ignited at any moment. Cheng Hai and the other demon commanders had extremely grave expressions. They were groaning in their hearts. Although they had already guessed that this matter would be troublesome, they didn't think that it would attract the attack of almost all the Nightmare Beast kings in the Nightmare Beast territory. If a war were to break out, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Qi Zhen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Beast kings, do you want to kill us?" He looked at the giant Crocodile King with a trace of mockery. This gaze infuriated the giant Crocodile King, but it couldn't help but feel fear. This descendant of the Nightmare Beast royal bloodline definitely had a powerful backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to show such an attitude at a time like this. Sure enough, it was almost impossible to seize the bloodline in his body. With this thought in its mind, the giant Crocodile King took a deep breath and roared at the sky. The aura of a peak king beast instantly suppressed the surroundings. The other Nightmare Beast kings quieted down and looked at the giant Crocodile King. It had to be known that the suspicion on the giant Crocodile King hadn't been completely washed away. The descendant of the Nightmare Beast royal bloodline, the dignity of the Nightmare Beast King, will not allow any provocation. And the death of a king beast must also be accounted for. Its deep voice resounded through the air with unquestionable authority. You killed the Ant King, this is an indisputable fact. Chapter 11:27. Qi Zhen had a calm expression. Giant Crocodile King, we didn't deny this, but the truth is that we killed the Ant King to protect ourselves. He glanced at the aggressive beast kings. The Ant King was fighting an unknown enemy and happened to run into us. He insisted that we were working with the giant Crocodile King to kill the Ant King. Then, it attacked us and we had no choice but to kill it. The Golden Condor King was so angry that he laughed. According to you, the Ant King broke the rules first and you are all innocent. Qi Zhen shook his head. No matter what, the Ant King died in our hands. Let's just forget about this matter. The Nightmare Tribe doesn't want to investigate this any further. How dare you? The Golden Condor King roared. You killed the Ant King and now you dare to distort the truth. Do you really think that I, the king of the Nightmare Tribe, don't dare to kill you? The Golden Condor King stepped forward and wild strength surged out. It firmly locked onto Qi Zhen as if it would strike down at any moment. Qi Zhen sneered. When the Ant King died, none of you were there. Since you didn't see it, then what I said is the truth. If you want to attack me, it seems that the Beast Kings want to provoke a war with the Nightmare Tribe. These words were impolite, as if they were in the right because their fists were bigger. This caused the Nightmare King to roar again and again, its giant eyes filled with restlessness and violence. The giant Crocodile King was surprised. Even if this Nightmare Tribe descendant had a powerful life-saving card, he shouldn't continue to provoke the Nightmare Tribe at this time. Unless this person had other plans, but what was his goal? To provoke a war. This was a matter that concerned two major tribes. Even if the Nightmare tribe had the advantage, this wasn't something that a bloodline descendant could decide. In other words, Qi Zhen had likely come here with some kind of mission. If this was true, provoking the Nightmare tribe and igniting a war between the two sides might be their goal. As for the reason, the giant crocodile king's beating heart suddenly shrank. Then, it became filled with alarm and anger. Could it be that the Nightmare clan had sensed something and deliberately started a war to find a reasonable excuse to tear up the contract and take the opportunity to eradicate it? Sucking in a deep breath, the giant crocodile king roared at the sky. This king will investigate this matter thoroughly. Before that, none of you are allowed to leave this place. He had to stabilize the situation and try to verify his guess. If the Nightmare demon race really came prepared, things would be troublesome. The giant crocodile king didn't want to fall out with them to prevent the situation from deteriorating and ultimately falling out of control. However, it was clear that the other Nightmare beast kings didn't think so. The way they saw it, even though the giant crocodile king didn't express his stance, it was clear that he was siding with the Nightmare demon clan. It seemed that the Ant King's testimony was very likely. The giant crocodile king and the Nightmare demon race had formed an alliance. What did it want to do? Could it be that he wanted to use the Nightmare demon race to eradicate the kings of the other races and become the sole ruler of the Young Beast's territory? It was not impossible. One had to know that the giant crocodile king's power was infinitely close to the level of a true monarch. If it could truly unify the Young Beast's territory and become the ruler of the entire race, it might be able to obtain the attention of the Will of the Abyss. At that time, the giant crocodile king could use this to break through its current realm and become the sole ruler of the Young Beast. The Beast King's eyes flashed with coldness. Those that could become the ruler of a race were naturally not fools. The giant crocodile king could clearly sense the change in the atmosphere. Those gazes that landed on it were as cold as knives. Fools. What a bunch of fools. With its power and status, why would it cooperate with the Nightmare demon race? If it wanted to become a true monarch, it could do it with its own power. It just needed more time. That was why the giant crocodile king's greatest request was a stable environment. It simply couldn't destroy the stability of the Young Beast's territory at such a crucial moment. Such a simple logic, yet these bastards couldn't see it. No. Perhaps they knew very well but were just pretending not to know. A race could only give birth to one true monarch. Once it successfully became a true monarch, the other beast kings would have no chance to rise again. The giant crocodile king's eyes turned even colder. It thought of the ant king that had been killed, the Nightmare demon race, MPH. It didn't cooperate with them. It was likely that the other beast kings couldn't help but join forces with them. The Nightmare demon race wanted to eliminate it and prevent the Young Beast race from giving birth to a true monarch. The beast kings that cooperated with them were naturally unwilling to let their path to becoming a true monarch be severed. These two sides had a sufficient basis to cooperate with each other. Qi Zhen's eyes flashed. Sensing the strange atmosphere among the king beasts, a glint flashed across his eyes. He took a step forward. The Young Beast's territory is dangerous. We must immediately leave and report everything to the race. Beast Kings, please do not stop us or else you will have to bear the consequences. Arrogant. The Golden Eagle King angrily roared. It flapped its wings and the air was instantly cut apart by countless golden wind blade. Qi Zhen sneered. Giant Crocodile King, don't forget why you have your current status. Could it be that you want to break the agreement with my race? Whoosh, all the Young Beast King's gazes gathered on the Giant Crocodile King. The Giant Crocodile King was caught off guard and revealed shock and anger. This undoubtedly verified Qi Zhen's words. The Giant Crocodile King indeed had a connection with the Nightmare demon race, and this connection had been established much earlier than they had imagined. The Ant King's death was definitely related to the Giant Crocodile King. There was no doubt about this. The Giant Crocodile King sensed the killing intent in the other Nightmare Demon King's eyes and couldn't help but roar in anger. How did Qi Zhen know about this? As expected, this junior had entered the Young Beast's territory on the orders of the higher-ups of the Nightmare Demon race. They wanted to start a war. No. They couldn't let the Golden Eagle King kill Qi Zhen. Otherwise, the Nightmare Demon race would have an excuse to immediately break the agreement and invade the Young Beast's territory. At that time, the giant Crocodile King wouldn't be far from death. Even though the giant Crocodile King hated that he couldn't tear Qi Zhen to pieces, he had to save him. Otherwise, things would go out of control. Boom! The giant Crocodile King's tail swept out. It was so fast that it left behind countless afterimages as it shattered the golden wind blades in the air. The Golden Condor King soared into the sky, its wings spread out more than 1,000 meters wide. Its golden feathers were blazing, and its appearance was somewhat similar to that of the legendary divine beast, the Phoenix. It roared in anger, its voice thick with killing intent. Giant Crocodile King, you have already betrayed the Young Beast race. You are no longer fit to be the Young Beast King. Get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The giant Crocodile King suppressed the anger in its chest and roared, Golden Eagle King, calm down for a moment. If you kill this descendant of the Nightmare Demon race, the entire Young Beast's territory will be destroyed. At this time, a black figure came from the distance. When it was still some distance away, it crashed into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. All the Beast King's eyes widened as they subconsciously cried out, Black Wolf King. It was the Black Wolf King, who had smashed a deep pit into the ground and was riddled with scars. It was obvious that he was breathing more than he was breathing. Just what had happened? The giant Crocodile King's trusted subordinate had been injured to this extent. The giant Crocodile King's first thought was anger when it saw the Black Wolf King injured. Then, it rejoiced. Luckily, the Black Wolf King had arrived in time. Otherwise, the Golden Eagle King would have lost its mind and the giant Crocodile King would have been in a difficult situation. It wasn't afraid of falling out with the Black Wolf King, but the situation wasn't clear yet. If it had rashly attacked the Golden Eagle King, it would have fallen into a trap. Now that the Black Wolf King had arrived, perhaps there was a chance. But this joy only lasted for a breath's time before it was shattered by the Black Wolf King's next words. King. The Azure Eagle King worked with the Nightmare Demon race to attack the grotto. All of your bloodline descendants, the elites of the giant crocodile race, were killed. What? The giant Crocodile King roared. Its giant body appeared next to the crater and its giant tail pulled the Black Wolf King towards it. Black Wolf King, say that again. The Black Wolf King cried. King, the Azure Eagle King fought with me and the Nightmare Demon race's experts. I risked my life to escape and report this matter to you. I'm useless. I've betrayed the trust you gave me. The grotto is destroyed. Your bloodline is severed. Roar. The giant Crocodile King roared. Its terrifying aura shattered space. Countless terrifying cracks spread outwards. Its children, its clansmen, were killed, all killed. The Azure Eagle King that worked with the Nightmare Demon race. The giant Crocodile King stared at the feather in the Black Wolf King's mouth. Even though it was broken, the aura flowing through it couldn't be faked. Furthermore, the Black Wolf King was seriously injured. Just a bit more and its crystal core would have been shattered. So the giant Crocodile King believed its words. In reality, the giant Crocodile King wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. However, it thought that a king beast was working with the Nightmare Demon race to frame it and kill it. Now, they had destroyed the grotto and killed all of its bloodline and elites. Wasn't that eliminating the roots? However, they had underestimated the Black Wolf King and allowed it to escape here. Otherwise, it would still be in the dark. The Golden Eagle King, it was him, it really was him. They should have expected the giant Crocodile King to rise. Before, this old Golden Eagle was the true ruler of the Nightmare Demon race. After being defeated by the giant Crocodile King, the Golden Eagle King naturally wasn't willing to accept this. He wanted to become a true king. Now, everything could be explained. The one working with the Nightmare Demon race to kill the Ant King had to be the Golden Eagle King. Just now, the Golden Eagle King had purposely attacked Qi Zhen. Did he not know the consequences of killing a descendant of the Nightmare Demon race? After all the Nightmare Demon Kings could clearly feel Qi Zhen's powerful aura. The Golden Eagle King had purposely cooperated with the Nightmare Demon race in order to complete their cooperation and start a war to kill the giant Crocodile King. Damn it! Damn it! The giant Crocodile King swung its tail and sent the Black Wolf King flying. Its scarlet eyes locked onto the Golden Eagle King in the air. This time, it was the Golden Eagle King's turn to be stunned. When did he tell the Azure Eagle King to attack the giant Crocodile King's cave? Even if he wanted to eliminate the roots, he should have killed the giant Crocodile King first, right? Would he be so stupid as to do such a thing? The giant Crocodile King had actually believed him. Was this idiot's head made of tofu? He didn't have any brains at all. Feeling the giant Crocodile King's killing intent lock onto him, the Golden Eagle King roared, "Giant Crocodile King, this matter has nothing to do with me. Die!" The giant Crocodile King roared. The ground collapsed and the skies darkened. A giant crocodile phantom 10 times larger appeared, blocking out the sun. At this moment, the giant crocodile phantom opened its mouth and bit down at the Golden Eagle King without hesitation. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless golden feathers rained down from the sky. The Golden Eagle King retreated and roared, "Giant Crocodile King, you've gone mad." The reason that beast kings were honored with the title of king wasn't just because they were the most tyrannical existences of their species. It was also because they had awakened their crystal cores. For example, the beast king battle body summoned by the giant crocodile could erupt with incomparably terrifying strength. But summoning the beast king battle body would consume an astonishing amount of energy. Moreover, what was consumed was the crystal core's energy, which was difficult to replenish. The giant Crocodile King didn't hesitate to summon the Beast King battle body. This meant that it was ready to kill the Golden Eagle King with all its might. The situation suddenly spiraled out of control. Although the Golden Eagle King was jumping around happily, it never thought about fighting the giant Crocodile King to the death. Especially since the Golden Eagle King clearly knew that it had fallen into a trap. "Giant Crocodile King, I already said that this matter has nothing to do with me. Give me some time to prove myself. Otherwise, if we fight, others will only benefit from it," the Golden Eagle King said quickly. Of course, the reason it was afraid was because it wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, it would have taken advantage of this opportunity to kill the giant Crocodile King. In any case, it was the giant Crocodile King that attacked first. The Golden Eagle King was strong, but there was still a gap between it and the giant Crocodile King. The giant Crocodile King panted heavily. Its red eyes were filled with murderous intent. The giant Crocodile King smashed the ground beneath it. "All right, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to explain. Now, summon the Azure Eagle King and let the Black Wolf King confront it." The Golden Eagle King's blood-red eyes swept across the other Nightmare Beast Kings. The anger in the depths of their hearts burned away their rationality. "You idiots! Now you know that I'm innocent. This is all the Golden Eagle King's scheme. My cave was destroyed and my bloodline was cut off. It's all your fault, all your idiots. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been lured away from my territory, and this wouldn't have happened to me." The other Nightmare Beast Kings cursed inwardly as the Golden Eagle King's blood-red eyes fell on them. In reality, they also felt that they had been wronged. They had been so close to confirming that the giant Crocodile King had betrayed the Nightmare Beast clan. Who knew that things would suddenly develop to this point? Their cave had been destroyed, their bloodline had been cut off, and the elites of the giant Crocodile clan had been slaughtered. Tragic, truly tragic. It was so tragic that they couldn't bear to look at it. None of the Nightmare Beast Kings thought that the giant Crocodile King had deliberately injured himself to clear his name. Because the price was too high. It was so high that a creature with the ability to think normally couldn't do it. This meant that the giant Crocodile King had been wronged. So who had betrayed the Nightmare Beast clan? Their gazes inevitably landed on the Golden Eagle King, who had been very active all this while. This made the Golden Eagle King feel like it was sitting on a chair. Its already gloomy expression turned even uglier. Damn it, damn it. Who could tell it what had happened? Why had it switched places with the giant Crocodile King in the blink of an eye? The Azure Condor King. He had to find the Azure Condor King immediately and have it give him an explanation.